Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 here at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. We are going to crown new Scrabble champions today, and we couldn't be more excited. Will Anderson here, joined by Chloe Fatsis, just as we were yesterday. 6 games yesterday, 6 today, here from the beautiful Planet Word Museum in downtown Washington, D.C. Planet Word is the best possible venue for a Scrabble championship like this. It is a beautiful, beautiful location and immersive language experience here in the heart of Washington, D.C., and our incredibly generous event venue and sponsor. So thank you to Planet Word for having us. Chloe, I couldn't be more excited for today's action.
I know, me too. We've got some great games ahead of us. I'm excited one up first, and yeah, I'm so excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, so I think we've got our first matchup of the day in our preview status here. Players are sitting, waiting to get started, and you can see this matchup brought to you by Hasbro Games. This is our biggest sponsor of the event. Thank you so much to Hasbro Games for your partnership, and this event just would not be possible without them. So Leah and Jonathan on the left, Grayson and Gavin on the right. Chloe, this is going to be a fantastic match.
I know, I'm so excited. I think they might be flipped in the video and the names, but yeah, Leah and Jonathan are in, I believe, 7th grade, and they are returning back to have another shot at making the finals. We know them well. We've seen them on stream before in past years, but first time for both of these teams this tournament.
There you see that okay. At our urging, they are going to be flipping. So there you go. We're about to get those correct nameplates here. Awesome. But yeah, you can see Grayson and Gavin, flawless day yesterday at 5-0. Leah and Jonathan, one of the top teams in this field. If you've watched this event for several years running, those two will not be unfamiliar to you. So there you go. I think with those seats having been switched, I think we can get started with the action here. And yeah, I think we do this because the player on the left is always the team going first. And you can see that's going to be Leah and Jonathan this morning. So the coach for Leah and Jonathan is, I think, Austin and Lindsay Shin, two very strong. Austin, a multi-time Scrabble champion, both in the US and the UK. So that tutelage definitely paying off. So, all right, we have Dijon V.
Once again.
We saw that word on the stream yesterday. Inexplicably, that is... that's not valid, so I don't think we're going to see that a second time.
But Leah and Jonathan very quickly finding what I think is probably one of their best plays is Jin. So showing some great knowledge of those 4-letter J words. That's a super nice play. Getting some points with that J and moving on quickly.
So, yeah, it looks like a good play. Meanwhile, Grayson and Gavin with a bit of consonant overload there. So that's going to be tough to navigate.
Yeah, they do have that N that can go at the end of Jin. So I wonder if they know that you can put a second N after DJIN. They might have something there like Glen or Cent or Gent. There are a few options in that spot. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit hard for them to underlap or overlap this play of Jin just because the J needs an O to go beneath it, and they do not have one of those.
Yeah, that would be great to know that extra N hook. It does come up a lot. J-I-N, a valid word. The D in front, a hook to that word. And then the N. Actually, the N is a hook for the just J-I-N as well. So a lot of hooks going on both fronts there. So yeah, we'll see what they opt to do. It becomes a much tougher situation if you don't know that N hook, Chloe.
Yeah, definitely. They might look as well through the I of Jin, the only vowel on the board right now. There are words like cling or clinger or things like that, but those, they might have just had set up.
I think they did, yeah.
But the problem with those is that they really just don't score as many points. They're nice finds, though, to look through the letters on the board.
Yeah, so again, if they don't think about that N hook, it's going to be maybe almost impossible to do much productive except play through that I. So we could easily see Klinger go down for Grayson and Gavin, which would make sense. Again, it's all about the Jin here.
And Gavin and Grayson, both from Virginia and in the 5th grade. Gavin is also from a Scrabble family, as we've been hearing about a few of these over the course of the tournament. Gavin's older brother, Nathan, is a School Scrabble player as well, competing in this event, and is I think 2 years in a row, last year and the year before, finished as the runner-up along with Milo Anderson, who's now in the high school division. So they do go with Kling. Makes a lot of sense. Get rid of some of those consonants, which they had a lot of. So yeah, I can totally see why that would be a great thing to do, because they only had one vowel, so it's great to hold on to that vowel. Back over to Leah and Jonathan. They might not have drawn as well as they would have liked with that blank. The V is still causing some problems with them. We don't love seeing 2 O's or the G, just some kind of clunky tiles that don't go great together. But it looks like they'll come up with some options. I see, what do I see? They're going to go with Poon. Okay. Nice find.
So that gets some extra points for that J. It was going to be tough with that rack. It's great when you have that first blank, but accompanied by the V, the G, and the P together. That's a really difficult combination. So they've done a nice job, and they've even set up a place to play their other letters with Vig underneath there, forming dog. So we'll see what they.
And they do.
Look at that, the Jin hook.
If only they took another second to maybe look at that rack and maybe try to find a bingo. It wasn't an easy one, but bartend was available there.
Oh, wow. That would have been so impressive.
But either way,
I give them a lot of credit for remembering that Jin extra N hook right there. They didn't maybe think of it on that first turn, but great job by them to spot it now.
Yes, and actually that VIG leave along with the blank that Leah and Jonathan kept was not bad at all, and is looking like their rack has improved a lot this turn. Not seeing any bingos immediately, but if they know that Ginny, which it looks like they do, that is just beautiful.
Tremendous play and hook knowledge right there. That is a very high level play, Chloe.
Wow, I'm super impressed. That's a ton of points. That is showing some deep word knowledge and hook knowledge. So bravo, kudos to Leah and Jonathan.
That you can just look at the aesthetic beauty of that play. That is just so impressive, and that does create an interesting situation though. Let me see if our telestrator is working here, but now it's going to be an interesting test for the players. Do they know that Ginny right here, this spot, let me just try to draw it a little better here, this spot right here going down, do they know that this S hook is valid? It's actually not valid. So that's kind of like a trap laying there for both players. You could easily see Leah and Jonathan maybe put an S on there, and if Grayson and Gavin don't think to challenge, that would be so many extra points.
Yeah, it can be so hard to know what words take an S or not. Luckily, if either of these players aren't sure, there are a few other S hooks on this board that they probably will be sure of. You can put an S after cling to make clings, or in front of poon to make spoon. Looks like Grayson and Gavin are going to get rid of a bunch of tiles here and play permit, hitting that double word score. Makes a lot of sense to get some points here with that rack.
Yeah, there was no great way to access any other great scoring spots there, so playing down from the P did make some sense. Grayson and Gavin taking that risk, leaving the A-O on the leave, but they've drawn a bunch of consonants. And
it looks like they see their best bingo here very quickly. Insular coming down, making permits.
Beautiful play. That is phenomenal. Insular, that blank A, like you said, Chloe, and they found it so fast. Pluralizing permit, and note that there were words like rulings and things of that nature that you could have played elsewhere, as you mentioned, Chloe, with the spoon hook. There were nice ways to play a 7 ending in S. they found one where the S is in the middle of the word. Not easy and very impressive by them.
Yeah, that was their only bingo that hit that triple word score on that turn. So really nice find there. Oh, and we're getting a challenge. First challenge of the game brought to us by Merriam-Webster for their OSPD official Scrabble Players Dictionary that we're using in this tournament. Thanks to Merriam-Webster. Let's not write it that way.
There we go. Insultar.
That would not be a word, but insular we do know to be valid. Very nice play by Leah and Jonathan there.
Yeah, Chloe, what happens now after that challenge came back good?
So now, because we are playing in the middle school division, Grayson and Gavin will not lose a turn as they would have if we were in the high school division, or for a lot of Scrabble players. In most tournaments, we use the double challenge rule. But in this division, we are using the 10-point challenge rule. So Leah and Jonathan will get 10 points added to their score for that play, but Grayson and Gavin will not lose a turn from that challenge.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier to challenge a word that you're not sure of. That sort of fear of losing your turn prevents a lot of players from challenging words that might look unfamiliar to them. So we have that rule for the younger players so they feel empowered to challenge anything they're not sure of. So tough start for Grayson and Gavin. Really haven't, earned to be down by 100. It's really just been Leah and Jonathan they've just played fantastically to start this game with that Ginny hook and now their bingo.
No, I don't see a play where they've really gone wrong so far. And it looks like Grayson and Gavin have spotted a nice play of Rome, making 4 two-letter words parallel to permit. It looks like they're going to go with ram instead, or are they maybe changing it? Either way, nice way. All of these plays are super close together, ram, Rome. They also could have done ROM instead. But either way, great play, exactly what they wanted to do here. Get rid of one of those R's, which they had 2 of, and move forward.
Yeah, it looks great. And the extra thing to note there is that it's actually not that easy sometimes to think about as a hook.
Yeah.
Hooking an M onto another M shows that experience level that these players have. So very nice eye by Grayson and Gavin to see the ability to put that M for extra points on the double word score.
Yeah, seriously. That's really nice.
So Leah and Jonathan with a Z and a Y. You love to see that Z in most situations, but it's going to be tough to use it for a ton of points here, Chloe. I don't really see a fantastic spot for it. I guess a good word knowledge question is, do they know that band takes a Y hook? That would be really cool to get that Y in 2 directions.
Yeah, that would be great because they have YOU set up on their rack. And that would go very nicely there, and get rid of that U, which is probably holding them back a bit from using the Z well. They also might be thinking of of Azon, another nice 4-letter word using a power tile.
Yeah, that puts the Z in a nice spot to get a triple letter score. So that's fantastic on their part to find a way to hit that Z nice and hard. It does open up a triple back to Grayson and Gavin, so they're going to be looking for a way, and you can see they're already thinking, how do I play underneath Azon?
Yeah, there's actually really only one play that might be worth playing there. The play of Worth would be great to find. Otherwise, they can play on top of Azon. What are they going to do? Water, I didn't even think of that one.
Sure,
even better.
It would be amazing if there was a way to play both the W and the H in that spot. So a couple words available like worth in that spot. But if you can't spot that one, great job by them to find a good 5-letter word going across. So really nice play by Grayson and Gavin. Action proceeds, and Leah and Jonathan up pretty big here.
And I think they are thinking about that bandy hook. They just put the Y in that spot and took it back. So I bet they're trying to think if they could find Guy,
there it is.
G-U-Y, that's an amazing play.
That is so nice. Leah and Jonathan are playing so well in this game. It's actually amazing. So that is a fantastic spot on their part to see that Y hook and find a way to use up their weakest vowel here in the U and leave such an incredible set of tiles. And look at this reward. They've drawn another S
And
an E. Oh, that's that great. Those tiles look great. They do, I guess. I'm not sure. I don't think desister is a word,
I don't
but
think so.
you could see them maybe consider trying that one. But I don't know if they actually have a bingo here. Either way, fantastic play by them.
That was definitely the best play last turn. I'm very impressed with that knowledge there. And now a lot of consonants for Grayson and Gavin. It's going to be hard to play probably as many of those as they would like on this turn.
Yeah, so they're looking to play something there on top of the AR of Azon. Oh, they pointed to a cool spot. There was this spot there earlier when Leah and Jonathan had their S. I was just wondering if you did want to play the bandy hook earlier, it would have been so interesting to actually keep the Z because of this spot right here. Oh, I'm sorry, my drawing skills. The Z right here and something like Do's going down would have scored so amazingly well. But that would have been, I have no real quibble with the way they played there, Leah and Jonathan. So let's see what we see. Just Ho on top of the ENR water, Chloe.
Yeah, it looks good to get some points with this rack that was not really flexible. Would have loved to see them get rid of one more consonant there just because I'm worried that this next turn they're still going to be having some trouble with consonants. But they do draw 2 vowels, so it looks like they'll have some more options next turn, which is a great draw for them.
Yeah, so,
Wow, and then keeping that same leave, they know that those duplicate tiles are getting in the way a little bit, and it's some really nice vision there.
It's really nice vision, and it's really a mature play on their part to know that it's okay to use one of your S's when you've got another one in reserve. You know, we know that the S is such a powerful tile in Scrabble, but when you have more than one, it's actually okay to use that extra one, although it often does kind of tell your opponent if you're using that S for not that many extra points, it is a good sign to your opponent that, gee, they must have another one if they're using the S like that.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden we're at this really closed board situation. We have the C of Kling blocking things off. We have the V of Vagi, however you say that word.
Yeah,
Vagi. I have no idea. Anyway, both of those letters make 0 2-letter words, so it's going to be hard. You can't extend alongside either of those letters. And we were just talking earlier about how Ginny doesn't take an S at the back of it, so that's another one that might come into play if Leah and Jonathan don't find any other options on their turn.
That's a great point. And also note, they just played this S right here instead of here, right?
That's true.
Could have played something here with that S if they felt confident in it for more points. So that seems like really fantastic word knowledge on Leah and Jonathan's part to not take that risk in that situation. So yeah, it is, as you mentioned, Chloe, a very constricted board with those C, V, those other defensive tiles out in space, locking off big swaths of the board. And it's a great board to be up by over 100 points on if you're Leah and Jonathan.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling good. Even if they can't get a bingo down because of how closed off the board is, they probably won't really mind because Grayson and Gavin aren't going to be able to do much on this board either.
Yeah, it's they can just bide their time. And also, if you're Leah and Jonathan, you have very strong bingo tiles. You're just patient, and nice play to use the F by Grayson and Gavin in multiple directions there. It'd be nice to get one more consonant. Almost every consonant that they have could play in this square as well for extra points. The K, D, and G. I'm not even going to say GIF to avoid sparking a firestorm in the chat. But all of those consonants could have played, but still a nice idea to get that F in 2 directions.
And they pick up a blank, which could come in handy down the line once this board opens up a bit more.
But yeah, if you're Leah and Jonathan, you've got these really good bingo tiles, and Grayson and Gavin have a strong incentive to open the board at a deficit, after which, if they open things up, you might be able to pounce with that bingo that puts the game even further out of reach. So they're in a good spot right now.
Yeah. And interestingly, that play of if set up a big A hook in front of far, opening up a bingo line on a board that was really not having any of those prior.
Yeah.
But neither team right now has an A, so it'll be interesting when one of those pops up, and we'll get to see if either of these teams spot that hook.
Yeah, that would be great to get a really good scoring consonant on that I there going across. So
Hmm.
yeah, you could see something like QAT, cat. We love that word. Q still lurking. A play like that would score a bunch, or something like a bingo, as you said, Chloe, could go all the way
Hmm.
across with an A in early position. So what are we going to see here?
Oh.
Oh, okay. So this is a cool hook, but ERES actually is not valid in this lexicon. Let's see if Grayson and Gavin think about it. They appear
Let's.
to be accepting it. It's kind of tough when you're up against more experienced players. Grayson and Gavin
Hmm.
much younger than Leah and Jonathan. So respecting their elders, but maybe a little too much.
Yeah, it can be intimidating. They challenged the word earlier and it was valid, so they don't really have any reason yet to question a play of Leah and Jonathan's. And if you don't know what ERE is or means, then how could you know it doesn't take an S?
Yeah, it makes sense. But another cool thing about that play is if it stays on the board, Sears is also a
Mm-hmm.
valid word. If they know this one, now they can draw a 7 letter word ending in S and it actually will play on the board. So
Wow.
they did not draw one. You can see Leah and Jonathan with a few too many vowels. But if they get that Y out and one of the E's and maybe the O some way, maybe they're going to be hitting a bingo there. So back to Grayson and Gavin. They do have that second blank. That's good news for them.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Looks like they're gonna play keg. I think maybe making GI with insular, unless I'm missing another spot.
Ooh, okay. That's a good idea, but man, that is gonna be met with
Oh,
yoke
yeah.
really fast. As I said, Leah and Jonathan want to use a Y, an E, and an O
And that is
here.
exactly the play they want.
And that is just kind of up.
And
And look
immediately,
how fast it comes down. Fantastic on
ooh,
their part.
45 points for that play. They couldn't have asked for a better opening from Grayson and Gavin.
Yeah, that is incredible. They've made so many fantastic plays and quickly. Look at the clock too. Leah and
Yeah,
Jonathan are just in really rare form here.
wow, that's amazing. And a bunch of consonants still for Grayson and Gavin. Um, they might just have to play a couple of those off, making a word like crow or using one of the vowels already on the board. Otherwise, they might be forced to exchange.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. You could easily see an exchange here, and it would make a lot of sense just because it is so difficult to play. There are just no open vowels that can accommodate all of those consonants. So you could definitely see an exchange here. And if they do put a word on the board, it's not going to make them feel very good. I mean, something like barred off
Yeah,
of the B and A. This is really what we're looking at here as like one of the better plays available.
which is pretty
That's
sad.
rough. Yeah, it is rough. So just not going Grayson and Gavin's way right now. They do have that second blank that they're going to look to bingo, and if they were to exchange, or maybe they play Bard and draw two vowels, we could see them cutting into this deficit quickly. But until then, it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, it looks like they're going with crow. Bard might have been nice because it opened up some space on the board that was otherwise inaccessible. Now, crow, unfortunately for them, inhibits the afar hook we had talked about earlier, so it's going to be a lot harder to make a word using that hook now that the C is kind of blocking that line.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for sure. Fortunately for Grayson and Gavin, Leah and Jonathan aren't in fantastic position. They made that an awesome play of yoke, leaving the fantastic EITS, and they drew EEU.
Oof.
Very vowel heavy draw, but they're going to be able to dump a couple vowels here. I'm curious if a consonant's going to go with it.
They might just be thinking of doing ET. I see the word cutie would be available from that C, but that would open up an E for Grace and Gavin to play to. So I wonder if Leah and Jonathan, with their lead, are going to take a more defensive approach for the rest of this game.
Yeah, for sure. They just are in the lead by quite a lot. Even a bingo from Grayson and Gavin would not really threaten that lead overly much. You're really looking at two bingos from Grayson and Gavin almost being required at this point.
Yeah.
They do have that blank, which is the best bingo tile in the game of Scrabble. You can make it any letter you want, even though it scores 0 points. It is definitely the best tile in the game of Scrabble. And that is going in their favor, but pretty much everything else is going Leah and Jonathan's way right now, and they have played so beautifully in this game.
Yeah, I'm super impressed. Um, but yeah, it's hard on these vowel heavy racks. I think Leah and Jonathan will have to take some more time here. We've been seeing them play so quickly, but they're thinking this one through a bit more and making sure that they don't do anything that might give something back to their opponent. But they also might they also want to keep their good lead, so maybe they're thinking about exchanging EEU, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a reasonable play. You could also imagine seeing them play something through the C if they wanted to create another S hook. You could play Q or EQ, something like that. ECU seems like a nice way to get another S hook on the board without opening too much, but they opt to exchange. No issue with that for me. And they also kind of draw weirdly again with that PV draw, but let's see. All right, chord coming down. This is an aggressive play, making that hook on the triple lane, Chloe.
Yeah, and they have the blank, so it can be really tempting to set up that blank. They can now put an S at the end of chord. Unfortunately for them, Leah and Jonathan can also do that and have quickly found the play of Ivies that'll hit the triple word score. That's a very nice find. It's still Grayson and Gavin will still have a hope after that play. They've drawn really well, and Ivies can take a bunch of letters in front of it. The Eye of Ivies, I mean, opening up. So there's another bingo line available now for Grayson and Gavin after this play.
And you can see what they've drawn. They see, so if Ivies is the play, which makes a lot of sense from their perspective, it looks like Grayson and Gavin have spotted belting, which is going to go down right here. They're going to know their two-letter words at this level. They'll play G, GI, the karate outfit. So we are very likely to see a bingo from Grayson and Gavin. If Ivies is the play, another option, if Leah and Jonathan really want to play it close to the vest, is to just play vid right here, putting that V out in space, blocking things off for Grayson and Gavin, leaving, you just think about the V and the I getting used up. The rest of the letters are fantastic, and you could see a bingo be played next turn right here. Instead, Ivies is the play. I really have no problem with this play.
Yeah, very reasonable. Sometimes when you're at such a big lead, you want to just keep scoring. This play is going to score 36 points for Leah and Jonathan. They're really cementing quite a huge lead here, where even one bingo, they know it's not going to be quite enough for Grayson and Gavin just yet to come back in it.
Yeah, so this does score very well. Like you said, Chloe, even a bingo is going to cut a bit into that deficit, but there is still going to be an uphill climb for Grayson and Gavin. A lot will hinge on what they draw. I wonder what they're considering if they see. Yeah, there it is. Nice, nicely done. Very nice. Belting the play. Good job by Grayson and Gavin to land their first bingo of the game. You can see this standing up to get those tiles there. I think these two are still in 5th grade, which is they have 3 more years of eligibility after this in the middle school division. I mean, middle school for me starts at 6th grade, so it's even a misnomer to call it that. But yeah, really impressive for players so young to be spotting plays like that.
Yeah, very nice. 5th grade is so young. And I think this is Gavin's, possibly his 3rd North American School Scrabble Championship. He might have played in the 3rd grade and the 4th grade as well. And he told us that he's been playing, both of these players actually been playing for 3 to 4 years, Grayson and Gavin. So they've been at this for quite a while now.
And a nice, wow, look at that. They were like 1 letter away from having another bingo, which is exactly what they need here. Fixate and an O, but that X is definitely a tile in general that you're happy to see. The only question is, are they going to find a place? I'm not really sure there is a fantastic place, except this one right here. I don't know if that word is... Oh, yeah, there is another X spot right here. So a couple spots available. I actually don't know if XED is in the Merriam dictionary, too.
Okay, it is valid.
Okay, great. That's good to know. So there are a couple different X spots for these two here. Grayson and Gavin should be scoring very well with that tile. But meanwhile, Leah and Jonathan with a nice overlapping play alongside belting there, Chloe.
Yeah, very nice play using that dangerous spot. And we can see that if they had not played there, that spot would have been open for Grayson and Gavin to hit with a big play of Fox or something along those lines. Grayson and Gavin going to come back with FA, making FA and few. Really nice find. Holding on to that X. If they spotted that they have 2 good spots for the X right now, they know that they don't have to play it immediately to be guaranteed one of those spots, and they can guarantee some scoring for next turn. So that's really nice.
Yeah, it's definitely a solid idea. The one drawback of it is the game is getting kind of old. It's getting late in this game. There's not that much more time, and they really do need a bingo in a hurry. The X, as great of a tile as it is, not the best tile for playing longer words. So we'll see what happens here. Leah and Jonathan do have very weak tiles at this point. They've just drawn poorly after their previous play. And let's also remember the Q is still lurking in the bag as kind of a major X factor here.
Yeah, but from Leah and Jonathan's perspective, although they don't have great tiles, if you look at the remaining tiles, there's the Q, the X, and really not a whole lot of great bingo tiles. There's a lot of vowels left, and I'm not even sure there's an available bingo in the pool. If there is, there are very few of them. So Leah and Jonathan can feel okay that it's probably pretty unlikely for Grayson and Gavin to hit them with a bingo at this point.
That's a fantastic point, and I really do think at their level, which they've shown to be so high throughout this game, so many plays where we were just sitting back saying, wow, that is a fantastic play. Vagi at the beginning, insular, yoke. I'm sure I'm missing some fantastic plays. They've made 4 or 5 of them here. I think they are going to be aware of the unseen tile pool that you mentioned there, Chloe. They're going to be looking at something almost exactly like this in the upper corner and saying, hey, I think we're probably okay here. They're probably also thinking, let's make sure we keep one of our 2 U's in case we draw that Q. We've got some protection for it here.
Yeah, and they were even pointing to the spot on the board, that eye of Ivy's that's still open. I wonder if they were thinking the Q is out, but we see this spot here. Maybe there's another spot on the board for the Q to feel safe about drawing it.
Yeah, for sure. The Q is going to fit here. They're even pointing. Oops.
Okay.
I think they were even pointing here, Chloe,
Yeah.
which they might be saying with our UAT leave, if we just keep those 3 tiles and draw the Q, we can play court for an excellent score right there. I think that's might be also something on their mind. Okay.
They missed the Q.
All right, yeah. So basically, I think they're maybe thinking, I'm going to block their potential to play the Q, knowing that,
are we getting here's? Or I don't know. They have the H and E or H and S maybe.
Yeah.
What did they have? I can't remember.
I think they have an H and an E in hand, so they're gonna play here's, which I think is actually a valid word. That's a very impressive play on their part. Here's and there's, I guess both acceptable words. So that is a great idea to fit that there. I wonder if they're going to pivot to think about using their X here. Again, only 3 tiles in the bag. And Leah and Jonathan did not draw that Q. So it's still lurking in the bag here. It's very likely that Grayson and Gavin are going to pick it right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going with EH elsewhere. Maybe they just weren't completely sure of the validity of here's, which is totally reasonable. I don't think I would be either.
Yeah.
And they still have that XED spot for the X. They've had it for a few. Oh, and they missed the Q.
So the Q is the final tile in the bag. How often does that happen?
That's fun.
Not that often. So yeah, that's a cool little quirk of this particular game. But yeah, as nice as the tiles are for Grayson and Gavin, I don't think there's going to be a bingo for them. So Leah and Jonathan are in a good position despite their very weird mismatched tiles here.
Yeah, I think this their lead is just pretty insurmountable at this point for Grayson and Gavin. They're looking at Toxic, I think, which is a really nice find. I had completely forgotten about that Sea of Cling.
Nice.
And I wonder if they were holding on to that X maybe because they had seen some possibilities there.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Something to that C is one of the few places where you can play, it's really the only place left, you can play an 8-letter bingo. So Toxic, not a bingo, but a very nice play. So yeah, Leah and Jonathan just have to be thinking again. They're probably looking at their tile tracking and thinking to themselves, "Is there any way we could be surprised by a bingo here?" And the answer is we know that the answer is no. But when you're sitting over the board, you don't have that assurance. You've got to check and double check a few times. And they're going to go ahead and play. Not
This
sure
is
what.
interesting because I wonder if they'll have a spot for the Q if they block this I over here.
Yeah, that is interesting. They've got the U's, but I don't know if they actually are going to have that spot, like you say, Chloe. That's interesting to have a Q and two U's, but the board is so constricted that there might not be an actual play. Oh, they have QAT and TED if they know that. So yeah, there is
right.
that, I suppose. But other than that, it's not easy to use the Q here. There it is. You see it come out of the bag as the
Their
last tile. Yeah.
They probably might not have been expecting that cue.
Yeah, I love to see the smiles from Grayson and Gavin. They're not winning this game, but they're having a fantastic time, as well they should be, at 5-0 as fifth graders in a field where most of the top teams are seventh and eighth graders here. So yeah, very interesting end of the game here, but I have to say, super impressed by Leah and Jonathan's play here. Grayson and Gavin played great as well. Just ran into a bit of a buzzsaw here.
Yeah. No, that was a tough one. Leah and Jonathan just hit them with some great plays. Insular was great. We loved the play of Guy. Yoke was great. Yeah, there have just been some awesome plays this game.
So yeah, up to Grayson and Gavin. I think they have toxic on their mind here. Let's again, it's you find yourself saying funny things in Scrabble, like Grayson and Gavin are toxic, which is that is not true. They are actually very wholesome, enjoying the sportsmanship of the game here. Nice play by them. This is going to give back some places to play that cube. Nothing great really. In fact, I'm actually not even sure it gives very much. I guess QAT again. Yeah. So.
But I think Grayson and Gavin will be able to go out with SEE on their rack, I imagine. Though it's a closed board, so they might have to look hard for an outplay. Either way, yeah, I expect QAT or maybe QUAI, they're thinking. Either way, those plays are all pretty similar in terms of score. So whatever Lee and Jonathan do, as long as they get rid of the Q, they are good.
Yeah, it looks like, so are they thinking about playing QUAT, which is actually not valid here? That's a really scary play to make just because it's not valid, and Grayson and Gavin would have every incentive to challenge. Okay, they're playing it safe. This is a valid word. Nicely done. Getting the extra points for that double with the Q makes sense. Are we seeing... Okay, now we're seeing standing up just to get the tiles on the board. That'll become less of a problem as Grayson and Gavin reach 6th, 7th, and then 8th grade. They can reach further across the board there. But nice play of key there, I guess. Quay, I think, is maybe not how we should be saying it, but whatever.
Yeah, really cool play available here for Grayson and Gavin. I definitely would not see this, but just to point it out, they could extend Pew, P-E-W in the top right corner, to Pee-wees.
Oh my God, that is the best play with E-E-S. That is incredible. That is amazing.
That is so hard to see, but that is so cool.
Very few players would spot that. Almost everybody. Oh, they're thinking about playing Ginnies. Are we going to see a challenge from Leah and Jonathan with that knowledge? A lot of smiles happening between both teams here.
Looks like everyone's in good spirits and having a good time, which is just what we want to see.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. You know, I spoke to the players yesterday, and one of the messages I had was that even the very best players in the world cannot win every game. You are going to lose some games when you play Scrabble, and learning how to be gracious when that occurs is a huge part of the game, and you love to see that from players this young.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what's so great about this tournament. If you go to a adult tournament or one of the officially sanctioned ones that we have, it's often there's less chatter during games, everyone's a bit more serious, but it's so much more fun when there's people talking to their opponents and their teammates, and everyone's just seems to be having a great time.
I would like to see a little more of that. I always like it when the atmosphere is a little bit looser. I like playing, people I'm very friendly with, so I know that, we can have a little banter. I feel like that makes things more fun. I know that there are folks that prefer that focus level to be very high, and I respect that as well. But so Grayson and Gavin still working on that outplay. If they can find one, they might be playing Lose and Ginny's, which would be I'm pretty sure that's going to get challenged based on our context clues from the game, Chloe.
Yeah, we'll see. That would be interesting.
They're back to it.
Everyone's talking about it, all 4 of them maybe. And they're going with it.
There we go.
So let's see. Leah is writing something down on her score sheet, so maybe this will not get challenged.
That is an entirely reasonable play for Grayson and Gavin. Are they just gonna?
Yeah, they see an outplay auto. I think they might be thinking, or maybe taught. Either way, just take the win and move on.
So they're going to let it slide. Really, one of the few blemishes on this game, not even a blemish, really. It's all academic at this point for Leah and Jonathan. A very, very impressive game. One of the best we've seen on the stream from any team by them. And they really, as we would have expected, they have been right at the top of the standings in several years prior to this. No surprise to see them playing so well. And they get a big win over the previously undefeated G Squared.
Yeah, that was huge. I believe there were only 3 undefeated teams going into this round in the elementary and middle school division, Grayson and Gavin being one of them. So for Leah and Jonathan to come back to 5-1 and take down one of those undefeated teams, it's putting them in a great position to get to that point where they might be able to make it into the final. And super impressive game here.
So some of the responses to the fun facts for the players in this game, Grayson and Gavin saying that neither of them have favorite words, that is a great sign that you are a true Scrabble player. I feel like that's the most Scrabble-y response. And let's see what they have to say about the game as we cut to the tape.
Oh yeah, they played the 3rd grade. Wait, did they win? I really want to know who won that game.
I bet like at least 2 words got challenged.
Yeah, when we get an easy team next round, and we're gonna win, and we'll be 6-1.
Hopefully, if that happens. Hopefully. You might play like Andrew or Kobe, because one of them's gonna be.
What are you doing, Jonathan?
Andrew, no, square this. That would be more fun.
What are y'all doing?
How are you supposed to square?
It doesn't matter if they're in the corners or not.
It doesn't matter.
It literally doesn't matter.
Like this.
Okay, fine. What is this? Okay.
Minecraft Reaper.
Wait, what is this?
Wait, where's the last one?
All right, it looks like not too much chatter about the game. They're debating about the best way to square the tiles, but that was a really fun one for us to watch. That was really funny. There were a lot of amazing plays in this game by both teams, but Leah and Jonathan played a bunch of fantastic ones in this game. So I'm really curious to see what is going to be our honor roll play of the game, Chloe. Not sure if you have any nominees.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that play of Guy I was super impressed knowing that band to bandy hook. That was an awesome one, but there were so many good ones. So we'll see.
I forgot about that one when we were rehashing. That was such a beautiful play. Let's cut to our honor roll, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, one of our most generous sponsors of the North American School Scrabble Championship. I think we're standing by. There it is, our honor roll play of the game. You can see it there. But thank you so much to Word Game Players Organization for your sponsorship of the School Scrabble Championship. You can check out wordgameplayers.org for more information about Scrabble clubs, other resources to learn more about this fantastic game. There it is, this play. I think it's like the vagus nerve, so it's like vagi. I'm not even sure how you would say this, but what a play, Chloe.
Yeah, this was another amazing play that showed really great knowledge of hooks by Leah and Jonathan, making Jin into Ginny and finding these overlapping 2-letter words and knowing the word magi as well.
Yeah, that was an incredible, and they also left the blank tile on their rack on this play, and they also made this play incredibly fast, losing basically the minimum time off their clock. This is incredibly high level play, and we love to see that. I love the choice of this as the honor roll play as opposed to the bingos that were played, because this honestly is an even higher degree of difficulty of a play. So we love it. We concur with it. And now let's continue on to our report card segment, courtesy of letsplayscrabble.com. So you can see here, we're changing things up. The standings in the event are a little different than what you would have seen on our yesterday report card, because there are actually caps in how many spread points you can earn for each game. We have a wide disparity of skill levels here. So what we do is we actually cap the margin of victory a little bit lower than what you sometimes see to avoid those really big blowouts. So either it's small, but you can basically see that it looks like the top of the standings has a lot of Lurlops, Chloe.
Yeah, wow. So Gavin's older brother Nathan and his partner Hazem seem to still be undefeated. They won by 147 in their last game. So that's really great of them to keep their undefeated record, and maybe they'll try to preserve that and make it into the finals.
Yeah, so this is how things are shaking up at the top of our middle school division. Again, that's a bit of a misnomer. We just saw two incredibly talented fifth graders competing, but that's sort of the cutoff between our younger set of kids and the high schoolers. And we are paying close attention to that division as well. So again, report card brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com. Also our live stream that you're watching right now, a huge amount of work behind the scenes by the team at letsplayscrabble.com. So one really easy way to show your thanks is to just hit that like button, especially now early on in the stream. We want as many viewers on YouTube to get sight of this wonderful content as possible. So click those buttons, help us out. It's totally free, and really helps us get this amazing Scrabble competition in front of the eyes of more people, Chloe.
Yeah.
So so I think what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick break. We just saw our first round of the day. We're going to go, I believe, back into our high school division next round, but we need to get set, find out who we're going to be watching, and we're going to be right back with the next round of the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. All right, everybody, welcome back with our second round of the day. It's going to be round 8 from our high school division here at Planet Word in the heart of downtown Washington, D.C. And you'll notice that Will Anderson here, but I've got a very special guest with me for this next round, none other than Stefan Fatsis. I don't even know how to bill you. I guess we can bill you as event organizer, author of Word Freak, expert level player yourself, and
Chloe's dad.
That's
it. I am no longer any of those previous things, Will. I am just Chloe Fatsis's dad.
Fair enough. But you are also sort of the de facto team captain, and you've got your sort of Superman shirt on here, wearing his DC team shirt as well. So we got a matchup with one of DC Scrabble's finest. Coming up in just a second here. Maybe we can cut to the preview because it's two players that are going to be very familiar to you in the audience right now.
Familiar to us, Will. I've known Gideon Brasowski since he was in 4th grade. He is now an 11th grader here. He tagged along with his brother Emmett when I was running my middle school Scrabble club. Emmett was a 7th grader. We were at a Penn Howard basketball game. Both Gideon and Emmett's dad and I went to Penn, and we were hanging out at the game, and Emmett had just started at the Scrabble club, and his dad said, well, what about Gideon? Could he come along? And so Gideon, why not? I was like, all in, let's go, bring him in. So even though Gideon was not attending the school and was younger than all the kids at the school, I said, bring him on. I have a feeling that Gideon Brasowski might end up being a pretty good player too.
And so began one of the finest careers in school Scrabble history. If we look at the standings, which we're going to get those players set in just a minute, let's take a look at the standings first and see where things are shaking out in the high school division. You can see this is going to be a matchup of our two undefeated players in high school, Cam Siegel and Gideon Brasowski, the aforementioned. And I'm very glad that you invited him along to the Scrabble Club, Stefan, because he has been a school Scrabble champion before, multi-time runner-up as well. He is always in the mix at the top of the standings.
8th grade, Gideon and Milo Anderson of DC lost a heartbreaker in the finals of the elementary and middle school division. During COVID, Gideon won one of the online school Scrabble championships that I ran. He made the finals last year against Cherish Ambiacolo. Gideon has been a stalwart, not only in the school Scrabble tournaments, Will, in your life, online, on Twitch. Your biggest fan, honestly. I mean, Gideon loves you. Seriously, I mean, Gideon loves you.
Yeah,
he respects you. He honors you. Looks up to you. Gideon's he's number one Will Anderson stan.
And I love Gideon too. He is known in the Wanderer 15 Twitch lore as the Gidfather, which is a hilarious nickname. He even gave me a Gidfather tote bag, which I use proudly at the grocery store.
The Gidfather was the logo on his bar mitzvah swag.
That's fantastic. I did not know that. All right, and there you see Gideon on the left, but let's just make sure we give Cam Siegel his due on the right. Fantastic player in his own right, relatively new to the Scrabble scene, and he is at the top of the standings right now with an absolutely gargantuan point spread. You see it there, Stefan, over 1,000.
Right, but we have to be clear here that that point spread you're seeing on the screen is not the actual point spread being used for the standings, because it doesn't factor in the spread caps, the round-by-round spread caps. So in this round, if I'm not mistaken, Will, the max spread cap is 250. The actual spread caps, the actual spreads right now for the only two undefeated players left in the tournament, Cam is 7-0 with a spread of...
looks like 830 is his capped spread, with 488 being Gideon's cap spread. So still a nice gap between the two, but really the emphasis here, two undefeated players. It is a shame that one of these two is going to have to lose this game, but I think if the tiles cooperate, Stefan, it's going to be a great one.
Right, and they're the only two undefeated players left in this field with a 2-game lead over the pack. That's important as we head into the last 3 games of the high school division. The winner of this, pretty strong favorite to make the 1-game final. The loser, though, only with 1 loss, also sitting in a strong position. We haven't really talked about Cam. We've been giving Gideon a lot of love here. Cam has become one of my other great Scrabble protege friends from Scarsdale, New York. His buddy is Noah Goldstein, who's sitting right now in 3rd place, trying to work his way back into the finals after a couple of losses. Noah and Cam are both also in 11th grade, like Gideon, and the 3 of them have become Scrabble pals. Online, at tournaments, here in DC, they get together, they have meals. They've been like spending all their time together. Their parents have been hanging out together. We'll get into in a little bit some of the other things that they've been doing during the Scrabble tournament.
Yeah, we see. I think they're ready to rock, so maybe let's give them the go-ahead that they can start things up, and we're going to very, very likely see a fantastic game between these two great players. So Gideon's going to have the first move, which is the very slight advantage in Scrabble most of the time, and the handshake accepted to start the game, no surprise. And yeah, let's see how things go. Gideon was on stream yesterday in an absolute classic of a game against, as you mentioned, Cam's extremely good friend, Noah Goldstein, and hopefully we're in for anything close to that here. Here's the opening draw, Stefan. Let's see what he's got.
I can't stress enough like how much these guys love playing and love being around each other and hanging out. You saw the looks on their faces while they were getting ready to play. All smiles. They're laughing all the time. Cam is one of the most joyful kids that you will ever know. And Gideon is just a huge personality and someone I love being around as much as possible. I'm so happy to have Gideon in my life on a regular basis. And Emmett, too. I don't want to shortchange Gideon's brother, Emmett, who's off at UCLA.
That's right. Emmett, if you're out there, say hi in the chat, of course. But opening play of Fume, nice idea by Gideon, getting rid of his weakest bingo tiles and leaving a nice nucleus for next turn. Maybe the slight improvement, if you knew the much more obscure 5-letter word Fumette, you could get a few more points with this. But nice play by Gideon. Over to Cam, though, you can see very, very quickly he arranged his style, Stefan.
Oh, really fast, setting up in turn there. Again, the tricky play for a lot of Scrabble players is you see in turn, you're not sure if it takes an E or not. It's a little unusual. Cam set it up right away, but he is still tinkering, maybe trying to see if maybe there's something through the F, maybe a double-double. He's looking around to see what other possibilities they are.
Yeah, for sure. The F is going to be where you're taking a look first, just because if you can hit those 2 double word scores with that valuable F tile, it's going to be by far the heaviest hitting play. But he's got some other good stuff.
He does. That E does come into play, doesn't it, Will? There's an 8-letter bingo ending in E that'll hit the triple.
Actually, 2 of them here, amazingly enough. Intern, the way he has it spelled, takes an E hook for intern.
Oh, and retinine?
As well as its anagram, retinine.
Yes.
So the nice thing here for Cam is that he has the fallback of intern right here alongside Fume. Might have it in a couple of other locations as well. So he's going to be bingoing here for sure. Question is, can he grab a few extra points while he's at it with his knowledge of 8-letter words playing with this E right here? So he'll be able to get a few extra points that way. Either way, he's going to start off well. And Gideon has a few too many vowels, so he might have an uphill battle in this game depending on Cam's next draw. So there you go. We see intern. Very reasonable play, Stefan. Did not find the 8s, but a great start.
Only an 8-point sacrifice here. Not a big deal. The important thing is that Cam recognized that intern with the E at the end is a word. Maybe he was debating whether internee is good or not. He did take a couple of minutes, which is a smart thing to do. Cam is a deliberate player. He was talking to me after his last game about how he feels like he needs to pick up the pace, that he does sometimes get into time trouble and wants to make a more concerted effort to make those plays a little bit more quickly.
Makes sense. A very rough draw for Cam as well. So now both players struggling with extremely vowel-heavy racks. But to your point, Stefan, I actually kind of think that's a good thing at this level, the scholastic level, for Cameron to be a deliberate player.
Yes.
You do often see younger players are so excited to play Scrabble that they're making their plays really, really fast. The fact that Cam is a deliberate player speaks very well to his ability to think deeply about these Scrabble
Absolutely,
positions.
it does. And but I think where Cam's coming from is that he's also a regular rated tournament player. So he has played probably well over 100, a couple hundred, 300 games in tournaments, NASPA and WIGPO. So he recognizes how top players play, and he recognizes where the gaps are in his own game. And one of the things that, look, I still struggle with this. One of the things that you work on over time is finding a way to be more thoughtful on each turn and make that decision about when do I spend some of that extra time looking for a better play, and when is it important to move on.
Yeah, totally agreed. That aspect of time management is always, it's kind of an eternal battle as a Scrabble player. Really nice play by Gideon here. He was thinking about playing Atelier into the R of intern. Instead, he plays Ilia, a really nice way to shed vowels, but keep that consonant on his rack for next turn. Something I'm really curious about here, Cam playing intern as the 7-letter word instead of internee to the E of fume. Does Gideon know the E hook on intern? That could be a huge factor if he's thinking, if I can play any 7-letter word that I draw with an E right here, because the positioning is so flexible with that hook, well, now he's drawn an S and made things a little easier for himself. Not sure he has a bingo necessarily just yet, but that E hook, if Gideon knows it, he's probably feeling great about his bingo chances if he draws a 7.
There is a word on that rack that he might be tempted to play, though, Will.
Yeah, wilters. Oh,
and here it comes.
This is a tough one because that word could easily be good. It happens not to be. And Gideon is definitely a player who is willing to roll the dice. We saw it at the beginning of his game against Noah, foraged with 2 R's consecutively.
Really?
Yeah.
I was on the floor during that, and I haven't had a chance to go back and watch the feed.
Yes, a tough start there with that phony bingo. So is Gideon going to be able to pull the trigger on wilters? That I think Cam is very likely to challenge that. Or maybe Cam thinks, man, that looks like a word to me as well. No idea how things are going to transpire from here. So looks like the play coming down for Cam of Fuji, getting a good amount of points off of that F with the J. Only blemish, Stefan, the 4-vowel leave.
Yeah, and his highest Quackle rated play was Feijoa, starting with the F, Feijoa. Would have cleaned up that rack a little more. I mean, would have cleaned it up, period, because Fuji did not clean up the rack real well.
Yeah, for sure. So getting a couple extra vowels would have been nice there. But that being said, Cam was saved a little bit by his ST draw out of the bag. Only 3 tiles picking up after Fuji, 2 of them very nice consonants. So it looks like Cam is maybe one more balancing turn away from having a pretty good bingo rack there with that S. But meanwhile, now we've got this Wilters decision. There was actually a crazy bingo from the F that I think very few, only the Grandmaster level players would find of Futrils. That has now been blocked by Fuji, so we don't have to worry about that. It really here is all about, does Gideon pull the trigger on Wilters, or does he play it safe, which we know is the correct course of action. Much tougher to know that for sure over the board. So, I wonder what Gideon's going to do here. Any thoughts, Stefan?
I mean, the obvious play that Gideon will spot would be...
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
All right, so here it comes. This looks so good. It looks like
great.
It could be a word, and let's watch Cam's body language. What's he going to do? Did I see anything from him?
He's writing it down. Maybe he's writing it down to look at it. Gideon is not drawing.
Clearly a hold in progress. So this is our clue when we're watching the game. As a player, if your opponent plays a word you're not sure of, you're supposed to say hold. That's shorthand for don't draw your tiles yet. Hold off. I'm thinking about challenging. Now Gideon is drawing. I'm not sure if Cam has accepted the play.
This could be a courtesy draw situation. Gideon taking provisional tiles while Cam thinks about whether to challenge or not. Gideon's logical play in that, the easy play that I'm sure he spotted, was just to play Wilts from the top row down to Fuji's. There you go.
Yeah, so Wilts right there would have scored very nicely, getting the Fuji points again. Of course, you hate to part with your S, but that's actually okay here. Again, if he knows the internee hook, you still got a great place to bingo no matter what you draw, as long as it has an E in it. But I think with this much time having been elapsed, Stefan, it looks like that play has been accepted. So Gideon getting away with it, which, Stefan, these players, as you mentioned before we went on air, they were playing poker late into the night last night. Maybe a little successful bluff by Gideon here.
Or maybe neither of them has studied that word, and they wouldn't have studied it because it doesn't exist, but maybe they haven't. They're not confident in their word knowledge that Cam was willing to challenge. And at this stage, they are both studiers. They know words. They have put in work to get better. There's a reason that they are 7-0 in this tournament, Will. But there are gaps in their word knowledge because they are not at your level. They're not at the level where they have studied thousands and thousands of 7 and 8 letter bingos. They have studied fewer, and they still have that confusion. In the last game, Cam played atonal with an S at the end, atonals, thinking it was good, and it stayed on the board.
Sure.
And it was the pivotal point in his last game that led to his victory. So these are tough calls. And even if you have studied a word, you still can doubt yourself, Will.
These words, that wilters, atonals that you mentioned, they look so much like words, and that is a fantastic attribute if you're going to play a bluff, intentionally or not. Maybe it was completely unintentional on Gideon's part, but a great attribute of a phony bluffing word is how good of a word it looks. So there you go. It makes total sense that wilters would be both played and accepted as a word at this level. These players just haven't been alive long enough to study the dictionary that deeply.
Yes.
So Gideon with the 2 V's on his rack, he plays Ava, very nice way to dump one of them. And Cam, on his previous turn, did a nice job to get some points with Oot, leaving AEIS, and he did draw Agonize or Agonies on his rack.
He sees it.
It's actually a very self-descriptive word, though, because it doesn't look like it fits on the board, which is in and of itself an agonizing situation for him.
Maybe we'll see another phony come down here and put some pressure on Gideon. Maybe there's an 8 from that Cam will come up with. You mentioned, though, that they've been hanging out together during this weekend and playing some other games last night. There was a big poker game at Gideon's house, and the participants included Cam, Noah Goldstein, 2 of my other DC players, Alvaro Orlov Rodriguez and Dan Kay, and 2 other kids. So these kids, they really like just hanging out. And I can report the results if you think it's appropriate of the poker game.
That's fine. That's incredible intel.
Yeah, they played Texas Hold'em, a little bit of Pot Limit Omaha. The big winner was Dan K. Way to go, Dan! $55. Gideon 27 was plus 27.
Nice,
Cam
Gideon.
won $2.
A big $2. Don't spend it all in one place.
No, it was the big loser. I won't say how much.
All right. Well, that's another form of tragedy here is we've got so many good players in both of our divisions, but only 2 of them can make the finals, which means that there have to be some fantastic players that don't make it all the way to that finals. Yeah. That's just how it works in Scrabble. But yeah, Cam's got a tough decision on his hands. He does have very strong bingo tiles, but the shape of the board now, just for the record, this AI, you can't put an S on here, so it's not, that's not a good S hook. The board is actually, this is not a word that really hooks at all here. So it's going to be quite difficult actually to find a spot for a 7-letter bingo that actually fits on this board. That's a problem for Cam with such good bingo tiles. Gideon has better scoring tiles. He's going to be happier with this sort of closed board shape that he'll be able to bide his time, keep scoring, and maybe start to open up a little bit of this lead. This is a tough turn for Cam, and this is a nice idea here. This really shows to me that Cam knows this isn't a great bingoing board. Let's go for some score here instead. Wait for things to open up later. Keeps that S in case Gideon makes a hook for it somewhere. I like that play, Stefan.
I do too. I mean, the logical or the obvious move for Cam there would have been to shed the 2 tiles on that rack that are the least friendly to bingoing, and those would be the G and the O. He could have just dropped jog down, scored a few points, and kept AEINS, that friendly bingo combination, and then hope for the best. With that T sitting there at the bottom of the board, the possibilities for an 8-letter bingo are not low.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense as well. Keeping good bingo tiles is usually a good idea, even on closed boards if the game is close, because you can expect your opponent may inadvertently open something.
Or deliberately.
Yeah, for sure. So
they might be sitting there thinking, all right, this board is pretty closed. It's a tie game. I'm going to score some points and go for it. You sometimes think, well, the board's going to open up at some point. Why don't I just open it up now?
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like Gideon has a nice idea. I think he might be looking at overlapping this gameplay. He might play gamey here, which is a pretty nice idea by him to get a nice, very nice score and really not open too much back for Cam. So very cagey plays coming down for both players. I like this one here. I'm not sure what else was available. Maybe the idea of playing Jim here would have been pretty cool, but I think this play is very similar to that one, using all those letters, but also an extra A, scoring quite well, and again, opens nothing for Cam's pretty decent looking tiles.
They score about the same. I think there was a 1-point difference there.
Yeah.
Cam, not playing that O on his previous turn, picked up another one.
Yeah, he has. I wonder if he's going to try to find something underneath that J. I mean, he could definitely play, OR, and then who knows what else he would want to play under this J going across. I would be very tempted to do something like that, just because even if you just were to play something short like OR or ORE, then you would be giving yourself an actual lane that's hittable some of the time with your S's. So not sure what he's going to elect to do. Maybe there's, maybe the most crazy aggressive play would be to play Osier here if he knew this word. This would set up his other S in a very, very aggressive way. I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with that risk, and I doubt that Cam is either. But something in that spot could be an option for him. Not sure if you see anything else, Stefan.
I mean, I think the other possibility is to take that ANE spot that Gideon just opened with gamey and just play off your duplicated tiles. Play SO and Sane, So, and OM.
That looks like a great option as well. That spot actually does look like, Stefan mentioning this spot right here, this actually looks like with the right tiles, Gideon could have a very, very big score there. So you might want to play there to deny that option from your opponent. So a lot of different choices here. Stefan, you mentioned it at the outset of the game. Cam making a point to try to play with a little better pace. But this game has been a tough one with some tricky decisions, and you can see the clock disparity starting to widen here.
Just what I was talking about with Cam before the game. He's conscious of the fact that he sometimes does deliberate. And that is a healthy thing, like you mentioned, Will, but it also has that downside because it puts that pressure on you. You start thinking about it. The clock gets into your head as the game progresses. You start to worry about it, and that can limit your decision-making. It'll affect your decision-making going forward.
Wow, phenomenal. That is the play you suggested, and that is such a mature play by Cam to think, all right, it's fine. I'm going to use one of my two S's. I mentioned it in the last round. That's not easy to do. We love the S as Scrabble players, but when you have more than one, they start to diminish just a little bit in value. It's okay to use one and keep another on your leave, denying Gideon the ability to play overlapping plays. I really like that play.
I do too, and I think that's a risky spot from Cam's POV. You're worried that some big letter can come right down there, WEA something, VEA something. There are lots of possibilities in that spot. I want to point out right now, my wife, Melissa Block, just texted me to say that we have red twig osiers in our yard.
Wow,
OSIER.
Scrabble words in the wild.
In the wild.
We love to hear that. That's great to know that our words are actually appearing out in the world where they belong. And Gideon is going to use the slightly less powerful but still very nice overlapping spot. When I say slightly less, I just mean the spot that Cam blocked with his play of so. But this is still a great overlapping play. Yom and yaw, two words that you would not necessarily expect kids to know to play in Scrabble. That looked like Gideon's potentially best available play.
Absolutely, with that Y on the double word score, getting rid of the clunky-ish Y and W, especially on this board. Not a lot of logical places to play those. Scoring some decent points and moving on with your life. And Gideon has picked up the first blank while Cam is sitting on the Z. Now the triple on the bottom left corner is open. We're seeing a little bit of a School Scrabble board here, a little staircasing going down to the corner, not because these are inexperienced players or players who lack knowledge, but because they're making good plays.
Yeah, without question. And I would say it is a bit of a staircase, but in the form of wilters and intern. Those are some pretty tall stairs that you do not normally see on the staircase. So this is a phenomenal play here by Cam. Look at this. Easily his safest and best place to use the Z. The NAE hook is not child's play either. And best of all, Cam has that S in reserve, Steph.
Not only the S in reserve, but SH. The H would hit the double letter score going across to the triple word score.
Yeah, that H, as Stefan says, in that powerful spot. The SH combo is about as good as you can hope for going into next turn there. I will say, though, that Gideon is poised to play vocal right through that spot. He has it lined up right now. However, that doesn't necessarily take the sting out of that S hook. Vocal's a valid word, of course. That is going to allow Cam to use his S very productively in response. So this game has been every bit as good as billed so far. I'm very happy.
Yeah, and you were saying that it was shaping up like no bingo lanes. It's looking a little tight. Well, not anymore, Will. Gideon does have a playable bingo through the A in Ava. One playable bingo.
Yeah, that would be insane to see. I'm not sure if it's been pointed out in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much to everybody watching along on YouTube, by the way. We really appreciate you being here. But yeah, vocal looking like the play that Gideon is considering, and that's not even that much worse than the bingo that was played. I do want to point out something about Cameron's previous, a couple turns ago, play of so. The one thing at this level to emphasize is that Gideon has to take that as a neon flashing alert that Cam has another S. He simply would not make a play like so without a second S in reserve. So Gideon has to have some pause here, knowing to a near certainty that Cam has an S in reserve. Playing vocal does expose a little bit of a big S hook on that row, so there is an argument to be made for potentially playing something like voila instead. Doesn't make that big S hook. That being said, I don't quibble with vocal that much here. You're scoring a bit more, being aggressive with that blank. I like it from his POV.
I do too, and he's probably also thinking that if Cam has a second S, which he's going to assume that he does, I want to take out that S double letter over to the triple. The C takes out that spot. We're not seeing an SH play come down there. Gideon's probably thinking, if I'm going to get hit with vocal, two things have to happen. One, Cam has to be 100% sure that vocal takes an S. And number two, if he doesn't know that, if he does know that it takes an S, I may not get hit that badly unless it's a bingo.
Yeah, it makes total sense. And meanwhile, as you broke down that vocal play, an absolutely phenomenal play comes down by Cameron Steph.
Yes.
Just Houth in the corner there. That is a humongous scoring play. And all right.
Uh-oh.
This is a very brazen play by Gideon, acquitted without the C in it. This is a very, very bold play. I think Cam is pretty likely to challenge this one if he thinks about the correct spelling of this word. Gideon going back to the well of the bluff. You mentioned a lot of poker being played. He's going back and bluffing another time. He might get called here by Cam Siegel.
I would not be surprised if Cam challenges this. I've seen this played in Scrabble before. I've seen a quit played without the C.
I just think you would know this word as a hook to quit. All right, so Gideon drawing is not a sign necessarily that Cam is accepting this play. Yeah, he just challenged. You see it there. He neutralized the clock. We're going to see a challenge, and this is a humongous swing in the game.
This is a gigantic swing, Will, because did you see Cam's tiles?
Yeah, he has drawn many, many 7-letter bingos. Pirates or something of the sort are going to go down. Trapes, any number of words are going to play with vocals here, shutting down that part of the board. And we are very likely to see Cam take firm control of this game. And the worst part for Gideon, yes, Gideon does have that blank, but he's going to have to deal with the Q. He's going to have to waste another turn. He just took a 0. He's going to have to dump that Q and delay bingoing even further. So Cam has a huge opportunity here.
This went from a conservative tie game if Gideon plays off the Q with QAT or something else to a 100-point game now in Cam's favor.
Yeah, so that is just a huge swing. Cam is going to be in the driver's seat. It looks like he has praties lined up on his rack. That is a valid word. He has a bunch of other ones. Parties would be a normal word, but maybe just
a normal
pirates, word. Parties, but praties showing off that word knowledge and preparation on Cam's part if he plays this.
And it's a 91-point play, Will.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute hammer coming down. The nice thing is Cam can make absolutely sure, knowing Gideon's tiles, let me make sure I don't put this I in exactly the wrong spot, right? You could run into a buzzsaw here if you put the I, for example, If you had a 7-letter word here that placed an I in this spot, you would be giving potentially big Q plays. And Cam can avoid that, and he is easily strategic enough to not make that mistake. So we'll see what he elects to do. Does he have full confidence in vocals? Maybe that's another thing. I think he's for sure going to be playing that 91-pointer you mentioned, Stefan. So that's a tough one for the Gideon fans out there, and we know there are many. But here it comes. Nicely played by Cam. He's got confidence.
Yep. He saw the A next to the triple letter score, and I think he wants to be a little more conservative, maybe just play pirates.
Yeah.
No, or he's not. Or parties.
Yeah, so the thing about playing parties is, if I'm not mistaken, it takes a T. Exactly. So if you play parties, very, very weird word of partyist, that would actually be playable here on the bottom row. So praties does not have that issue. So,
and Quackle says praties is the number one choice.
Impressive. Very impressive. So just going back to Houth, I love that play by Cam. He didn't feel pressured to burn his S hook. He found an amazing play that scored so well, retaining his S. And now he is reaping the benefits of that. So, yeah, tough.
It's that patience. He really demonstrated some patience there, because a logical play in that position, Will, might have been to play fish for more points, creating that vocal S hook with the F on the double letter score on the right side. He was patient, took fewer points, maybe, I think, 8, 16, 17, 51 versus 8, 10, 8, 12, 14, 42. Yeah, couple fewer points to play Houth, but preserved that S. He had plays that were commensurate in scoring, and recognized that Houth was the better situation for his rack going forward. Didn't panic about, I need to kill that S spot. He was patient.
Yeah, makes total sense. And if I'm not mistaken, if we see these tiles lined up correctly on Cam's rack, he might now have Lingier and Rye. That would actually play also Gamelier through the A of Ava.
Yes.
So this could be a big extra blow that puts the game even further out of reach for Cam. I do want to call out a nice idea by Gideon here. He had the option of playing Cat in 2 places.
Yes.
He picked the lower one, which is further away from the beaten path, leaving this more flexible A at the top of the board open, knowing that he needs to bingo in short order. So that was a very conscious choice, I'm sure, by Gideon to block off as little of the board as possible. He just sent a message. Could you read that?
Yes, I think it said quitted and then vocals.
I'm not sure.
And look at this, Will.
Beautiful. Cam is in fine form right now. Another bingo for him in short order. That's going to jump his score up to 410 in this game. And things have gotten out of hand for Gideon. What was an incredibly close back and forth game. One mistake at this level, Stefan, can sometimes be all it takes.
And when you follow up that mistake with the bingo to put you up 120, but then you have the wherewithal to find not maybe the easier bingo, Lingier definitely in Cam's study arsenal, I would predict. Gamelier, always harder to find an 8-letter word. Gamelier, not necessarily super common in our daily vocabularies.
Not at all.
So his ability to spot that and get it down on the board really quickly. This one did not require a lot of deliberation from Cam. He spotted it, set it up, played it.
Yeah, fantastic job by him. So you're just seeing extremely high-level Scrabble in this game, folks. Gideon also, have to say, apart from, so he got away with Wilters, went to the well again with acquitted, which I think was very ambitious, given that quit, you would just know the hooks on that so well, a word you would see so often as a short word with a Q in it. But Cam was up to the task with that challenge. But prior to that, such good play by both players. And again, it just takes one mistake sometimes. And now you can see Cam has drawn the K. Gideon fans may realize that is adding insult to injury for him here.
Yeah, I believe the K is Gideon's favorite letter.
Yeah, we asked the players for some fun facts prior to each game, and one of those is your favorite letter, but it goes beyond that for Gideon as he plays Bo. Now, I don't think he actually had a playable bingo here.
He did not.
So this actually represents one of his better plays in this position to really do his best to keep that good bingo core together. But I'm going to read you a legendary comment from Gideon about the K that he once left on my Twitch channel. Will, here are the reason I like the K, and it is the best letter. Number 1, bingoing. The K is the best bingo tile, and even if I can't play Kate Loa on the first turn, I have it and I can fish till I do. The second is score with the K. You can always score at least 20 points, which is a really good score, and hence you will almost always win. Third is the shape. The letter K has such a nice shape and is so good to look at on my rack that when I see it, my brain is clear and full, and I can see all the cool plays. Stefan,
I was trying not to laugh. I was trying not to laugh while you were reading, and I loved your dramatic reading, Will.
Yes.
I think we should probably ask, how old was Gideon when he wrote this?
Oh my gosh, very young. It was like real early on because it's really become sort of lore in my Twitch universe here. One of the funniest comments I've ever read, and Gideon really is hilarious, actually.
Yes.
He has an incredible sense of humor. He's just a fantastic kid that I'm really feel privileged to know. So this game not working out for him, and maybe when he sees that K be played by Cam, potentially on this turn, he's going to feel another pang of sadness.
Yeah. Not going to lie, though, the K does have a nice shape.
It looks fun. Yeah, it's nice. It's got that 5-point value. It's the only one that's worth 5 points. It's unique in that regard. So, hey, we can all get behind that here.
You know, when I see the K on my rack, my brain is also clear and full. You agree with Gideon?
Just amazing stuff for him. So, looks like Cam is going to play or here. I wonder if the idea here is just to prevent bingos ending in certain letters like the R. Maybe it's more difficult to play 7-letter words hooking AIR than it was with AI. That could have been his thinking, but he did leave a lot of consonants there while he made that play. So I think this is just, I'm going to make 100% sure I don't open anything new, and that maybe I can deny, incrementally a couple plays here. Stefan, seems like that might have been his thinking.
Yeah, Gideon has 7-letter bingos here, if I'm not mistaken, at least one, but nowhere to play anything.
Yeah, it's just a tough board. If you just look at all of these angles, right, it would be great to play something here, but there are no hooks here. This is another angle. All of these right angles are walling off this huge area of the board that is almost impossible to reach. So when you have those big swaths of the board that just have no playable words you can't reach, the board is usually very closed. That's exactly what we're seeing here.
And we should mention again, let's go back a few turns. Both Hauff and Praties were the #1 ranked plays by Quackle.
Every grandmaster would be thrilled to make those plays in that order, followed by Gamelier, another top-ranked play. So Cam is not just playing well, he's playing perfectly on those moves. There is no better move that he can play. That is an incredible thing to aspire to as a Scrabble player, and an incredible one to achieve as a high schooler. I certainly in high school was not doing anything resembling this.
No, in any activity.
Absolutely not.
No,
yeah. So
for sure.
Fully mediocre for me. So yeah.
And I want to get back to like who these people are,
sure,
and how lovely they are as people. These are mature, funny, well-rounded, caring, interesting kids.
Yeah, for sure.
They have a wide range of interests. Gideon is the coxswain on the Jackson Reed High School.
That's right. Yeah.
Crew team.
We saw that.
Though he goes to a different school in DC, he goes to School Without Walls. They don't have a crew team, so he's allowed to play.
Awesome.
Allowed to be on a different team at the Jackson Reed, which is the biggest public high school in DC. He's studied poker alongside Scrabble. He and his brother have this great relationship, sometimes tense, but really loving.
Wow.
Brothers. Brothers. That's the way it goes. And Gideon is just really like, he's like the son I don't have. No shade, Emmett. Love you too. But Gideon came to me. It's okay. Gideon came to me as this, slightly annoying little 4th grader, like everybody's little brother, the ones that everyone wanted to make fun of. And now look at him. He's an excellent player and a better person. And same goes for Cam. When I met Cam a couple of years ago, it's just this exuberance, this smile, this happiness. He plays basketball. He does lots of other stuff. Cam and Noah are also just really good people. And I have been, having done this for a long time, Will, coaching kids and running a Scrabble club and being involved in these nationals, the thing that makes me happiest is seeing this sustained wave of kids who are just lovely to hang out with and befriend. And when you add on top of that their ability to play this game at a high level, bonus.
Yeah, it really is an inspiration for sure. So yeah, you're seeing something on the board here, Stefan?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Cam's last play.
Oh yeah, Kep was his play there. I actually don't know if he had the O and the H at that time. I think he did. So that's a really cool way to set up a spot to play something with OH for a really good score and block the board a bit further. So nice idea by Cam to play Kep there. But yeah, he had the H but not the O. So
he didn't have the O.
Yeah, but it's certainly very difficult to overlap that spot. I guess it's worth noting that skep is also a valid word. Maybe we see something with that at some point with that last S, but again, these are really minor considerations at this point.
At this point, yeah. Cam is in all likelihood, he's not going to do anything reckless here. He is trying to keep this board tight. He's setting himself up at the same time. He recognizes that with this 155-point lead, he is sitting pretty to move to 8-0 and claim sole possession of first place in the high school division.
Yeah, he is, as we mentioned in the preview heading up to this game, he is undefeated going into this game, as is Gideon. But even this loss on Gideon's part is far from that damaging. He is definitely in full control of his own destiny heading into the last two games. The high schoolers will be playing 2 more games until the finalists are determined. So Gideon's still very much in the driver's seat, as these 2 players are 2 games up from their closest competitors. So not great for Gideon to lose this game, but he should hold his head high and stay focused because he is still in the driver's seat.
The downside for Gideon that he'll be a little disappointed at the end of this game is the spread. He's going to lose by a significant chunk here, and it's going to drop his already not huge spread further. So if we get down to a situation where heading into that final game before the championship, we've got players whose spreads are fairly close, it's going to be, it could be a determinative factor.
That's a great point. So the margin of victory, as we talk about a lot, definitely very important, especially in a shorter event like this. I say shorter, it feels like a marathon, but compared to some tournaments that have 30 plus games, this one goes by in a hurry, and that tiebreaker sometimes plays a huge role in determining who the finalists may be. So very good call out by you to note the margin of victory here. So Gideon's got to be thinking about that. He has co-edited wishful thinking there on his rack that would play through open letters, but as we've been talking about, Stefan, none of those letters are open on this board. So he's
got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
I mean, their games.
There we go.
There it is.
Big smile.
And so does Cam. They're talking. They're happy.
Yeah.
I mean, Gideon recognizes like where he went wrong. He put that. He wrote that little sign for us, playing to the cameras. Gideon not shy about playing to the audience.
Yeah, he's very, very comfortable on the stream. Both of these players are. It's it's a little bit nervy of an experience when you're playing on the stream. Definitely something that you have to get used to. And again, these are, high school age players. They just haven't been playing Scrabble in these environments that long. What we got here, they're just having a conversation here now.
At this point, we've got 10 minutes total. Let's just hang out and talk.
Yeah, that's awesome to see. Not sure what Gideon's going to do. Maybe he'll try to make some kind of an opening, playing off of Kep, if he wants to play his D there and hope to draw the O, or try to catch Cam off guard. Maybe that's an option. There's actually not that much. If Cam doesn't have the last O, playing DE is kind of a nice opening. It's hard to deal with. You happen to draw that O, you're in the driver's seat, so maybe that's an option for Gideon to try to land this bingo that would cut the spread. So we'll just have to see what he elects to do. He's gone into the tank on this move for sure. He had a big time edge, but really it's academic at this point.
I want to update you, Will, on what happened in what's going on in the elementary middle school division. Nathan Lerlop and Hazem Khan, Gavin's older brother. Nathan, two-time runner-up. They just won their 7th game. They remain undefeated, 7-0 with a spread of plus 747. And in second place, Theo Diamond and Toby Lieberman also won their game. Wow. They are 7-0 plus 478. That puts both of those teams 2 games up on the field with just 1 game to go. We are locked in for our final in the elementary and middle school division. It'll be Nathan and Hazem against Theo and Toby.
Wow, huge news from the middle school. That is incredible to know that we've got those teams locked in. So that is an incredible performance by both of those teams. We will definitely go further in depth into the standings once this round completes. So just as look at that. So just to, procedural update of this game, Gideon playing DE to try to open a little bit of space on the right side of the board. Doesn't really do much for his bingo chances.
He's got duction set up. He pulled that second blank So
yeah, I think. Well, I'm actually that.
I don't think that's a word.
It's
Will?
not a word. Eduction.
Eduction is a word,
So
but
yeah.
desperate times call for desperate measures. Do you
Yeah.
try something at this point, or do you take your losses and not let the spread get completely out of hand?
Well, Gideon's gotten this far by being a bit of a swashbuckling player, not afraid to, trust his gut. That is, that would result in probably a second loss challenge by Cam challenging that one, or maybe he lets it stay on the board. It's hard to know. So I'm not sure what Gideon's going to do. I guess knowing him, he's going to go for it because that's how he plays. That's how he lives his life even. So we'll just have to see. Although it's worth noting that if Cam plays on top of that K, he's going to block that spot potentially. If he just plays OH, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, OH.
Yeah, that's going to block it. However, if Cam plays another letter there with NOH or DOH, that's going to open up potential bingos for Gideon if he can find a way to end a word in a vowel, which I'm actually not seeing to be that easy.
Yeah.
Oh, he just plays in the
He
lower left.
plays in the lower left and
Yeah.
is leaving that O spot open.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. I called it.
You did call it.
I called it.
Of course, perhaps the world's foremost Gideon Brasowski expert that isn't the family member of his. I'm not surprised that you figured this one out. So we're going to see an O and an N get circled probably. There we go.
There they are.
So this is up to Cam to see what he's going to do. It is actually a reasonable phony because, duct is a word. Educt is a word. And
Reduction.
And eduction is even a word too.
Reduction.
So it's reasonable. It also gives Cam a great place to bomb
does.
his X. He can just play EX on top with that I abduction. So he might just say, all right, fine, you can have it.
You can have your 60-point bingo. I'm going to take my 70-point X play.
You can actually play a word that
Not quite.
that Chloe once played in a big spot as well.
Oh!
If he spots it, he can play that
Xenon.
in the upper left. That would be quite stylish. So Cam, I think, is still considering what to do about this play. He's probably his alarm bells are ringing, but with the game fully decided, I think he's going to go ahead.
This is pretty much a push for Cam. Give Gideon the 60 or so points that he got for that play, and he'll take his 56 for EX and live to play another game.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense if he's any. Oh, he just tasked a message to us there. I couldn't see it.
What did he say? Put it back up, Cam.
I think it was something about being dubious. He says, "Deaf, not a word."
Deaf, not a word.
That's amazing. And it would be kind of funny if Gideon played seduction here. I don't think it's the best play, but it would be silly.
But style points, and Gideon does love.
Yeah, he loves the style.
He loves the style points. He can go out, but
yeah,
why would you do that?
Yeah, he should go out for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, Cam's picking up his X. Is he thinking about Xenon here?
Or is he thinking about challenging?
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm sure he put him on hold.
Yeah, he's only got 49 seconds left to think this over. All right.
He's just going to take his points.
Yeah, he's taking it, making his play. Gideon's probably going to go out here, and that's going to do it for this. This game was entertaining from start to finish, but incredibly even for a while until that one mistake for Gideon. So what's he thinking about here? We definitely had to hit the mics after this game.
100%. Yes.
So, yeah, we'll see what he does. Probably just do's or U's on the right side of the board, playing with ids right here.
Yep.
And we'll see what he elects to do.
There it is. He should have at least set up seduction.
Yes, to show us.
To show us that he saw it.
Ham it up for us. That would be funny. So, all right. So there you have it. Here's the game. Maybe we should cut to the overhead mics because we're probably missing some gold here.
11 and out. I saw it. That's the thing. I showed it hits crazy hard. The thing is, if it's not a word, I look so dumb for showing the camera this. Let us know. Are we mic'd up? Oh, they can hear us. So I'm gonna look it up. Wait, let's finish the game first. What do you got?
Okay, wait.
Vocal. I just like vocal. So,
No.
Josh, do you like vocal? Josh, do we like it? Oh, you're gonna make me look it up? It's
Yo, that's
definitely
bad,
good.
bro.
It's no good. It's no good. Vocal with an E, no good. Okay. Well, now I look even stupider.
Yo,
'cause
now I look so dumb.
Would you have challenged? You would not have challenged.
Vocal.
Yeah, you would not have challenged.
I don't know. I would have
You
thought
won.
about it.
You won by a lot. How much you have on your app? Ooh.
6, 7, 8, 9. 18 for you.
18, Duction. Do we like duction?
It cannot be a word.
I love it. I love duction.
It's just eduction. It's just.
No, it's no good.
Huh?
Vocal's not even a word.
Yo, duction cannot be a word.
Did the chat like my note? I thought
Wait,
it was
was duction a word?
No,
no way.
Good. No way.
Cannot
Obviously
be a
no way.
word.
Oh, it's so good.
Def not a word.
Dude, but I knew exactly what you had. I was like,
sounds like
thank you.
No, because it's eduction. It takes
like
the E.
induction, deduction,
Thank you.
reduction.
That's why I played
I
duction.
give you
Huh?
he phoned it.
What?
He played
But it gave
played
me
duction.
X.
and he took it.
Yeah, because I knew he had EX, so I was okay. He's
It's
just
not.
100%.
I mean, you
playing
don't
EX.
know I have the X.
Okay,
I feel
there's
like
2 in the bag. You probably have EX.
All right, do me a favor. You guys submit.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
What do you have?
yeah. Or no,
355
OX is flat.
plus 18, 373.
373 to 514.
Yeah.
Let's do some quick math.
your play of the game?
Probably 0.
That's not the plan. It's so.
I mean, I have bingos, but 0 because opens the S here.
Yeah, well, I knew what you were doing.
With 0 keeping the S, I thought it was kind of cool. How? Oh, yeah, I didn't know that actually.
Trying to be a nigga. Definitely need your last game.
Yeah.
141. Cam, let's go. Andale. Oh, you knew Ava didn't take an S? How do you know
I was
that?
pretty sure that.
I knew it.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to put
You
the
had
S on.
so many S's though. I was like, oh, he's definitely gonna phone it because I know you don't know your words.
No, I was pretty sure it didn't take an S. I might have thought about.
I was just can't
I
spell.
mean, I had like agonies, so it didn't fit.
I wonder
I
if you're
really
challenging
just-
quitted. Or yeah, I wonder if you're challenging. I don't think you
Quitted?
Are we actually?
Yeah.
Wait, why?
By the way, that's phony.
What is?
Oh.
Filters.
Yeah, I thought it was. There was
Wait,
no
isn't
way
it
it
just
was good.
Whistler?
Ah, stop talking. There's nothing.
There's nothing in that, right? So good phony. That's definitely positive. I'm pretty sure. There's no way. I was gonna play. If he didn't play, I was gonna play. Swifter for the double. But then he closed that, and I was like, well, you know what? I'm down by enough.
Keep going, Cam.
I don't know. I'm so.
I saw it. I mean, I didn't know how to spell it. I wasn't confident. Is it FDIJOA? I mean, I knew it was there. I knew I had it.
No, I know, because then I was like, wait, I'm an idiot because I've studied all my 5s and 6s. I know all my 5s. Like, yeah, let's do a post match.
Wait, what
it's
spread?
All
fine.
right, let's bring it back into the booth. There was absolute gold there for us, Stefan, on both sides. That was absolutely fantastic post-game banter by our players here. What a fun pair of players! What a fun game! I don't even know where to start with what we just learned there.
I'm going to just start by saying I think the Scrabble reality show should be just mics on Gideon and Cam and a couple of other players and let them play Scrabble and talk, because that was fantastic. It sort of had it all, Will. The recognition of the phonies, the mistakes they made, the holding up the little messages for the audience. These guys know how to play to the cameras, but that's all genuine. That is who these kids are, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, know how to play to the cameras and know how to play some seriously good Scrabble as well. So with that, let's take a look at our honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization. Again, an incredibly generous sponsor of the School Scrabble Championship. Thank you so much to WGPO. Check out wordgameplayers.org for more information. If you're at all curious to learn more about Scrabble, they'll have information about clubs, tournaments, other resources to get started with that. And Stefan, there it is, the play of the game. Not one of the bingos that we loved, but I really love this choice as our honor roll play.
You heard Cam talking about why he played 0, and it is exactly why this is the play of the game. He's sitting on that second S. He puts the pressure on Gideon to do something about that spot. He scores 50 points in the process, 50 plus points in the process. This is a smart, sophisticated Scrabble play, deserves the honor. There were plenty of candidates in this game. Half was great in the lower right corner. Gainlier, an unlikely bingo that he spotted really quickly. Cam Siegel played a fantastic game of Scrabble here.
Yeah, no question about it. He also was down at this point in the game. So had he not played that sequence of moves just right, who knows? Maybe Gideon doesn't feel like he has to take that chance on acquitted. But really, he was getting pressured from this point on in the game by Cam. Love this choice. And from this screen, I think we can now take a look at our report card, which is our standings update brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com. The brains and brawn behind everything you see here. Thank you so much to Let's Play Scrabble for all the work that you are doing on the stream behind the scenes. Easiest way to say thank you. I know you're all watching on the LPS YouTube channel right now. Couple of likes, couple of subscriptions. Easiest way to show your appreciation, and they deserve it so richly. All right, let's take a look here at the standings, Stefan. Cam with a big win here.
8-0 plus 971. That is the actual spread. Gideon in second, 7-1 plus 347. And look who has moved up to third place after those two tough losses yesterday. Noah Goldstein right back in the mix for a spot in the finals. And in fourth place, DC's own Milo Anderson at 5-3 plus 289. Tough loss, it looks like, to Noah in that last round. But I want to point out 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the top 4 seeds in this tournament. 4 players with substantial experience playing tournament Scrabble, both at the youth level and the adult level.
Yeah, no substitute for that experience and no substitute for all the preparation and hard work that these players do behind the scenes. Noah Goldstein rising from the ashes of a 2-loss day yesterday with that huge win over Milo, as you said. And he definitely is putting himself into position. You mentioned it in the middle of this game, Stefan, the point differential as a tiebreaker looming large. If Noah were to defeat Gideon in a game, he would leapfrog him on the basis of his much larger point spread. So Gideon is a little bit, precarious here. That being said, simple formula for Gideon: keep winning, and you still make the finals. So
and we don't know if they're going to end up playing each other in this next round or the final round, but Noah does have that advantage. If he ends up pulling even with Gideon, maybe because they go one-on-one again like they played yesterday, Noah's going to have the leg up to get into the finals. I'm going to point something out here, though, too, Will, which is that this tournament historically has been an 8-game regular season before the playoffs. We made the decision this year to add 2 games to respect the work that these high school players do and to see a longer, more robust competition. We were able to squeeze 2 more games into the schedule. It wasn't that hard, and I think it's paying dividends right here.
Yeah, I think most Scrabble players would say the more games, the merrier. We want to come to a Scrabble tournament and play a lot of Scrabble so the high schoolers that have worked so hard, maybe a little better stamina, are able to do that with those extra games. So with that, that's going to do it for our coverage of, I guess it's going to be, that was round 8 from the high school division. The middle schoolers are still a round behind. They've played 7. They basically have locked up their finalist spots already, so we are very likely to be back with another high school game in our next round. And I'm going to be stepping aside so that Stefan and Chloe can bring you the action for that round, which is going to be a real treat. As Scrabble fans, I can take my headset off and just be a fan. I'm really going to enjoy that. Commentating with Chloe is going to be a watershed moment for you, I have to think.
I think probably in the history of sports broadcasting, will you be the first father-daughter team to call a game? I don't know.
And Chloe may be more talented in Scrabble than Bronny James in basketball, for example, I have to say. She is one of the top players in the entire country. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely excited for that. So, with that, let's take a break. We're going to get set with our next round pairing, very likely from high school, though we'll get back to you on that. and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes here in Washington, D.C. from the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship.
I'm Penny. I'm Tony. And we're part of the team Arson Rats. And you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship.
Hey everybody, Will and Chloe back with some more Scrabble tips for you all, and we've got a crazy tip for you this time. Did you know you can actually make up words when you're playing Scrabble? Yes, it's true. So if you're playing Scrabble over a board, you don't have anybody to tell you that the word is acceptable or not. So let's walk through the different ways that that can play out. So let's say I've got these letters here and I'm saying to myself, man, I'm pretty sure that world is a word. I've used that word before. So I'm going to go ahead and play world right here in the center of the board. And I'm really hoping that Chloe doesn't think twice about this word, and maybe she won't even think to challenge it.
Well, oh man, that's a lot of points. I don't want that to stay on the board. And I know that world is spelled with an H. So I'm going to say challenge, and we're going to go check in the computer to see if that's a word or not.
I couldn't get it past her. So if she hadn't challenged, this word would stay on the board, I would get my points, and the game would proceed. But because she challenges it, we go to the dictionary, I get the bad news, it's not valid, and off it comes. I get a big fat 0 for this turn. Chloe, what could I have done here?
Well, a better option for Will on that turn might have been the play of wilder, a word that I know to be a word. So let's play that and see how that situation plays out for Will. Does he know this word?
What is she playing? What is this? Wilder. This doesn't look like a word to me. Let's say I go ahead and challenge this word before I realize that it's the normal word wilder. We go to the dictionary, it comes back, it is valid, and I lose my turn this way as well. Another big fat 0 for me.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. I'm Chloe Fatsis. I'm joined here with my father, Stefan Fatsis, who you saw last round. We're going to get you this next round right now. We are here in Washington, D.C. at the amazing Planet Word Museum. It's the museum where language comes to life, and there truly could not be a better location for this tournament. Planet Word is an immersive languages experience located at the historic Franklin School in Washington, D.C. We're so grateful to Planet Word for their support in putting on this tournament, and so excited to get you this next round. Also want to thank our sponsor, Hasbro Games. None of this would be possible without them. They help us put this tournament on, and we are so grateful for their support.
And we're doing a little pivot here, Chloe. Normally this was going to be an elementary middle school match. We've been alternating between high school and ESMS, but circumstances have changed. The finalists in the elementary middle school division are locked in. 7-0 records for both Hazem and Nathan and Toby and Theo. Nobody is within one game of them, so they clinched spots in the final with a game to go. Pretty unprecedented. Yeah. We don't see that very often. So given that we're going to see these four excellent Scrabble players, and I want to talk a little bit about some of their plays, given that we're going to see them in the final, we decided to stick with the riveting high school division, and it really is riveting.
Yeah, there are some amazing things going on there. We just saw Cameron Siegel take down Gideon Brasowski. So now Cam is the only undefeated player left in that division. We have Gideon at 6-1, and we have 7-1, and we have Noah at 6-2, Noah Goldstein. And this round we're going to get Noah versus Cameron. So this will be a big one to see if Noah can stay in it to have a chance at making the final.
And if Cam wins, he pretty much clinches, I think. Yes. At 9-0, he would be locked in because no one else could get within a game of him except for Gideon. So Cam wins, he's in. Noah fighting for his Scrabble life in this round. He's got 2 losses already. So he's got to effectively at least win this one, and then it could come down to a showdown between Noah and Gideon. No surprises, by the way, Chloe, these are the 3 players standing.
Yeah, these are some great players. They all compete in Scrabble tournaments very frequently, and I think we're ready to go here. So let's get to the game. So Noah to go first. These two are really good friends. I know we've been talking about that a bit the past couple days. They go to the same school. They're close friends. They go to tournaments together all the time. Noah played in 28 sanctioned Scrabble tournaments last year.
Wow.
Insanely impressive, I'm sure.
Wow.
And I'm sure Cam was there for a lot of them. I don't have the exact number. But yeah, these two love Scrabble and they love doing it together. And this time we get to see them face off in a really big game.
It is so cool to see like two best friends playing Scrabble. You never really had that like classmate experience, like playing against your best friend in a high-level school Scrabble tournament. What we're seeing here is so fun. Noah Goldstein didn't start playing until 9th grade. Because of his dad, Eric Goldstein, who's a 1900 top-rated player. He finally, after many years, and the pandemic got in the way there for Noah in terms of developing his Scrabble skills. But Noah then brought in some of his friends. Cam is the one that has stuck. Noah going first.
Yeah, so Noah comes down with PEH here. I would have liked to see him take a little longer there. He had some really good synergistic tiles there, but this Q is really holding him back. He could have just thrown back the Q and maybe one of those E's. But either way, he's taken some points here, 16 points, and he's holding on to that Q and hoping for some bailout draw next turn.
Yeah, it's a tough one because you think you're balancing your rack and you're hoping that maybe the Q will become synergistically valuable. I'll draw a U, I'll draw a blank, I'll just draw a QAT. But what can happen is what has happened here for Noah.
Yeah, so he's going to have a tough time next turn. Moving on to Cam, who has a really interesting rack. He's got the J and the K, but also a blank. So it will be interesting to see how he handles these high point tiles. Looks like he has a few options. He's thinking of DAK underneath PEH, making some overlaps. That's a pretty high scoring play, maybe his highest scoring option. He's also looking at Jake, which makes total sense if he's just wanting to clean up the rack a bit and hold on to more bingo-friendly tiles.
What we saw last game is Cam made some really sophisticated #1 top-ranked decisions on Quackle. And if he throws down DAK, which it looks like he's ready to do, we're looking at the same situation.
Yeah, that play is looking really good. So I like that option. The J and G are not absolutely terrible.
No, they're not terrible together. When you got that blank and the S, you've got some nice tiles there.
Let's see. It looks like he might be laying down Jake. So that makes total sense. Totally get the instinct there. They both look good.
Not far behind in Quackle simulation. And DGS does look to the naked eye as a better DGS blank does look better as a leave.
Now back to Noah, and this is kind of what we were worried about. This Q being so inflexible is really holding back. He still has no options to play the Q, and yeah, he might
He's got no real way to use the J.
Yeah.
And the V is now your second clunky tile.
Yeah, though he did have a really great scoring play available there. Vase underlapping PA, Jakes, and HE. I think that might have been worth playing. That was 36 points. He goes with the exchange here. He decides he doesn't want to deal with the Q and V anymore, and he's just going to go in on keeping these bingo tiles.
Fair to point out that exchanging those tiles ranks pretty high. Not too far behind Vase. Vase a lot of points to pass up, though.
Yeah. Back to Cameron. He has drawn a bunch of consonants, no vowels.
This is just go through that A and see if we can clean things up a little bit.
Yeah, he has one bingo which he sees, gladness.
Go through that A and bingo. That's exactly what I meant.
Right. And looks like he spotted it. I don't think he has any other options here. Definitely, I expect to see that come down pretty soon.
He's got it set up. I imagine it's going to come down. I like Mac Meller's suggestion in chat that he should fish for Goldsteins.
Yes.
Could take a while to get that rack together, though.
Maybe. So here comes Gladness, first bingo of the game. Nice find.
Beautiful find. You're sitting on 6 consonants with the blank. You know, you probably are a little bummed, like, oh, I'm not going to get it down this turn. I'm going to have to wait. Cameron, again, showing some patience, which is paying off. We talked in the last game when I was with Will about how Cam was telling me how he feels like he plays a little too quickly and he gets into time trouble. In this case, that patience paid off, a little persistence. See if I can find something with the only vowel on the board, and he does.
Yeah, and he has a great post bingo draw that we're seeing now.
Second blank.
Yeah, wow. Noah, on the other hand, drew a few more E's and a W with this exchange, so I don't think that went quite as he would have liked. I think Noah's instinct will probably be to play off that W and 2 of his E's, playing either we or you.
Oh wow, look at Vlogger.
Oh wow.
And it plays.
Wow, that would be a really nice play.
Now, will Cam, if that stays open, will Cam know Jaker?
I think Cam knows Jaker for sure.
Okay. We will see. Good cleanup here, getting down to the very bingo-friendly AENS combination.
Yeah, very solid play.
Solid play
I think we both would have done the exact same thing there. And now he has a Vlogger is not valid.
Vlogger is not valid.
Yeah,
wow.
So I guess.
Wait, Max says Vlogger.
Well, maybe it's in.
Is it? Oh! I know exactly what's going on here. Vlogger is not in OSPD 7 because it was added to Merriam-Webster after OSPD 7 went to print. NASPO, which compiled the tournament word list for its organization, included words that were added by Merriam after the OSPD 7 was printed. There are a bunch of words like yeet and now Vlogger that are not acceptable.
But it's coming down.
But it's coming down anyway.
We'll see if Noah knows these idiosyncrasies of the OSPD dictionary. I'm not sure this will be something he knows about. I wouldn't know.
Nor can we expect that he would know this.
No, this is like incredibly technical sort of detail about what words made it into this recent dictionary update.
Yeah, I mean, you would have had to read like a piece I wrote in Slate last year that explained that there was this lag in the updates. And unless Noah is just wondering whether Vlogger is a word at all.
Well, either way.
Wait, Vlogger is not new, Alex C. Holmes says? It is not showing up in Quackle as an option.
So it's not in OSPD. Whatever the
sure?
reason
Alex says it's not new, but it's not in the OSPD. Apparently, we don't have it right in front of us. We cannot check that right now.
Looks like Cam was on, Noah was holding this play at the very least. Cam is drawing, not sure if that was for a courtesy draw or if Noah has accepted the play. But we'll see what happens now.
There's a question in the chat, why is there a separate school dictionary? And the reason is that this is a tournament sponsored by Hasbro. Hasbro is the licensee, and Merriam-Webster licenses the publication of the official Scrabble Players Dictionary from Hasbro. The feeling was that we should be using the official dictionary in a tournament that is sponsored by Hasbro. We did some minor modifications to the OSPD 7 and made it the official word list for this book rather than any of the other word lists that are available for School Scrabble.
Oh, we are getting a challenge here. That's huge.
All right, so we're going to find out if it's acceptable or not in OSPD 7. Well, we're not even sure at this point.
Yeah, this challenge brought to us by Merriam-Webster for providing that OSPD dictionary for this tournament. Thank you so much, Merriam-Webster. So both words are being challenged. You know, there was a world in which he was unsure of Jaker here being valid, and that is a look of shock. Look at the challenge, Cam. That was not expected.
I have a funny feeling I was right there about when Vlogger was added and why it wasn't in the OSPD 7. We'll check that after the game.
Anyway, that is a shocking one to all of us. Really nice challenge by Noah because, yeah, I mean, it just is so much a word in our daily lives these days. There are vloggers everywhere.
This is just a timing issue. This is the quirk of dictionary publication. Merriam-Webster continuously updates its free online dictionary. They do 3 or 4 updates a year where they add several hundred words. Some of those are that qualify for Scrabble.
So yeah, Vlog and Vlogger were apparently both added in 2015.
I don't know.
That is just maybe a error. I don't know. That could be a dictionary
I don't
error
know. We don't know the answer here. I wish I could explain why this is no good. Vorlage would have played too.
So now Noah's going to come back here. I wonder if there was a way he could have prevented bingos from happening there. I would have taken some time to think about all of the possibilities that Cameron had on that rack, because there are other bingos such as Vorlage, which was just mentioned. I know Cam sees Grovels now. Will he see Vorlage? It's his only playable bingo, in fact. So I wonder if there was a way to block that last turn.
Wow, this is a mystery, and I wish I had a good answer for everybody. I am guessing as to why Vlogger wasn't in. We're reading in the chat that Vlogger has been in the dictionary earlier.
Jaker is no.
Jaker is no good.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
All
No
right.
idea why that's
I thought
the case.
Jaker was good. I thought Jaker's an adjective.
It is
And it is an
good. In
adjective.
NWL, it's good.
Yeah, it's good.
Um,
I'm gonna pause here to look up Jake.
So it's a
well, no, but it's.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway,
Hold on. Let's move on while I do this. Chloe, take it away.
Yeah, it looks like we have a dictionary. Director call for some reason here. Not sure why. There was an overdraw. Okay, good to know. Let's cut to the mic and see what they have to say.
I guess technically, I want to look at the rule. I don't want to, this one. I hear you. I mean, in theory, I can mix it up.
Okay, looks like they're resolving that overdraw. Still got a bit of a pause here, not sure why. But yeah, now this next turn after nay, after this play of nay, is gonna go back to Cam, and we're gonna see if he finds Vorlage, his only playable bingo. If not, he doesn't have a super easy turn figuring out what to do. If I were Cam, I would still be totally tilted about that last play coming back as a phony. I would be very confused.
I would be very confused right now, too, because he does know, I'm sure he knows that Jaker is good. It's one of those words that you do look up because it does not take an S, right, Chloe?
Yes, Jake.
And that's the kind of thing that you look up and you wonder, why isn't Jake's good? And then you see that, oh, it's an adjective, and you remember that. So Noah on tilt. I'm kind of on dictionary tilt right now because I wish I could explain what's going on and why Jaker might not be acceptable in School Scrabble. Maybe someone can do some quick sleuthing online and help. It's not in, Jaker is not in Merriam-Webster's free online dictionary, so that indicates that it's a holdover from one of the other Scrabble sources that have been used up until this most recent update. So I don't know. I'm at a loss. We may just have to move on and get our answer later.
Yeah, I'm wondering what this director call is about right now. There's an overdraw adjudication going on. So this director's call is not about the previous challenge and any dictionary confusion. It's just about an overdraw that is currently happening.
Jake's is good, Chloe.
Yeah.
Oh, we are.
No,
I'm a mess here.
Wait, I know you were saying Jakers.
Jakers, yeah.
Jake's is
I'm totally on tilt.
Mix them up.
I have no idea what I'm saying now.
Standard overdraw rule.
Before you flip 3, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Cooper Kamatso, for correcting me.
Sorry to slow you down.
Okay, and we're coming back here. Not sure what just happened with that adjudication. Not sure what's going on with the dictionary confusion. That was a regular overdraw, and we are just hopefully going to move on with this game shortly. Yeah, don't know why that took so long. I think the overdraw rules. Now we're just deciding which tile to throw back. Cameron was just deciding which of those tiles that Noah drew too many of. And we're back to Cam's turn. It's his turn to find this bingo that he hopefully knows his playbook. It looks like he's
getting closer.
Yep, he's shuffling things around.
Yep.
What do you do here if you don't find Vorlage?
The highest scoring play seems to be Lover at N1. So right down to
that's not a good play. Yeah.
Down to Weir, W-E-R.
No,
that can't be right.
I guess if we don't know Jaker's validity, that might be something Cam's questioning here too, because otherwise you might think of playing something like Gore, G-O-R. But if Cam is in any way unsure after that challenge, he might look at another part of the board that doesn't involve one of these hooks that he's not sure
kind of
of.
Changes the momentum of this game. It's going to insert some doubt in both of their minds about what's unacceptable. Was it Vlogger? Was it Jaker?
Yeah, it's hard to know, and I think both of these players know that there are some slight differences between the OSPD and the NWL dictionary that they're more familiar with playing with in Scrabble tournaments. So we will see so he's looking at Lover right now.
I would guess it's under PD and Jaker.
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking of that.
He may have been thinking along the same lines I was, but it's all very confusing. There has to be a reason. And it could just be a minor reason. Like, for some reason, the lexicographers at Merriam-Webster determined that Jaker were not acceptable. Because up until the last couple of updates for the competitive Scrabble word lists, for NASPA's word lists, Merriam-Webster was involved in vetting those words.
Yeah, so we are getting Jaker coming down. And this is really interesting here. I wonder if Noah's going to hold, or if he just had a feeling that Vlogger was not acceptable when he made that challenge.
That it was new.
Yeah.
Wow, real crazy turn of events in this game.
Looks like Cam is drawing immediately, so I'm going to assume that Noah did not say hold, and that play is not being under consideration to challenge. Wow.
Wow. This is kind of crazy. I mean, Chloe, do you remember when you were playing School Scrabble, which you did for many, many years? What did you tell me last night? This morning that you've been to?
I've been to 14 out of the last 15 School Scrabble championships, either as a young child before I could compete as a competitor, or now as a staff member at this event. So yeah, I've been at this event for a while, and
so you know that there are these differences between how we structure School Scrabble and how competitive tournament Scrabble is played. There are words that just have never been acceptable in School Scrabble because they're not in the OSPD. Expurgated words, of course. But now we have, and this, now we're into this era where there are different lexicons. Some lexicons have been updated, others have not. There are differences. It's created confusion in Scrabble, not just between school and adult, but between adult and adult. And we're seeing evidence of that right now. Look, we're confused about what happened. We just don't know what went on, what's going on, and what aspect of the Scrabble dictionary is at play here.
Yeah, and moving on, Noah looks like he's deciding to play mice here. He had a nice option of Iceman making Clover. That would have been his definitely highest scoring play, but I understand completely this tendency, this instinct to keep that some of those bingo-friendly tiles together, like the E and the N with the S, and take the points of mice instead. Now, Cam has found a really nice bingo in his rack. He set up Zingare. But I wonder if he has any better options that he's going to look for.
Oh, he's got.
He sees Organize.
He has Razzying.
Yes, that's a nice.
Through the eye in mice. I don't think that's in Cam's range yet, maybe. Razzy, but you have to know that it's a verb. Not sure that would be in his wheelhouse just yet.
Either way, we saw him find Zingare, so we are pretty sure he'll find some sort of bingo. There actually are some decent non-bingo options, such as Zein through the eye of mice. That could be decent, scoring 33 points, keeping some good letters.
Or just Zin at the top, coming down into the end of nay.
Zen, yeah.
Zen, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But Organize through the eye, I think he's just looking for the best possible bingo now. It seems like he spotted Organize, right, through the eye?
Oh, definitely, yeah. The problem with Zingare is that it slots the Z right above a double word score. So that might give back a lot of points to his opponent. When you're thinking of which bingo to play, you don't just want to think about what play scores the most, but you also are trying to think about the hooks front and back. So that other option of Organize, there's a lot of letters that come after that. You put the R, D, S, and those also might give Cam some pause in deciding on that play.
I mean, the one thing we've seen happen here is that turn of events really benefited Noah. And maybe we're seeing a sort of a shift in momentum here. So it's critical for Cam, I think, to regain that momentum by finding the bingo that he was denied earlier.
Yeah, totally. Interestingly, some of these bingos, mainly if he plays Zingare, if we look at Noah's rack, he has drawn endorsed. So it looks like we're getting Zingares, which is not a valid word. So this is interesting, and this is going to really put Noah to the test now of can he pull the trigger on another word. This play does give him back endorsed at the very least, so that might give him the feeling of that he doesn't need to have to challenge this word because he has a bingo back. Let's see what happens here.
And
it's on nose time, and it looks like Cam is not drawing, so we probably have a hold. But yeah, like I said, this does give Noah a bingo back, though if he challenges it off, obviously he would still be able to play that other bingo if endorsed with the I and mice.
I think Zingare is a plural of Zingaro or Zingara.
None of the Zingar
None of them
words
take
an
S's,
S.
right? So maybe they're all plurals. Maybe that's the only plural. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the exact.
Zingaro, an Italian rom. Zingarai, also known as. I don't know what a rom is.
Don't know either.
Let's look it up. We've played that word 8 million times in our life.
Yes. So it looks like Cam is drawn. I can't quite tell if it's been accepted. I wasn't looking at the screen, so I'm not sure if they both picked up their pencils to write down the score. There are courtesy draws in School Scrabble. Okay, we are getting a challenge. Wow, that is great. That's really, really good knowledge on Noah's part to know that this word does not take an S. It's not easy to remember which words are pluralizable or not. You usually just assume that any word that sounds kind of noun-like will take an S, but this is also invalid, and that's gotta sting for Cam.
Wow. Back-to-back challenges
and he
denied. He is stunned. Look at him staring at the screen, wondering, what are you doing to me? How is that possible?
Oh, that's brutal. It's just one of those things you gotta know. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. That word and any sort of variation of that word does not take an S. And now Noah's going to come back with this big play of endorsed, as long as it doesn't give some huge, huge play back to Cam. So I hope that Noah just takes a couple minutes to look at the possibilities that he might be giving back. But I think it wouldn't give back any triple. So I expect to see endorsed coming down right now. Yeah.
What a momentum swing, Chloe.
Yeah, oh my God. I mean,
this is brutal. Like, you talked about Noah being on tilt after seeing Vlogger come down. Well, the tilt just switched to Cam.
Yeah, that is just brutal. I mean, you play two plays that sound very plausible, one of which we still don't even know why it's not in the dictionary. The other one just happens to not take an S, and just one of those things that you learn over time.
Yeah. I mean, the good news for Cam is that he saw organized before. Now there's an open O.
Yes, he will see organized now, and that's got to be his best bingo here. So I assume that will come down pretty soon.
So after all of this confusion, after all of this chaos, effectively, it's going to be a tie game.
Right.
We're back to square one. And I think both players now need to sort of take a deep breath. Yeah. We've been through this crazy sequence. There was even an overdraw. Directors had to come over. A lot has gone on here. You just have to just calm down and recognize that, all right, we're going to be within 10 points. It's like a 0-0 game moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be so tilting for Cam to lose 2 turns on the challenge at this point in the game. But you've got to just like you said, take a deep breath, move on. Play your best play here, and yeah.
And I wonder if Cam is looking through the D at the bottom just to make sure that there isn't something at the triple or even a triple. There isn't. We know that, but it's prudent for Cam to have the sense to take a look down there.
Yeah, totally. Doing his due diligence, and now I think maybe starting to set up organize on his rack.
There we go.
And that will definitely be the play here.
There it is. Here it comes. Well done by Cam. Way to regain your composure, not get flustered by that crazy turn of events.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And now we, like you said, basically back to a tie game. And Noah with some not too great tiles on his rack. Some people pointing out that T would give him fugitive. But other than that, these letters are not synergistic.
They are not.
And more importantly, I don't see really anything they can do with that Z that Cameron just slotted in the lane above the triple word score. That's going to be a big spot if Cam can hit something there. But now, Noah's just going to have to find some other option. Something he could even maybe inhibit the spot. He set up 5 on his rack. That would go underneath organize, making EF and get in the way of that Z.
Of that Z. Yeah, he's got to do something here. Chloe, I want to ask you, you know, I've also been to more than 14 of the last 15 School Scrabble championships. what does it feel like when you're in this position as a high school student? You've done some studying. You're not at the level you are now. You weren't when you were in high school. You were a great player then, but you're at a different level. And the pressure of the stream and playing other kids. I mean, does it change? How do you remember feeling different than you feel now?
I think for me personally, it was probably an age thing to some degree. It was like you sort of over time gain composure in these higher pressure situations. But there's also this knowledge that you only have 4 years to come to this event of eligibility for the high school division. Yeah, 4 years of high school. And after that, like these are your only shots, and it being a short event. I know we've added a couple games this year to the high school division, but still the 10-game tournament is a lot shorter than our other larger major events that we have in the Scrabble world. So because of that, there's all this pressure of you have fewer games to win it in the tournament, and you have only 4 years to try to do it. So there's a lot of pressure on both of these players, and neither of them has won before.
They're only in 11th grade. They will be back next year, as will Gideon Brasowski. But this is like really friendly competition. They are all pals. Like Will and I were talking during the previous game about how these guys played poker together last night. They are buddies. They hang out online. They love seeing each other. Their families have dinners together. They coordinate which tournaments they're going to go to. This is really like all family when you get to this level. And I want to ask you about this too. When you get to this level, you've been playing not just in high school. You were playing since 4th grade, other kids 5th grade. You really had a bond with other players in your cohort, your age cohort in School Scrabble.
Yeah, it's true. I met some great friends through the School Scrabble program, and it was always fun to sort of reunite every year at this event. And that remains the case at other Scrabble tournaments, even though I've aged out of the School Scrabble program.
And also some really great players, Zach Ansell, Cooper Komatsu, Jim Birch, Noah Kalis. There was a real rivalry among you guys because you were all really competent players. And for me as a coach and friend to everybody, it was super exciting. Obviously, always rooting for you, but super exciting to watch you guys grow up as Scrabble players and as people. It was like so much fun to watch you guys grow from elementary school all the way through high school.
Yeah, it was a great experience. Like the best part of my, adolescence and growing up, probably. And it's such a privilege to be able to come back and to watch the next generation of talent.
Seems like there's some people in the chat that don't know maybe that I'm your dad, maybe, or even that I'm the author of Word Freak, Heartbreak, Triumph, Genius, and Obsession in the World of Competitive Scrabble Players.
Yes, I'm Chloe Fatsis, who I've been commentating, and my father, Stefan Fatsis, is commentating alongside me for this game. And now back to Noah, back to the game. It's Noah's turn. He has kind of an awkward rack to deal with here. He's got a few decent plays, but nothing really promising. He has this word GIGUE, which would clean up the rack really nicely. That would come down from the G of organize. Wouldn't score a ton of points, but it would get rid of that G, it would get rid of the U, get rid of some of those vowels that he has.
And not a huge risk putting the E at that spot on the triple column. Not super risky.
Yeah, there's also a couple places to play get up. He could do that either down from the G of organize or to the make weep, making we into weep. Both of those decent options, but nothing that is super tantalizing.
We've moved into a stage of the game where we saw these guys have really great racks, really fluid racks, bingo prone racks. We've got 3 bingos on the board already. It's almost inevitable in a game like this. You're going to run into a patch, a stretch, where the tiles get a little less synergistic and a little clunkier. You cannot hope for endorsed and organize on every turn.
Okay, we're getting PIU instead. I totally understand the logic there.
Absolutely.
I think all of the other plays we suggested maybe gave back some options, whereas this one doesn't give back much. However, Cam, with the one letter that Noah might not have wanted him to have there, that X, that X will go on top of the U for XU. He can play XI, which seems like a pretty solid play in this position. So maybe he'll do that.
He's got 2 eyes. It would behoove him to get rid of one of them, and that's going to leap off the board and hit him in the face. You see that pink square going 2 directions. You're going to jump on it.
Yeah, and we should note that PIU does not take an S at the back of it, so that play by Noah was not really opening anything up on this board in general, other than that sort of that X spot that we've been talking about. Looks like Cam getting ready to drop that down.
Yep.
And Noah has picked up some decent letters, nothing incredible, but he's got a bit too many vowels maybe, and we'll see what he comes up with. He'll have a few candidate options, but it might be one of those turns where there's not one standout.
This
play.
feels like another cleanup setup play for Noah. Get back into a place where I can do some stronger damage.
Yeah, he has some decent options. He can play
Yeah.
Ego, making a bunch of 3-letter words. OSE, BEG, and ADO in the bottom left corner would be really nice. There's also, he could fish potentially. There's a lot to consider here.
And he wants to stay close, though. He knows he's got to score. He's down 39 at this point. Cam just hit him with a 36-point play. He doesn't have high-scoring tiles. He doesn't have tiles that are going to do much damage on this board. So what do you do, Chloe, in a situation like this to not psych yourself out, to try to do the balance and think forward?
Yeah, I mean, I would notice that I have some decent tiles on this rack. I would notice that I just need to keep scoring. There's no need to get desperate here, noticing this slight deficit. But there's also, so I think he should just play each turn like he would play it. And not get too worried about this deficit because it's definitely surmountable. Interestingly, apparently fishing the O with LOPE is a really much more, LOPE making OK is a sneakily kind of enticing option here. You would keep gelate or legate on your rack. Okay, Noah may be missing the ego spot we mentioned earlier. I think that would have scored a bunch more points for him on that turn, going with ego elsewhere.
Yeah, that might just be an oversight on his part.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He had the right idea there, keeping the AELT leave. That lope play is really sneaky and interesting.
Yeah. Over the Cam now. He has some pretty lows. He has all these 1-point tiles. Looks like he's thinking of, where is he thinking of putting that?
I don't know.
Queen is what he would be thinking of, but I don't see a Q to go along with that. Maybe he's just going to play Guan instead, which looks like a great option. That GUAN from the G of organize would set up that S on his rack pretty nicely.
Set up an O also.
True.
Yeah, there's still spots here. That 5 back hook is going to play a role here. It's the spot, for a 7-letter bingo right now.
Interestingly, if he makes this play of GAUN, which it looks like he might be considering, that word does not take an S at the back of it. It would only take a T. So I think that Cameron having an S on his rack would be, I would do the GUAN play and set up that S to hit the triple potentially.
Again, knowing which take an S and which don't can be a point of confusion. Do you think you would have been confident 100% that GAUN didn't take an S when you were in 11th grade?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, he's going back and forth between the two. He may be thinking, what do they take? What do they take? What do they take?
And he's going with Gone.
He's going with the T hook, Again, or maybe he thinks it does take an S.
Yeah, it could just be that. It could be just thinking of which word he's more sure of as a 4-letter word and not consider, we're going back again. We'll see.
Both players pretty close on time. We had talked earlier about Cam and his time management.
Yeah. And there are
security.
Yeah, that's true.
Is he just staring into space or is he talking to a
No, I think he was
director?
just staring into space trying to remember what words are valid and not. This is one of those turns where there's not really any great option. He's also now looking just at GNU. These are all very close options. Getting rid of the U and N are priorities here.
And it doesn't look like there's a giant standout play here.
No, for sure. It's just mostly about setting himself up to hopefully get another bingo with these bingo-friendly tiles that he has on his rack.
Right, so I think he's deliberating between, do I keep AEINS or just keep ENIS?
Yeah, and it's pretty close.
It's got to be pretty close.
Yeah, so he's going with Guan. I like that. I like that a lot.
I prefer that too.
I mean, if you can set up your S when you have it, I think that's a great idea. It should be noted. I believe that was also that is the last S Yeah, that's the last
That's the
S.
case
So
S.
it's the case S, as
And
we
no
call it.
blanks left either.
Exactly. So that's a really big setup to have, although, like you noted, it does also set up the O hook for guano.
But how much do you worry about an O hook? It's got to start with O.
Right.
Unless we can get a 9 from AD with the O in the 4th position.
Right. Now Noah with a bingo here on his rack. Will he find it? I don't know if anyone's noticed it yet. Reflate is a word. Yep. And that does play for him. So this could be a great opportunity for Noah to get back in the lead here.
It should jump out at him.
It should.
If he knows it. Now he's going to go through, he's going to work through this. Right? He's got flair. The one thing I try to teach young players, Chloe, is prefixes and suffixes, prefixes and suffixes. You put the RE, you put the ER in this situation, and then you put yourself in a position of just making a 5-letter word out of the remaining tiles, and then you jam them together, and you have to ask yourself a question, is reflate good? I think if Noah had maybe been a little more deliberate here, he would have seen that possibility.
Yeah, so that bingo escaping Noah this turn, I think it would have been a good opportunity to take some more time. These players are both now around the 10-minute mark. And
with what? With 20 or so tiles left.
Exactly. So he had some time there to think a little bit, but Flair, not a bad play, scored pretty well. And now this turn will put Cam's word knowledge to the test. With that V that's open,
V sitting there.
There is one really, really hard bingo here that I would be very excited
I would
to
be
see
super
Noah
impressed if Cam found this bingo. But this is the kind of word that you see once, you remember it.
That's true. It's true. The word being minivers, M-I-N-I-V-E-R-S. And otherwise, I imagine Cam will just do a sort of fishing play here. It looks like he's thinking about getting rid of that I and that M.
Which is a reasonable way of thinking. This is the kind of rack, though, Chloe, where you're, if this is somewhere in the recesses of his memory, miniver, which is a kind of fur. If it's in there, waiting, giving yourself 30 seconds, a minute, moving them around, putting that mini in front, which is a word and a good combination, because you're also thinking, like, maybe I need to get rid of both eyes. Mini's a way to do that. And then, boom, it pops into your brain. There's a V there, and miniverse is a word. But that's going to really be dependent on Cam, having seen this. I don't think he would have studied miniver, but it's possible he has seen it at some point.
I like this idea of Cam playing Vim. He just kind of picked up his I and M and put it in that spot. And that will set up his S really nicely. That shows he recognizes he has the case S and is making a spot on the board that will be really hard for Noah to deal with without sacrificing a lot of points to do it in order to block that S hook.
And if Noah moves to the right, which he can't even do on this turn, if you start with M and maybe get flared or flared, is flare or good? Not 100% sure. But even if he goes to the right with MID something or MAD something, you still got that lane underneath Vim. He would have to block Vim from the left, which would then possibly create a lane underneath it on the triple. So really smart, sophisticated play here by Cam.
Yeah, I'm wondering now Noah's going to have to really think about how he can deal effectively with this spot and in the process not give anything back to Cam. We see that Cam has drawn quite well on this turn. He's drawn a valid bingo.
Yes, he has. Which he'll know. This is a top 100 bingo.
Yes, he will know this word almost certainly. But I think that right now the only spot on the board for it would be hooking Vim to Vims and playing Evasion. So if Noah comes up with a good way to block this spot, it might not be coming down. I think the natural play here is just butt and making F, which is what Noah's setting up. But I would be really worried here. And itself, there's not a great way to block. Okay, he's playing butt. Okay, so what he's doing here instead is blocking 7-letter words ending in S.
That's really smart. Really good observation by Noah.
So that definitely eliminates a lot of the possibilities of bingos because an S, I think, is most likely to come at the end of a word. But in this scenario, erasion's still available.
And Cam spots it immediately. You get those letters on your rack, you see that instantly. Cam has done that. He is now just wondering whether He's probably thinking for a second, oh, is it the last S? Because I'm going to be spotting the N one short of the triple. But now he's realized, oh, no more S's, no more blanks, erasions, not a worry.
Yeah, I like the idea for that previous turn that Max just pointed out of UT making, I think probably UM and UT. I think that would have done a good, that would have, really inhibited that spot of hooking Vim that Cam had set up. But Eurasian coming down, nice play. That S setup paid off so well.
It sure did. I mean, one way or another, given the way Noah reacted, missing UT, but forgivable there. That's not, you're usually thinking, as I was thinking, I got to go one way or the other on that horizontal line. Coming down would have been effective. Still kind of risky because you're going to score something there. You're giving the spot up. You can't block it entirely, but that would have effectively, as Mac Meller pointed out in the chat, would have done a good job of inhibiting Cam's scoring ability there.
And now Noah with the word ethical on his rack, but nowhere to play it. He's going to have to now come up with an idea to get back in this game. What would you be doing in this position if you are trying to sort of claw your way back into a game that you're now down almost 90 points?
And I'm looking now that there's really only one lane for a playable 7-letter bingo on top of the N, ending in with a vowel on top of the N in nay. So do we try to create a second bingo line? It seems pretty necessary at this point. I mean, ending in M, a little more unlikely, possible. But do you want to now at this point create a second bingo line? Is there a way to do that effectively and give yourself a chance of getting back into this game with a bingo?
Yeah, I also really like this play that Noah just made, just dropping the H. It's really hard to deal effectively with that spot that you just mentioned on top of nay, because any play making a word with the N and going across, making putting a vowel on top of the N and going to the left, that will likely open up other lanes as well. So you have to be careful when you're trying to block not to give back more lanes to your opponent.
And the only real way to effectively deal with that spot is with the C or the Q among the tiles that we're not seeing here. So QI would kill that lane off, right? Anything C ending in a vowel would kill that lane off. Those two are still unseen to Cam, but he doesn't have them.
He does not have them, it's true.
So that lane, unless he can find an effective way, a different way of dealing with it, is going to stay open at least for another turn.
Right. There are things he could do to partially inhibit it, like YON.
Yep.
But that would still allow bingos ending in a Y or even an O. But those are less likely for sure.
Josh Castellano, who's helping us out here with Quackle and other details, points out that there's still a possibility of hitting a bingo ending in M on the first column. IUM is a not uncommon ending for words. There are some words out there. Morris Greenberg, lutetium. I'm guessing maybe not possible.
Not possible. He has, the last U. There's only one U left.
There's only one U left, and you would need two.
But it's a tough spot when you're in Cam's shoes. You want to try to prevent bingos happening, but there's just sometimes not a great way of inhibiting them.
And if you're Cam here, you're worried about the bingo, but you're up 60. If I can score another 20 or 30, even a bingo doesn't kill me. This is not a bingo lane on top of the end that's going to score a lot of points unless it's a Q bingo or something with a high point tile. You're looking at a bingo max in the high 60s. You're already up 60. Can I get 20 or 30 points down here to pad my lead? Not a lot of options to do that, though. I mean, there's nothing over 20 according to Quackle right now.
Yeah. And I think this might be one of those scenarios where you just ignore the spots and try to score some points, clean up the rack a bit, and put yourself in a position to do some better blocking or scoring the next turn. Cam can just drop nutty here. Seems somewhat reasonable because we just haven't really found a great option of blocking or preventing Noah from. And you also want to be careful in this situation to not score 4 points and open up the possibility for Noah to score better than that, score and gradually
chip away. Yeah. I mean, and this is impressive. Cam seems to have spotted nutty. I mean, you got to start with the NU, 2 letters already on the board, and make a connection with YE at the end there. He's seen it. That shows some real terrific board vision.
Yeah, that's a nice play.
Leaving Rito, RITO, on his rack.
Yes. yeah, there's some other options as well, I guess. You could do RYOT, making teal, TEEL. I guess that just opens up some possibilities of plays that would come down from the top left triple, or maybe the second row, the second column, I mean. That might make it hard to block all of the bingo lanes at once. I'm not sure.
This is a tough turn for Cam. He's not, you're not going to spot anything that's going to score a lot of points. And I think he's making a perfectly justifiable decision here.
Yeah, I like
it's a good find, gets rid of what you want to get rid of. Quackle likes it as the top choice.
Nice play. And now it's up to Noah to come up with an option here. He does not have a bingo on this rack, and he will, once again, kind of be put in the position of having to fish and try to make some comeback happen now that he's down 71 points.
Is there a way for him to create a second lane? Is that his goal here? Actually, a third lane, but is that his goal here?
I saw an interesting suggestion earlier of Exalt through the XU already on the board. I think that would maybe give back some points to Cam, where even a bingo might not do it. But Cam has drawn the Q, and that's going to be big. There are some spots for it.
There's at least two.
And if he can play QI and IN next turn, that'll do a lot to help him block the best bingo lane on the
we
board.
were talking about the Q, the C, something that could close that lane off. Cam pulled one of the tiles that will help him do that. The only tile that would have allowed him to do that from our perspective, because the C is on Noah's rack.
Yeah, I think even though there is QI available in the top right, I would probably still play making IN. I guess that could open up the possibility of some weird setup play that maybe Noah would have something going on top of IN that Noah can block, but I think that I would rather just inhibit that immediate bingo.
I mean, one way you're sort of trading one bingo lane for another. If you're Noah, if you play TUI there, you're still allowing yourself a lane, just with a different, letter at the end to go on top of the T instead of the N, and it does get rid of that UI. I mean, is Noah even worried about having the Q in the bag? Probably not. He needs to bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, he's playing UN. I was just thinking about this play. The problem is it does set up another line, but the only letter on Noah's rack that would go after that U is the T. That is not the most likely letter probably to end a bingo in with the rest of the tiles on his rack.
And in fact, it's the only tile in the entire pool that could go there. But
he does just draw one of the letters that would have worked. I wonder if this is what he had in mind there. Wow. So now Cam might be in the position of having to play QAT, because now, Noah's drawn dialect.
Yes, he has. And this is and from Cam's perspective, this is obviously the lane to kill. He has to deal with this. Now there are two bingo lanes that are easy to hit on this board based on what's in the bag or what's unseen to Cam. He has to figure that, all right, I got to deal with that spot. Right now he's got QI set up looking at that top lane. He might at some point want to shift his focus to the right side of the board.
Yeah, it's tough because when you look at the pool, I don't think that the T is the most obvious letter to end a bingo. So in Cam's mind, he might be considering that the other lane that we've been talking about on top of the N of Nay is more likely for Noah to hit. But a lot of those bingos are only going to score in the 60-point range, and Cam might be able to outrun even those with a play of QAT. So I think realizing that, how devastating that bingo of dialect would be is crucial here.
Yeah. What about just dropping the Q on top of the I at the top right corner of the board for 33?
That also might score enough points. That would put him up about exactly 100. So do we know how much this bingo of dialect would be? 85. So that puts Cam up 15, and Noah will be drawing, Cam will be drawing 1, so then that would leave 3 in the bag for Noah to draw. That would make it close. I'm not sure if that would be a winning play for Cam or not. There are a few winning plays. I don't think
Wildcat.
Cat is the only win.
Wildcat for Noah, Mac Miller points out, is available from Cam's perspective for 100 points.
Oh, wow. Okay, so Dialect, not the only bingo there. That's a nice find. That would be crazy. Yeah, I think Cam is also running really low on time here. He's down to less than a minute and a half left.
This is not over.
This is not over. Noah could squeak this one out. We just have to see what Cam does. This is a huge turn. Oh my god.
This is fascinating. He's got to play.
My god. This play might.
Wow.
This is one of the plays that might not do it. I'm not sure about the math, but QI only scoring 23 points. And Noah's about to come down if he sees it with Dialect for 85. There's still 2 in the bag, so it also potentially could depend on this draw. I'm not sure what is going to happen.
I'm not sure. 99, and if Noah spots it, he will be at 390. How much was it? 85, 394 to 399. Holy moly.
Yeah, wow. But it looks like Noah is not seeing Dialect yet. He's putting the C to the side, indicating maybe he wants to fish again or try to open up something else. That would be huge. That would be huge for Cam here, because looking at Cam's time, he's down to 50 seconds.
Noah's only at 4 minutes on ticking down, but Cam is certainly in bigger time pressure. All right, so Noah, I think maybe Noah has realized like the T's got to go at the end.
Yeah.
It's the only tile that can go at the end.
Yes.
0-0 is in the bag.
Yes.
We think. Yes?
He's so close to Dialect.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It looks like he's thinking of fishing the C. I'm wondering where he would want to do that or what he would be going for. If he does that, he's got to see that now that other lane was closed off, and even if
this is it.
This is it.
He's got one shot here.
Yes. Even after Dialect, though, it seems like because Cam drew that W and he just played that QI, maybe WO and win would be enough for him. I'm not sure.
WO 24-27 gives him a 30-plus point lead with only 0-0 in the bag, if I'm doing the math right.
Yeah, it seems like it.
So even if Noah finds Dialect, it looks like Cam is in good shape.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, but this is down to Noah now finding this bingo, and oh my god, I'm wondering.
I wonder if like QI there winds up being the right play given the tiles, because it allows the WO. Given what he's drawn, it gives him that 27-point comeback, 26-point comeback, 27-point comeback.
Yeah, I think even if he finds Dialect, Cam, thanks Mac for pointing this out, that Cam is still winning. Okay, so he's going to play off 3 tiles. I don't know if he realizes this is emptying the bag, if he thinks he has no plausible way of winning. But I guess Noah throwing in the towel here.
Oh, that's too bad.
Playing the new word of petty, if I'm not mistaken, PEDI. And yeah, Cam immediately coming down with
congrats to Cam Siegel.
Wow, clinching a spot in the finals.
Clinching a spot in the finals. That's exciting.
Wow.
Well earned by Cam Siegel. Really psyched to see him. Unfortunately, this does eliminate, in all likelihood, I think, Noah Goldstein from a shot at the finals. Yeah, in fact, it does, because Gideon's only got 1 loss. And this would be, unless Gideon lost this current game, which would drop him to 2.
Yeah.
So maybe Noah's not out of it yet. Maybe 3 wins has a chance to make the finals. We'll have to check the numbers after all the games conclude.
Yeah, I'm confused where the last
Petty is no good.
Oh, petty is phony. Okay. Was that added to NWL? Anyway, congratulations to Cam. He is going to come away with the victory in this game. And I think
Manny is new.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I'm going to quickly check the results to see what's happening as they come in.
And yeah, let's cut to them overhead mics
While
and see
I
what
do
they have
that.
to say.
I was hoping I played this and you focus on this one.
Wait, then maybe Zingari just doesn't take an S. Because I was pretty confident that was
I thought I've seen the word too.
Um,
What happened? Did I miss anything?
Are you kidding? No, it doesn't take an S.
Did I miss anything when I played Flare?
Yeah, we played.
Oh fuck.
Cause
What?
it doesn't
Yeah,
take an
but
S.
Singer doesn't take an S.
And vlogger is not a word?
No, it's Jaker is in this lexicon. Vlogger's good.
What?
Singer is in NWL, not in OSPD.
Is that a new word or is that just a bad word?
We don't know. It's just not in there. Jaker's
Yeah.
just not in there.
I mean, I thought it was him for
Yeah,
finding Zingar.
God, replayed that.
And
What was your final rank?
vlogger.
What?
What was your final 7
That's
rank?
the dumbest
CADLITE.
CADLITE.
Did I have a bingo?
Was there an E?
LITE.
CADLITE. Oh yeah. Addictal, Deltaic, Citadel.
It doesn't fit.
With the final one. The missing one.
Oh yeah.
Wait, there's one that fit?
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I played so bad.
I mean, it didn't win. It looked like it didn't win because there's one on the back.
Okay, let's
Wait,
go back to looks like Noah realizing that there was that available bingo of dialect. Lucky for him, I don't think it was the deciding factor of this game. We think that Cam still had a way of pulling this one out.
I think it's pretty clear, that Cam would have won regardless, but Noah's still going to be frustrated that he missed the bingo.
Yeah,
Too bad. Again, under time pressure, there's a lot of bingos in that rack. You have to sort of stay composed and try to find your way through that. And unfortunately, Noah was not able to do that in this situation. But congratulations to Cam Siegel.
Yeah.
Running the table so far in this tournament, 9-0, clinching a spot in the finals. And Chloe, I am here to announce that also clinching a spot in the finals is Gideon Brosowski. He just beat Milo Anderson 466 to 339. Hold on, that is the wrong score for that game. Let me get you the correct score for that game.
Is the result in?
The result is in. Yes, it was 466 to 339.
Congrats to Gideon.
Gideon with an 8-1 record. All the teams below them all the players below them have 3 losses, including Noah Goldstein. So it's going to be Gideon and Cam in the finals, a rematch of the game that we just saw on stream.
Yes,
The previous game.
Yeah, wow, congrats to Gideon and Cam. This was a crazy last game. Thanks to Let's Play Scrabble.com for putting this event together with that report card. They have been an incredible partner and helpful in running this event. So helpful. We could not do this without them. Thanks so much, Let's Play Scrabble. Make sure to like and subscribe to this video to keep supporting us and helps Let's Play Scrabble put on these events.
And thank you, Chloe, for making broadcasting history as the first father-daughter broadcast team, at least in Scrabble.
And I wonder what that honor roll play of the game would be. It was so exciting. It was all over the place. I'm so excited to see what that play could be. Let's see.
Again, some candidates. I mean, Vlogger and Jaker clearly was the honor roll play in the game. Unfortunately, for reasons that we haven't quite figured out yet, it was unacceptable. But there were plenty of things to choose from here.
Okay, let's see it.
Let's get the unveiling, and it is
Vim.
Vim.
Yes, I was so impressed with this play. Such good knowledge of recognizing on Cam's part that he had that last S.
And give him multiple spots to do it. It gave him the option of, he still had the S for GUANS. He created another spot for the S, a word ending in S, and Noah was unable to block it, so that play really did help Cam, and it ended up being pivotal.
Yeah.
He got the bingo down underneath it.
Yeah, this Word Game Players Organization Honor Roll brought to us by WGPO. Check out wordgameplayers.org for clubs, tournaments, and resources. Their sponsorship has been essential to putting on this tournament, and we could not do this without them. We're so grateful for their support.
Chloe, this has been super fun. Thank you for having me in the booth.
Yeah, thanks for joining me.
And can't wait to go do the finals. I'll be doing commentary on the finals in the auditorium on stage with the runner-up in the high school division, Noah Goldstein, and our own Jeffrey Pogue, who has been working behind the scenes this year on helping to produce this live stream and performing other jobs here at the North American School Scrabble Championship. It's been a blast. Thank you all. I love being part of this event, and it's been fun to be in the booth for a couple of turns.
Yeah, and we still have one more game ahead of us before the final, right? That was only round 9, I think.
We've got one more high school game. So
the final's already decided, so we'll see what we get to see there. Just an extra bonus on top of these amazing 9 games we've already gotten to see so far.
So I'm assuming we'll see a game that will impact the standings, that potentially with some money on the line, and I don't think we'll be seeing Gideon and Cam in a preview of the finals. We'll save that for the big game after the School Scrabble. I'm sorry, we'll see it right after that. We're going to go high school on the live stream.
Oh, wow.
Are we, or is the kids first? No, the kids are first. I'm sorry. Yeah. It'll be one more game, round 10 of the high school division. Then we'll get the School Scrabble Championship final, the elementary middle school division, and then the high school division final.
Yeah, so we got 3 more games today on the stream. Make sure to stay tuned in, like and subscribe. Thanks so much for being here, and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, that perfectly dovetailed with the music reaching its dramatic conclusion there. We are back for our final round of the main event before we get into our climactic finals games here at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship in downtown Washington, D.C. at the beautiful Planet Word Museum. Thank you so much to Planet Word for the use of this perfect space. Couldn't imagine a better space for a Scrabble championship. And we have seen some wild games today, Chloe.
Oh my God,
it has been crazy to watch.
Yeah, that last one was so exciting. We just saw Noah Goldstein play Cam Siegel in a crazy match that came down to the wire. And yeah, we actually already have our finals set now after just 9 rounds.
Yeah, that is a rarity. You've played in the School Scrabble Championship many, many times. I don't remember that many times, if any, ever before, where both sets of finalists were decided a round early before it's really difficult to separate yourself from the pack in an event of this length.
It's really hard, and it's so impressive that these players, Gideon Brasowski and Cam Siegel in the high school division in particular, and then from the middle school division, I believe it was Nathan and Hazem and Theo and Toby distinguishing themselves from the rest of the field. So impressive that they could do that around early, and just goes to show how well they've been playing this tournament.
Yeah, we've seen pretty much all of those players at least once or twice, and a lot of fantastic plays throughout. So what we're going to do now is the middle schoolers, I believe, are having their lunch break, getting set for that finals, which I believe is coming first. But we do have one more round from the high school division, and we're going to see a reprise Noah Goldstein on stream once again, playing Will Knispel, going for the 3rd place prize in the high school division. Again, our matchup preview brought to you by Hasbro Games, without whom this event simply would not be possible. Thank you very much to Hasbro for your generous support. So you see there in the last 5 games, that round 9 loss to Cam Siegel for Noah looming large. If not for that, we would be having an extremely exciting win and in game into the finals right now, Chloe. Instead, 3rd place, still a fantastic thing to shoot for.
Definitely, a 3rd place finish in this field is nothing to sneeze at by any means. I'm sure both of these players would be really happy with that finish and are feeling the nerves going into this round.
Yeah, so I think the players are standing by and ready to get started. So let's go to the board. It looks like it'll be Will to move first in this game after the handshake. Very good sportsmanship throughout here by the players, Chloe, which is not easy with such high hopes on the line. Sometimes, losing a key game, it's hard to remember to be a good sport, but we've seen it consistently here.
Yeah, very much so. Even after that last game where Noah dropped out of contention to make the finals. He's still in good spirits. He was doing a post-game talk with Cam, his good friend and opponent, and now Will to go first with a big draw. Wow.
Yeah, the J and the Z on his rack to start the game. Definitely looks like he's going to be deploying that. I feel like there's one play that stands out to me here, Chloe.
Yeah, you might know the word G's spelled Jeez, which already in its own right would be a great play, but you can put an E at the end of that word. And if Will sees that, he'll be able to play Jeeze, hitting the double letter with the J. That would be great.
So he's just going for Z instead, maybe not thinking to tack on his J along with that play. Maybe a slight missed opportunity for him there. Just reaching all the way to the double with that J would have been fantastic, but this is still pretty solid. He's able to get one of those two high-scoring tiles out. I guess the only question from here is will there be future opportunities for that J, which can sometimes be difficult to use?
Yeah, definitely. Now going over to Noah here. He didn't have the best first draw. There's a U and a Y, two I's that Noah will have to deal with here, and no amazing standout option, but some things to consider. What looks good to you, Will?
Yeah, this is tough just because you've got a couple different goals here with those tiles. If you're Noah, on the one hand, you've got two I's. You would definitely want to play one of those two. On the other, you want to use up that Y and U if possible. And you see Noah has separated Ryu aside from the rest of his tiles. That's actually about as good as it gets for plays that he can put on the board. He would put that right on top of Z, forming Yi going across, setting up his S in the process. I guess there already was a pretty good S hook in the form of Z's, but this seems okay. He's going to keep the two I's, Chloe, but that's just the cost of doing business sometimes.
Yeah, he could have considered exchanging there, but then this is a whole 21 points that he wouldn't have gotten that turn. So yeah, I don't mind this play of RYU at all.
Yeah, tough to turn down 20 odd points. Exchanging something like YIU would have left a very, very strong lead of AIRS, especially if you were to draw something like an E and a consonant or two. You would be bingoing a lot after a play like that. And that could have been a way to go as well, but I don't really quibble with this. And now it's back over to Will, and I just wonder if he's going to try to re-overlap here. And he plays Joe. That's a nice idea to get the triple for the J, 24 points for the J alone. This does run a risk of too many consonants, though, Chloe.
Yeah, I am worried about that. Usually, I mean, this rack that Will had was just quite clunky. He had the J and also some higher scoring consonants like the C and W and G that might cause him problems if he doesn't get some vowels here.
Yeah, so he's drawn one and he's drawn an S, which is always good to see. But that one vowel might really save him here. He'll have something to do he can play next turn. And meanwhile, Noah's tiles are tough. Ooh, it looks like he might be about to play the very stylish Rioja. That is a very nice way to burn through some vowels.
Yeah, that would be really nice. There's not any great options for Noah on this board. With this rack, there's just not much you can do. Super low scoring tiles that don't go super great together. So this is a really nice find. Way to look at that J that was just played. I guess he also has the option of Zori, Z-O-R-I, if he wants to keep the A, but Rioja looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, Zori is just another variation of this in the sense of you want to use one of your I's and R's because you have two of each of those, and you want to use your O because it's not as good as your other vowels. The reason this is so dangerous is not only does it open up this triple, which Rioja does not, it makes a bunch of hooks, not only the S, maybe Noah would like that it has an S hook because he holds an S, but it also takes an obscure L hook for Zoril. Maybe he would want to gamble that Will doesn't know that hook. It's a little obscure, but at the same time, opening that triple is just such a easy spot to hit. So I like Noah's choice here, much safer.
Yeah. I would really like to see Will look through that O that Noah just played. He could get rid of two of those the highest scoring consonants, he has the V and the W with the vowel. That would be a nice way, and not only to do that, but to keep the vowel on his rack. This play wig also nice though.
Yeah, it hits the W on that double letter score in two different directions. So you're definitely getting a very nice score for that, but he is going to be at the mercy of the bag. And there you go. Two vowels come out with one extra T, but I think the two vowels are definitely going to help him going into next turn. Had he drawn more consonants, could have been a tough situation for him. But yeah, another poor Noah is just bogged down, Chloe, with these unappealing vowel combinations.
Yeah, it's so tough. He's looking at this play of G-U-I-D, I think, from the G that Will just played in Wig. And that play, while it might get rid of some of those tougher, the U and the I, which are causing him problems here, it will set up a big E hook that I bet will spot if he does play Gwyd.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So it looks like he's getting set to play that. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, with that A in hand, it would be great if you could find a play starting with A going across to the triple, but there really isn't anything worth using in that spot. This, on the other hand, as you said, Chloe, there's now different hooks. If he can draw an E, he can play guide, but he's got two S hooks for his S in a couple different, there's S hooks all over the place here. Look at how many of them there are. So any bingo that Noah were to draw ending in S is just going to play everywhere on this board. And he just is a magnet for these two I racks. He's had them since the beginning of the game. He's been using I's on the last two turns, but he just keeps drawing more.
Yeah, that's really tough. Will over here looking at covets. I think there's a couple of different places he could play that. Maybe hooking guide, get Gwyd to guide, or with wigs is the other option I was thinking of. That looks pretty nice, scoring at 32 points.
Yeah, that's solid. This is a very nice scoring play. The only thing that, we just were talking about how useful the S is on this board with so many hooks everywhere. That being said, he did just take out a couple of those hooks with this play by spending his S. But if he knew that you could put a C at the top of air to make seer, which I think is like a bird, part of a bird beak, you could play covet here without using the S. Hold on to it, and maybe it's Will who's drawing the bingo. And oh my gosh, look at these T's! Oh my gosh, that is a weird draw.
Very weird
for Will. And meanwhile, Noah has yet another. It feels like he's had the same decision every turn.
I know. It's just like which middling play getting rid of an I and some other letters am I going to choose? But everything has got to look pretty uninspiring to Noah here. And he's down more than 60 points now without any bingos having been played or anything like that. That can't feel good. And he's just been dealing with these really tough racks of vowels and I's in particular.
Yeah, it certainly feels like with these tiles, what you want to do, as usual, try to use one of those I's and pray that at some point you don't draw another one from the bag, and you probably want to find a way to use an O if you can as well. And if you can do those two things, the rest of your letters are very strong. Here's a word that we've seen before already, metnaoi. A word that is a little bit obscure, but very, very useful in Scrabble to get rid of vowels.
Yeah, that's a nice find. Getting rid of a bunch of those vowels. I think it's funny how when you start getting vowels, you might be more inclined to get rid of more of them as the game goes on. He would have been fine just playing off OI or something like that, but because Noah's been dealing with so many vowels on these past few turns, I totally understand why he's just wanting to get rid of as many as he can.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. Oh, look at that.
Nice play.
Yeah, this is a solid play in response here. This looks to me like maybe the best available play for Will, scoring extremely well, using up 2 of the 3 T's and an M with Mitt alongside there, scoring quite nicely. This makes a lot of sense to me, and I really like that from his POV.
Yeah, very nice. That's the best play for sure on that turn.
Noah draws 2 Fs. My gosh, it just is a tough situation, but he has to, relax and realize that these draws have been a little weird for him to start the game, but he's still very much in this. If he can just be patient, get a bingo down in short order, and this is a fantastic play to do just that, Chloe.
Yeah, that's a great play, getting rid of both of those Fs, scoring very well, 30 points. And now he's got a bit more flexibility in this leave to hopefully claw his way back in this.
Yeah, it's just like one good, I mean, all those S hooks that we were talking about, so many of them are now gone. This is gone. This one got blocked. This one got blocked. But there still is one left that is totally unobstructed. So if Noah were able to draw something there, he still has a spot to play it. And it doesn't feel that likely that it's going to get blocked. That being said, Will could start to feel like, oh, geez, that's the last one on the board. Maybe a play down from this A that does an S hook would be something he would consider. But I really don't know exactly what he should do here. He has kind of a similar decision to what Noah's been dealing with, in fact.
Yeah, he's got some 2 I's, 2 A's, and is probably just thinking, how can I get rid of one of each of these, score some points, cement my lead a little bit more. But there's nothing awesome.
Yeah, it's tough. So he's got A's. Maybe he'll try to use one of his A's to play under the Z. There's a couple different types of words that would fit under there. Many of them are obscure, so it's not super easy to play there. But if he did play there, it would get in the way of that last S hook, and then he would probably be feeling pretty good about that fact. So, yeah, this is a tough one. He has Martian. Like, he wants to play the Martian here.
I know. He really does. He set that up almost immediately after seeing this rack. Looks like he might be thinking of AMI. Maybe Amir at the top of the board. I don't know what he's thinking, but those definitely seem like the letters that would stand out as the most sort of ones you would look to play a word with on this turn.
Yeah, for sure. So if I'm in Will's shoes here, which is weird to say because that's also my name, so I am in Will's shoes, but if I were in Will Knispel's shoes, I would be looking to play 1A, 1I, and hopefully my M as well. So a play that did all of those things, I would definitely think that's what I'm looking to do here. I'm sure he's thinking along the same lines, but yeah, just to, give some examples. Maria to the Z of Z as confusing. This is why we have the telestrator. So I don't have to say extremely confusing things like that. But a play right here, it's a little risky because you're opening up the triple, but that is a play that at least balances your rack if you're Will, and it blocks that use hook if you're concerned about it. So yeah, we'll just have to see what he elects to do. But this is kind of a tough turn, Chloe.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go with AM. There, like you were saying, a lot of the options getting rid of the I and A were a bit more obscure, so if he didn't see any of those, then this makes a lot of sense. He's still scoring some good points with that M, and it's just one of those turns where maybe nothing is standing out, and you want to move on with your life and play something.
Yeah, makes sense. You do have to play something. This does well to get the M in just the right spot. It has some advantage of blocking off the R and I, not completely with the R. You could still hook something onto M, AM, and go across. But at a cost of, with just the right letters, maybe an R in particular, RE, you could see a combination of those letters still be played parallel. That's not really very likely, so I feel like this play does block a little bit more than it gives back. But a very nice play. Ooh. There you go. This is really nice. Oh.
Yeah, so this is great by Noah, realizing that he has the S on his rack and he can make a play setting up that S with the spare hook that he can now play next turn, assuming that Will also doesn't have an S and use that spot. He's taking a bit of a gamble, but I really like that idea.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes this so good, of course, the S hook, also sort of using that R and E to get more points. The thing that's worrisome about it is, first of all, Will could have an S of his own. And secondly, the OAS leave is a little bit imbalanced. You lose your E, which is such a strong bingo tile. So a lot of upside here, but also some risk. And Noah draws decently. He draws that blank, which we love to see. but at the same time, it's going to be difficult, maybe not impossible, but difficult to find bingos with this rack.
Yeah, like you were saying, that leave of OAS a bit imbalanced, and Noah's seeing a few more vowels on his rack, an O and the U. So now it's up to Will to figure out how he wants to deal with that spot, if he even feels like dealing with it at all. He has the Q now, and there's not a whole lot to do with it. QI available, making PI might be his best option just to deal with that setup. The Q would totally, not totally actually, there are potential plays going SQU that this might leave available.
And look, Noah is so close to squadron.
He would even have just squad,
Yeah.
keeping the blank. But it looks like Will goes with tick in the bottom right corner, keeping the Q. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Maybe just not thinking about, he could maybe not be thinking about the spare hook. He could also be saying, well, I'm going to keep my Q and try for something better going forward. So, yeah, not sure the logic there, except that it's nice to use up that triple before Noah can get there. But the situation with Noah's rack is, all right, he plays out. This is a nice looking play. There might have been one or two. I see it pointed out in the chat. There are 7-letter words possible, but they are extremely obscure, so he could be forgiven for not finding those. I like this play, Chloe.
Yeah, I think it makes total sense. That O and U were the problem tiles. They're getting in the way of him finding the bingos that he might have been able to find otherwise. So this play of OUD makes a lot of sense, and it sets up his O to go in front of the DA that he just played.
Yeah, Oda is a word. He had 2 O's on his rack at that time, so now he has a very nice place, and now he also drew an H, so if he's able to play something starting with HO, I can see a couple words that do exist that are findable for Noah here. He's going to score a boatload of points in that spot if he wants them. So
yeah, and now we're kind of seeing the problem of the Q for Will here. He has these really nice letters, A, E, I, L, R, and T, but the Q is really holding him back from doing anything like bingoing with those tiles.
Yeah, this is a lesson that we as tournament players are always trying to impart as soon as possible, trying to get you to realize that the Q, I know it's 10 points and I know it's fun to play big QU words with it, but getting rid of it in a hurry is often the best case, the best thing you can do, because it is so difficult to use for words when you do not have a U on your rack. So Will is going to play R and Dame. He's going to keep the Q again. And let's see what Noah can find here.
He already set up hostage, which I think is his best bingo. He sees loathes as well, but hostage is so many more points. It'll make that HUP and ODA hooks that you were just talking about go all the way down. He sees earshot, but I don't see any reason not to play a hostage here.
Hostage is so many more points. So if you were going to come up with a reason not to play it, of course, it would just be the E right here. Yes. But amazingly enough, this is normally a very dangerous spot. It's probably worth the extra risk just because you're scoring so many more points with this little cluster up here to play hostage. But this is what we're talking about with getting rid of the Q, right? So if Will had shed that Q from his rack on one of the previous 2 turns, it's very possible that he might have a 7-letter bingo to play alongside this E if Noah were to play hostage. But with the Q, it's just not ever happening. You just are not bingoing in that spot unless you were to get incredibly lucky and draw the last U from the bag. So this is sort of what we're talking about when we mentioned this Q over and over.
Yeah, and I think Will probably have to hang on to it another turn here. There still is not a good spot on this board for the Q, and I think he'll probably be inclined to use that spot that Noah just opened up, maybe playing something through the E or going down on the left-hand column. But once again, he'll have that Q for another turn.
Yeah, so if I'm Will, I'm definitely thinking I want to use this Q, but I absolutely cannot just let Noah have a free crack at the spot he just made here. So I'm going to be playing something here, whether it's toiled or told, TOLED, TOLD. anything of that nature, you just have to cover up that spot. I'm sure he's going to do that. Then a lot is going to hinge on whether he can draw that last U, maybe the other blank. And oh my gosh, look at Noah's tiles here.
That's a great draw.
Yeah, beautiful letters. I'm not sure if he has a bingo just yet. The X, not the best bingo tile, but the 1-2 punch of using the X and leaving those fantastic other letters on the rack. Noah is in good shape here.
Yeah, that was a great draw. It's kind of exactly what you want to happen when you take a lead. You draw this big tile, the X, you draw the X, you're feeling super confident at this point.
Yeah, there is a very nice place to play it right here for a bunch of points, and you do want to keep all these other letters right here. These are amazing letters that turn into a bingo so often, Chloe.
Yeah, that's like the perfect play for Noah in this position.
So we'll see. The game is still close. Look at those scores. Noah is definitely not out of the woods. He's been trailing for almost all of the game. All right. So maybe just overlooking a few more points on offer. So this play scoring 25, but dumping it in this spot right here would have done just a bit better on the scoreboard. That's okay. Just right idea. Just didn't see the slightly better spot. And now finally the cue working its way off of Will's rack.
Yeah, I think he's finally realized that this cue is holding him back from scoring more points, potentially getting a bingo down or just a higher scoring play to come back into this game. And Noah with the draw of the L, there are certainly 4 bingos on this rack, plus some 8s available. He already set up one of them, Saltern, and another Sternal.
Yeah, he'll be doing something here, whether it's Saltern, Sternal. If he doesn't see those, he has maybe the more findable Antlers and U's, which is still just barely fitting on the board, I believe. Yeah, just barely still fits. But we can see Sternal is arranged and about, he's going to play Saltern. He juked me. Okay, he did go ahead and switch around. So he sees all of his options. He's going to play something that we approve here.
Yeah. Can't go too wrong on this turn. A nice job to find those bingos super fast and recognize that this is the best spot for them.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. So Noah has completely reversed his fortune in this game. It seemed like he was eternally dealing with 2 eyes at once on his rack, which we are all in perpetual fear of as Scrabble players. But yeah, that was very nicely spotted, and now it's Noah up over 100, so he is in the driver's seat to potentially wrap up that 3rd place position in the standings.
Yeah, really nice job by Noah. Yeah, getting out of those tougher earlier racks like you were talking about. It can be easy at the beginning of the game to get a bit down and feel like you're not drawing well and just get sort of stuck in these bad racks. But Noah worked his way out, set up that S hook, worked his way through the OU, and then got 2 bingos down in a row. Or not quite in a row, but pretty soon
close
after.
To it. Yeah, that X made it feel like it's 2 in a row because you draw that bingo, then you draw ANTERS plus an X, which is so close to a bingo. It's able to play his 1 letter and go ahead and play Sternal. There we see Will play B on top. He's got a ton of vowels there, so it makes sense to try to use the letter B with a couple of those vowels. And his rack is balanced, but he did give up his 2 E's in order to achieve it.
Yeah, those E's pretty important at this point in the game. If you look at the bag, there's only 1 more remaining. Lucky for Will, it is not on Noah's rack. Noah has 6 consonants and the blank. So I wonder what his approach will be here to getting through these consonants, and if he's thinking about bingoing or if he's just wanting to keep the board closed to keep this lead for himself.
Yeah, it is a weird time to have that many consonants. There is the O of covets where he's able to find the play using more consonants, but the problem is there really isn't even a good play that uses 3 consonants through that O. If there was, he would definitely want to do that, setting up his S. Right, going through the O. If you could find a 4-letter word and that doesn't use the S, that would be fantastic. But it doesn't look like one exists, and he's going to play what I think might be one of his best plays here, Chloe.
Yeah, I like that play. I think just getting rid of 2 of the consonants, recognizing that there's still some vowels out there for him to draw, makes total sense. And he's just not opening up anything great for Will, which I think is really the priority here to maintain his lead. Will with a bunch of vowels on his rack. I think there are only 2 more in the bag now, which is going to make it hard for Noah to get any of those. So Will is now dealing with this overload of vowels, and Noah with the exact opposite problem.
Yeah, this is a tale of 2 racks here. Definitely very different issues. Noah I guess he drew the Y, which is somewhat vowel-y, but even then, he definitely would have preferred an actual vowel here. But if you look at the tile pool right now from Will's perspective, wow, it is insanely imbalanced. There is just nothing doing, right? It seems like we're even counting the Y as a vowel in that count, which is fair, but if you weren't to count the Y as a real vowel, it's a 2 vowel to 15 consonant ratio.
Yeah, so Will just exchanged 3 of those vowels. I think if he had taken a look at the tile pool and realized that these vowels are actually not a problem here, if he can just play off 1 or 2 of them, he's so likely to draw a consonant and not need to exchange on that turn. And also hold on to those vowels and prevent Noah from drawing them.
Yeah, for sure. So the exchange does make sense in a vacuum just because it's going to be hard to make a play that you're that happy with. But yeah, the vowels actually are pretty valuable, as you say, Chloe, given that disparity. So yes, playing something, using it. Oh, look at this. This is a clever, creative idea here. It's just basically Noah saying, there's really no reason for me to hold the blank and shoot for a bingo. I'm just going to use it for scoring and using up as many consonants as I can. This is actually a very reasonable idea. I certainly, and many of us, Chloe, want to hold that blank for bigger things, but there is a logic to this play for sure.
Yeah, totally. There was a really cool play there, actually, also using the blank, making Y-E-G-G underneath sternal, making B-E-Y-E-R-E. That would have been 41 points.
Oh my gosh. So if you just imagine E-N-G, that is a valid word. So you're saying using a blank E there, that would be insane to play something like
but
that.
Jives does draw a challenge.
Gets the challenge. All right. So this is, we're in the high school division, so this is going to be a lost turn for Will, but he's probably thinking, if this is good, I can't win the game anyway, so let's go ahead and challenge it.
Yeah, this challenge in the OSPD dictionary from Merriam-Webster. Thanks to Merriam-Webster for letting us use that word list in this tournament. And Jives is valid, so since this is the high school division, we will be going back to Noah again. Will would lose his turn for an incorrect challenge.
Yep, so back to Noah, and that is certainly probably the final swing that would have needed to occur. And we see more consonants using that blank to try to draw as many vowels as possible. He does get 1, so there you go.
Yeah, I guess one of those vowels that Will just threw back in the bag earlier. I wonder if he knows the word Kobo. That's one of the spots for. I don't think there's anything that will go all the way up to the double word score, but still a potential opportunity to score on this board where otherwise there are not too many opportunities for that.
Yeah, if you could reach all the way up to this double word score with something ending in OW, like throw, there's all the T's are played, so nothing like that is possible, but that would be huge.
Yeah, this play looks even better than anything available to Noah right now, though. Howl, very nice.
Yeah, good play. That's very nice. Gets the 2 4-point tiles off the rack at once. Just what Noah needs to do, score decently well, and move to the end of the game as fast as possible. It's exactly what he's done. So nicely done. Noah showing why he really was, along with Cam Siegel and Gideon Brasowski, I feel like the 3 players that we were watching closely in this event. No shade to many other players. Milo Anderson with a pedigree of making the finals multiple times, but he is a 9th grader, and those 3, Noah, Cam, and Gideon, are 11th graders with 2 extra years of experience. We did kind of expect them to find their way amongst the top, and that is exactly what's happened.
Yeah, and Noah being the top seed, I'm sure he was feeling a bit disappointed to not make the final, but it's such a tough tournament. We've talked a bit earlier today about how this is a short tournament, only 10 games. It's longer than it ever has been before, so that's something, but 10 games shorter than a lot of other tournaments that we play as Scrabble players, so it's not much time. If you lose 1 or 2 games earlier on, it makes it really hard to come back and get a spot in the final.
Yeah, it's tough. Rebounding from those losses, I feel like it's already very, very tough in Scrabble to shake off a loss and move on. But at this tournament, it's absolutely imperative that if you lose a game, you can't get 2 down because your margin for error has just decreased rapidly, which that's a tough thing in Scrabble because, as we've been saying a bunch of times, this is not a game you can win every time out there. There are going to be games that just aren't winnable based on what you draw. And you just have to hope to either get lucky that this is the year where you don't experience any games like that, or be very resilient in the instance where that you do experience one of those unwinnable games. And then for any other game that's remotely winnable, you've got to convert as many of those as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, it often does just come down to some version of luck in this tournament being so short. But Noah's still, like you said, all 3 of these top players in this division in 11th grade. So they all will have another chance next year to compete for the title. I don't think Noah's won before. No, he has not won before.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure he'll be looking to do that next year.
Yeah, and he'll for sure be a favorite next year as well. It's hard to see, but of course, in all likelihood, he will have to contend with Gideon and Cam again.
I know.
And of course, we are very much looking forward to the finals match between those two. The game that we saw in the main event between those two was hilariously entertaining.
Yeah.
So it should be very exciting to see the reprise in just about a couple hours from now, I think.
I know. I'm so excited.
So yeah, this one is more or less wrapped up, and it is going to be Noah winning against Will and locking up. Oh, that's a really cool play. Look at that.
That's his best play.
Yeah, look at this insertion of the L in between the F and R on the board to make flair. Very, very nicely done, and that actually is our engine evaluated top play there by Will. That's phenomenal on his part.
That's amazing board vision. Both players have played a perfect endgame so far, in fact, which is endgames might be one of the hardest parts of Scrabble to get right. At this point in the game, you're like, the result of this game is decided. I'm just going to throw down the first thing I see. But both of these players are taking the time to really think this through and find their best options.
That's so impressive. And as you say, Chloe, endgames are really, really tough. It's just because at that late stage of the game, when no tiles are in the bag, that is the time for you to have perfect information about your opponent's holdings, what tiles they actually have on their rack. You can know that. Every player at this level is usually expected to sort of cross those letters off as they're played so that at the end of the game, you know exactly what your opponents have and how to strategize against it. And that is definitely a skill that takes a lot of time to come close to mastering, not even mastering.
Definitely. And it's just because it feels so unimportant when there are elements in the game like bingo finding and just learning the words or managing the pre-endgame, which can often be a lot more important in deciding the result of a game than an endgame where it often is already decided. But these moments in the game are really important for building up a spread, which can come into play in a lot of tournaments.
Yep, absolutely true. And I think Will just made his next best endgame play there. So 2 optimal endgame plays for Will Knispel, even in a loss, playing extremely well to the bitter end as we get the handshake there. Not sure if the players will discuss this one, but maybe a quick check on the overhead mics. Right. Looks like maybe not. I think this one, not much going on over the board here. Oh,
maybe just some score checking.
Yeah. All right, they're squaring up. Not too much else going on here. So, yeah, with that, I think that's going to do it for the main event games. All that's left from here on out, Chloe, are our two finals matches. So, if you've been watching at any point over the last 2 days, this is what we've been building up towards. But just to put a bow on this game, let's take a look at our honor roll play of the game, courtesy of Word Game Players Organization, another incredibly generous sponsor of our event here. For more information about Scrabble tournaments, clubs, other resources to improve, if you're watching this stream and saying, man, this looks so fun, how do I learn more? wordgameplayers.org is the place to go. No surprise of which play we picked here, Chloe.
Yeah, this play of Hostage was really nice, scored 92 points. And that was 19 more points than the next best bingo that Noah could have played on this turn. It was a really nice find to make the blanket G here, and this just helped him get back in the game and start cementing his lead.
Yeah, and there were definitely, he saw plays like Loathes, which I'm just curious, does my telestrator actually work on this screen? No, okay, never mind. So all good. So Loathes and Use there on the center of the board, that was another option, but Noah correctly going for the gold, getting those extra points for Hup and Oda. And yeah, we're all in favor of that. So let's take a look at our final report card here. This is just going to be our final standings, how things are shaping up. So I think that Cam and Gideon played a just for funsies game between the two of them, with both of them having clinched spots in the finals. The result of that game, I guess, determines which of the two of them are going to be, well, actually, it looks like Cam is so far ahead in point spread that we're going to go out on a limb and say that our main event winner is Cam Siegel, with Gideon coming in second. But again, it is the finals game that will actually determine the champion. You win the main event, or you come in second in the main event, that gets you that ticket to the finals.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the finals. Congrats to Noah on a third place finish. Maybe he was hoping to qualify for the finals, but still an amazing job by him this tournament. Congrats to Milo on fourth place and Will on, I think, fifth place.
Yeah, I think he only drops down to fifth, so fantastic performance by all of our top finishers in the high school division. So there you have it. It's been 10 rounds now in the books here from the Planet Word Museum. I believe what we're going to do is start with our middle school division finals first, and then move back into our high school finals. So as a refresher, we are going to have Theo Diamond and Toby Lieberman versus, I know it's what is it? It's Nathan Lerlop and Hazem. I can't remember. Let's see, the middle schoolers here. I'm just trying to get that info for you all. Maybe it's here. Anyway, Nathan and Hazem are going to be in the finals against Theo and Toby. So congratulations to all four of those players. That's what we're going to see first. And then afterwards, we'll be back to high school to see Gideon and Cam, the rematch. What could possibly be more exciting than the first game? Hopefully we can do something like that.
Oh, I'm so excited.
So, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to turn it around quick with our two finals matches here at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship.
I'm Gideon Brasowski.
And I'm Milo Anderson.
And you're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship.
Hey everybody, Will and Chloe back again with a special Scrabble challenge here. What we're gonna do is find as many words as we can with these 5 letters, plus one more tile that we pick from this tile bag. So Chloe, you do the honors.
Let's see what I get. It is the E.
Ooh, an E, that's a good one. And what am I gonna get? The Q. All right, let's see what we can do. All right, I'll go first, I guess. All right, there you have it. See, here is a very long list of words. This one much shorter. So when we look at tiles like the Q versus the E, this one is 10 points. We love scoring that many points. This one only 1. But the reason this one is worth so much is because it's much harder to use in words, Chloe. That's why sometimes we don't love to see the Q each and every time we draw it.
Welcome back, folks. We are finally at the finals of the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. It has been a long road over the course of this weekend here at Planet Word, an amazing museum devoted to all things language in the heart of Washington, D.C. Thank you so much to Planet Word for the use of your beautiful venue. We're here, Chloe. We're at the finals. It's an amazing place to be for our 4 players.
Yeah, I'm so excited. We're going to see Nathan and Hazem, who we've not yet seen on stream, versus Theo and Toby, who we saw really early on. They've gone on to have great tournaments, and I'm so excited.
Yeah, the 2 of them actually clinched their spots in the finals a round early. That is how dominant they were in the main event. 8 games in the middle school division. So I think we can cut to our event preview and see how they're handling the pressure sitting at this board, ready to begin the finals. Looks like they're pretty chill, in fact. Right?
Yeah, they're looking ready. They seem ready. I'm excited.
So getting a little factoid that Nathan and Hazem met several years ago at school. Both of them are rock climbers, which again, we're hearing a lot of these like physical, things that everybody is doing. Great to be that well-rounded. Whereas Theo and Toby, we've actually seen them a number of years here. Both of these teams actually are sort of veterans of the middle school division.
Yeah, Nathan, the former partner of Milo Anderson, who competed for the first time this year in the high school division. Nathan finding a new partner, his good friend Hazem from class. It's great to see them all competing here. We got 3 8th graders, so for 3 of these players, it's their last chance to win this tournament.
All right, so I think the players are champing at the bit, ready to get started here. It's going to be Nathan and Hazem. Hopefully we get that pronunciation correct. And thank you once again to Hasbro Games for the incredibly generous sponsorship, without which this event would not be what it is. All right, let's get underway. I'm very excited. What is going on with this?
Got some nerves.
Some wiggly fingers there, and we have something for the record.
Do not condone the short
bus.
Short something like that.
All right, whatever.
Short racks.
Racks. Okay.
That makes more sense. We are using a bit shorter racks than some players might be used to, just to fit them in that camera frame.
All right, I could not do that. I'm so sorry, everybody. That's purely a production situation there with the rack length. So yeah, we're gonna get started underway. That's kind of funny.
See, let's put that note to the side and make
Yes.
room for the tiles on these wraps.
All right, so a lot of vowels here to start. Oh my gosh, that is definitely a tough one to start. Chloe, what do we do with these letters?
We do a vowel dump, which they're doing immediately. Aioli was exactly what I was thinking. Great find, great knowledge of those vowel dumps. Love this play.
That is fantastic, especially playing that instantaneously.
Yeah.
That is exactly what you're looking for with so many vowels. A word like aioli, tasty word, nice treat to put on your food, but also a fantastic Scrabble word with the 4 vowels.
Yes, it so often comes in handy, and they played that, I think, in the right position. If they had played it starting with the A on the start and going to the right, they would have slotted the I next to a double letter score, so they were really careful to put a consonant there and prevent bigger scoring plays from Theo and Toby.
Yeah, that's a great observation. So yeah, these little details at this level, you see the players are so tapped into those really subtle details that actually make a very big difference. Meanwhile, it's over to Theo and Toby. We've got some high scoring letters between H, V, and P. Would love to see them try to use the V. I do expect them to do just that here if they can.
Yeah, they have a nice play available of hived through the I of aioli. That would hit the double word score and get rid of some of those higher scoring letters. Instead, they're going with dept. This is not a word.
They're not playing their H along with it?
Oh, they are. They are. Okay, sorry. I did not see that.
Got it. Okay, so yeah, that is a valid word, of course, the regular word. So yeah, this makes sense. And the only blemish from my POV, that V remaining on the rack, not our favorite tile at this level. Let's see if they can draw some good stuff to go with it. I think it would be an amazing job by Nathan and Hawsum to be able to play a 6-letter word under that H if they can spot one. I can see at least 1 or 2, not going to be that easy, but a play here looks like it would score about as well as they can. Alternatively, Chloe, they could try harder for a bingo.
Yeah, I know. It's tough in these situations to evaluate whether you should just take those points of the 6-letter word to the triple, or if they could play off maybe their O and E and keep a really solid lead. The A, E, N, R, T are some of the best bingo tiles. But looks like they found ornate.
Beautiful.
Great find. I like this play. Probably a close call between fishing and this. And sometimes I think just taking the points is better.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. There is also, these shorter plays that you make because you really want to get a bingo quickly. You have to remember that finding a bingo is actually tough sometimes. There are certainly instances where you might draw a bingo that's a little rare or obscure that you haven't studied, and you're not going to be able to play that word. So playing longer, if you're not a perfect dictionary knowing machine, is actually a better choice in some situations, and I think this was one of those.
Yeah, and they drew some crazy tiles, the Z and the blank in particular. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's going to be a great draw for them. You love to see those 2 tiles. Of course, the W along with it is going to be a little bit tricky, but I'm sure they're going to have several good plays in a row. Meanwhile, back to Theo and Toby. Oh, look at that hook. That is fantastic.
Very nice.
To see and know the M hook on ho to make mo, that is phenomenal.
That is not an easy hook to see. You would not think a consonant like the M would go in front of that word. So that's great vision there. Also blocking the bingo of tweezing through the N of ornate that Nathan and Hawsum would have had.
Wow, that is amazing. What timing to find such a good play, saving them a potentially enormous counter from Nathan and Hawsum. That is fantastic. Well, what are they going to do now with that play having been blocked? We'll find out. It looks like there are good Z spots, but it's hard to actually figure out what to do with it.
Yeah, they could consider using the blank. Oh my God! Wow, this is doing some crazy things here. They're they're keeping the Z, but they're also blocking a huge bingo that Theo and Toby had spotted and set up on their rack. Vibrator making mayor through that T of ornate.
Oh my God, that's unbelievable.
Oh my God.
Vibrator would have played through this T, forming mayor. Oh, that just got blocked.
Oh
That
my
is
God.
incredible that they spotted it. You see the dejection, the dejection on Theo's face, and I frankly don't blame him one bit. That is incredible.
Oh my God, wow. Just to find that, and they saw it so quickly as well, to find that so immediately and have it get blocked is crushing. But,
Devastating.
oh
Okay.
my God. Wow.
You have to rebound from that.
Yes.
I mean, they might consider just playing vibrate in that spot,
Mhm.
making the mayor hook. That would be a really nice way to get rid of the V, score some points.
And look what they have.
Oh my God.
This is insane. Nathan and Hosm have set up Kazik on their rack, making that blank a Q, and that will play on this board.
This is astounding. What a game to start with. This is one of the craziest sequences I have seen in School Scrabble. We're about to see one of the theoretically highest scoring words in the game of Scrabble. This is, if you had a real Q instead of the blank, this is like possibly the highest scoring triple that can be played in Scrabble. I believe Kazik's is the highest play on record in the game of Scrabble as a triple, and we're gonna see it here.
And they found both spots for the bingo. They're debating which one. Oh my God, this is amazing.
This is astounding. What a game in progress. So Kazik with the blank Q. And this after the incredible bingo of Vibrator getting blocked. What a start to the game, Chloe. I'm absolutely flabbergasted right now.
That is such an amazing find. That was their only available bingo. That shows extremely deep word knowledge. I mean, they must really be studying to know these words and to find it instantly with that rack.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. So if you're Theo and Toby, there is a lot of emotion happening right now. You just had an amazing play of Vibrator making mayor blocked, and now your opponents in Nathan and Hosm have played an insane blank Q bingo. You have to relax, stay calm, and realize the score is not that far out of reach. You can get the next bingo and get back in this game, but Chloe, would be a little shell-shocked.
Oh, me too. I mean, to go from that high of seeing Vibrator and the excitement of potentially getting to play that, to have that blocked and feel sad about that, and then the 1-2 punch of that, and then Kazik. Oh my God, but they're going to have to regain their composure. They have the J now with 3 O's, not a great draw after that play of Vibrate, which was still a very nice find in its own right. And they're going to look to play that J somewhere.
Yeah, for sure. It's not clear that there's that good of a place. They might be getting ready to play Joey into the Y of Mayor. There actually really isn't much better for the J right now, so that would be a perfectly reasonable play. And you've got some hands in hair on the Theo and Toby side, but they're still very much in this. After they make this play right now, they're going to be only... It's
30 points down.
30 points down. They are right in this. It's been a wild opening to the game, but hopefully they can just settle down and realize so much more game to go.
Yeah, and then a nice draw after that bingo, the X on their rack with some really synergistic tiles. They have set up EX on their rack. Not sure where they're thinking of playing that yet. It might just be what they're thinking they would ideally get rid of to keep the bingo-friendly tiles together.
Sure. Honor roll, the honor roll, which we've been bringing to you, brought to you by WGPO.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's almost on the rack right there. That's really funny. Don't think that's a word as one word, nor is it. It would be a 9, so it's not anything we have to worry about. But yeah, Nathan and Hosm are going to have to figure out a way to use that X. But yeah, the standout play does appear to be under the blank Q of Kazik, if they can think to play index there. Instead, they're going to play Jive.
that keeps a nice play for next turn. They're setting up EXED to the triple.
Ah, that's nice. Although I have to worry a little bit that Theo and Toby are going to try to play there. At the same time, it looks really tricky.
Yeah.
Do they even have the only tile they have that plays to the right of the I is their N, and it doesn't really look like they have any other good combinations of tiles that are going to let them play there. So it might be that Theo and Toby have to play elsewhere, after which Nathan and Hosm get that big spot.
Yeah, and really no great options for Theo and Toby on this turn. These letters don't go nicely together. There's two L's. And they might just end up playing something like HOE if they're worried about something in that top right corner.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe they will opt to do that. It looks like, yeah, you're right, Chloe. Maybe the language, the body language, the tile rack language, setting aside the H and the O is, that could be what they're thinking of, and that would make a lot of sense.
Wow.
So, yeah, bendy. Looks like with the Y, which I don't think that is a word, but that's a cool idea to try to play. But I think they'll probably.
I wonder what they're gonna do. I bet Theo and Toby are probably trying to just come up with any other option other than HOE, which is not the most appealing, and I'm sure they recognize that. They're not going to be excited to keep two L's and some other consonants with that O. But it's going to be hard to find anything too much better. There's some words like halloo are very hard words to know through the A of aioli, but that's a really tough word to spot.
Yeah, this doesn't feel great if you're Theo and Toby, just because that NORLL leave is a little imbalanced. You really, really are going to want to see a vowel come along there to balance things out. The S is fine. You can take that S. That'll help quite a bit to I'll give them some options next turn. So that makes some sense. And now Nathan and Hosm have to buckle down and try to find a different option than what they probably wanted.
Yeah, that X play would have been so big for them. And that's, now they just are struggling with a couple more consonants. They had, I think, set up maybe BYTE earlier. Maybe that was something a little different. They could play that and hold on to the X again. They could look for another option entirely. Maybe they should take some time here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that, that play in the upper corner was so much easier than the other plays on offer. It looks like they might be getting ready to play Dexy. I'm not 100% sure where. I guess Index. Okay, this is actually pretty good. There's not going to be that much better than this. This is nice just to get that X. And on that triple letter score, this is actually about as good as I can see, Chloe.
Yeah, no, that looks totally fine to me. They're getting some points. No S hook on Index, so they're not really giving back too much of a, it's not too much of a risk.
Yeah, for sure. No hooks at the end of that. It does expose a nice couple of tiles in space in the form of the D and the E. This is probably something that Theo and Toby are saying to themselves, all right, I can live with this a little bit. Now I've got some chances of playing 8-letter words through two very good bingo tiles. But first they have to try to get some of those consonants off the rack. And meanwhile, we do see the second blank on Nathan and Hosm's rack. That is a huge boon to their winning chances for sure.
Yeah, that is huge. They already got the first blank. I'm sure Theo and Toby were hoping to get the blank to come back into this game. Not great tiles to go with it yet, but I'm sure Nathan and Hosm will take this next turn or two to work through the BUGY that they have and use that blank toward the bingo.
Yeah, that is a lot of clunky tiles together, all of those, but it should maybe take one or two good plays. And here's a really nice play by Theo and Toby.
Yeah.
This is a nice way to reach that triple put an S on the lower row of the board. Even though you don't like to use your S in general, there really isn't a great S hook on this board. So by playing it here, they greatly improve their chances of playing an 8-letter word ending with that S. I think this was their best play here.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really nice play. Totally got cleaned up the rack and, like you said, set up a big threat on the board, a nice bingo lane. And they drew pretty well after that.
Ooh, they've drawn pretty well. Again, this is a testament to the fact that maybe the board isn't that good for 7-letter words ending in S because they have errands on their rack. It just doesn't look to me that it fits anywhere on this board.
Yeah, I don't see a spot either. We'll see what Nathan and Hosm do. They might be tempted to open it up a bit because they have the blank. That said, I think they'll recognize their lead and their advantage in this position and might just go for something a little less risky.
Yeah, I do feel like they are going to consider, if they can't find a good scoring play or a good play that uses up all those high point tiles on the rack, B, P, G, Y, not to mention the U is a tile you definitely want to use when you have it almost all of the time. So if they can't find a play that does any of those things, they might try a blocking play here just because they have that lead. And really, the most dangerous threat to Nathan and Hosm right now is this S. So could they play something to obstruct it? Absolutely. What that is, I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see what they elect to do.
Yeah, they might have been thinking of Pug making Udo and Gel. That would be a totally fine play. It would obstruct one of the less easy to hit but still available spots on the board. It would somewhat partially block the A of Aioli as well as any 7-second fit where they're playing Pug. Yeah, that's a nice idea. I might have liked to see Bug instead, but that's a minor detail. The B just being a bit harder to use than the P.
Yeah, that's maybe the only tweak that we can really see. But I do like the idea of leaving that Y. It kind of meshes nicely with your consonants. But yeah, I would maybe switch out the B and P like you said. Let's see what they draw as they're getting closer. Ooh, another kind of clunky draw. So again, Nathan and Hosm in the driver's seat here for sure, but the more turns that they get these clunky draws to go with that blank, it gives Theo and Toby a little life. And look at that. They're just about to, this is amazing because this is brilliant. Let's break this down, right? The S, again, we've been saying it, isn't actually as good as usual on this board. There's no great spots for it. What Theo and Toby want to do is hit this S with something else. So I really, really like that play from Theo and Toby, Chloe.
Yeah, that's awesome. It was 35 points, I think, for Vibrates and Kaziks using just the S. And like you said, there's an S already available on the board for them to end words this. So this could have worked out really well for them with certain draws to bingo to that S.
Yeah, it's just really smart on their part. With the leave that they had, they could have drawn, I guess there's only one O. I was going to say adorners or readorns down low. Probably some other stuff that would have fit down low. But yeah, it's just really nice on their part to grab such a nice number of points. And we go back to Nathan and Hosm, and they've got a similar problem to last turn, but I think they should be able to find some good plays here.
Yeah, if they see that they can put the K in front of Udo, making Kudo, you can actually have a singular Kudo and play Yok, Y-O-K. That would be an amazing find. That would score a lot of points.
Oh, yeah. Just look at it, how it fits right up here. That would be phenomenal to find that spot. Not the easiest hook to think of. I actually hadn't thought of it myself. Instead, they're going to play Yoke. All right, so probably not thinking of Kudo here, but this makes sense, keeping the lone vowel. But again, that S looming so large at the base of the board. Really curious to see. Theo and Toby clearly aware that if they had an open E, they would be able to play re-earned. There is no such E.
Oh, there's an overdraw here.
Oh my gosh. It's an overdraw.
Oh, this could be big.
Could this result? So the policy for overdraws The director is going to come over. Theo and Toby can now pick 3 tiles from Nathan and Hosm's rack. If one of those is the blank, it's going back in the bag. This could be huge.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this could be big. I wish we had an overdraw camera. At least could maybe
Do it on the blank slip or something. Oh my God, this could be insane. Let's see if that blank finds its way back. Oh my God.
That is brutal.
Oh my God.
Wow.
An unbelievable swing in this game, an overdraw costing Nathan and Hosm the blank. If anyone out there on the YouTube chat doesn't understand what we just witnessed, just let us know. We'll try to explain it again. But when you overdraw and mix the tiles together, your opponents get to take 3 of your tiles, or I guess overdraw. If it's 8 tiles, you get to pick 3 and choose 1 to throw back. That is an incredible swing. I'm not sure I've ever seen that happen, Chloe.
No, that feels so bad. I mean, I am not the most careful player at times, and I overdraw, and I feel like this has happened to me before, and it is a terrible feeling to know that you were in such a commanding position, and just by a simple mistake of picking 1 too many tiles, not paying attention to maybe how many you played, or just getting carried away with taking letters from the bag, it could end up in such a huge swing as this, where Nathan and Hosm must have been feeling great with that blank, and now are stuck with a pretty clunky, not much to do with it rack.
Yeah, this looks like they're about to make potentially their top play
Wow.
here of re-wax. I feel like the way they... Oh, okay.
That might be better.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. They could have actually played re-wax going in the opposite direction, but what they've done instead by playing Waxer is continue to leave this S unobstructed. This S is still wide open and potentially even more difficult to block now, Chloe, as Theo and Toby look to chip away at that lead.
Yeah, that's really smart to help preserve that lane. Now Nathan and Hosm only up 21 points. So at a time they might have considered using a turn to not score too many points and block that S, maybe with something just like blots, but at this point, I'm not sure they can afford to score so few points on this turn.
Yeah, that is, that's absolutely true. Another heartbreaking thing for them is they just have no way of playing to the lower right triple. They have no E, whereas Theo and Toby do have that E. That being said, Theo and Toby also are not going to be able to play down there potentially without cashing their S. Maybe they're going to look to do that with something like Rens or Nerds. Really hard to play the V as well. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see from here on out, but this has been a crazy game from start to finish. Well worthy of the finals so far.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Wow, what a turn of events in such a short time.
Yeah, completely nutty, all of the swings in this game so far. So it's going to be tough. I guess another factor is if they know the word Ludo, maybe that helps them. But yeah, that's not the easiest. Oh, look at that. Cool. That's a cool play.
Nice.
Forming yokel. That's not a hook that I was thinking about, but that's a nice looking play just to continue to try to grab some points.
Yeah, and it kind of obstructs plays to that bottom right triple that you were talking about. Now a player would have to put either an S after ol or maybe an O, but that wouldn't work at all with the E that would have to go next to it. So
yeah, that's tough. It's going to be tougher for sure to play to that lower right triple thanks to that play. Maybe that was part of the thinking by Nathan and Hosm to try to obstruct access to that lower right triple, make it much tougher to get down there. So now Theo and Toby, with all these consonants, neither player has redrawn that second blank. The blank is lurking again.
Wow, it looks like they're thinking maybe of playing Vens. At this point, Theo and Toby still are down around 40 points, 39 points. So they are going to need some points to get back in this game. So I would be wanting to leave that spot open. It's just hard to find any plays otherwise on the board. They have a lot of consonants.
Yeah, that's true. So Vens I guess the idea is maybe playing that right
Oh,
here.
that makes more sense.
Grabbing a bunch of points. I mean, you could play it down here. I do feel that Theo and Toby are going to try as hard as possible to leave that S open. They're the ones trailing in the game, and that S is a huge potential swing point of the game, where an 8-letter bingo there would be huge. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe if they think about playing something down through this A, just because they know that that blank could easily still be lurking when it was thrown back in after an overdraw. So playing something, if they knew it, like vanned or vanner, those are not obvious words. We think of van as a noun, and I think those plays don't seem that logical, but if they knew them, those plays would be great here to really reach deep for the blank in the bag, Chloe.
Yeah, vanned or vanner would be excellent. Yeah, that's just something that comes down to word knowledge, like you were saying. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see vend on this turn instead.
Vend or vends using the S to get a few extra points underneath aioli. That seems like a reasonable play, consisting all of words they know. Instead, we've seen an exchange. It looks like they exchanged VN. Let's see what they draw.
Okay.
Menders.
Oh, and they would have had amenders, actually, if Nathan and Hosm didn't make this play that they're making right now of attic.
Amenders just getting blocked. So once again, Nathan and Hosm are just in the nick of time, just as we saw early in the game with that play of Vibrator and Mayor that got blocked. Now we see amenders getting blocked.
Very
unbelievable. Crazy. So nice idea. I guess the only thing that concerns me about this play of attic is it's now even tougher to block this S for Nathan and Hosm without taking a really low score for that play. So maybe next turn they're going to look to play right here in a way that really locks the board down. If I'm Theo and Toby, I'm worried about that eventuality, and I'm going to try to find a play that opens something else somewhere else on the board to try to stave off that situation where I have only one spot on the board that I'm banking on.
Yeah, this is crucial them to recognize that they need to open up some more space on this board. They're down, I think, around 50 points right now, which potentially with the right racks, they could just get back in the game by scoring well, but that hasn't happened yet. There's not really that many great scoring places or opportunities on this board, so I think another bingo will be pretty important for them in this game.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's just tough because if you're not worried about that S at the bottom of the board being blocked, you could just dump off your M or something like that right there, leaving the dynamite leave of Enders. That's a great, great leave. Definitely is going to become a bingo a lot of the time. If you draw an A, it would be dearness to the bottom of the board. If you draw an O, it would be endorses. All rudeness with a U. Just playing your M gives you so much, but you have to worry that that spot is going to get blocked, and then you have no safety valve beyond that.
Yeah, and knowing how Nathan and Hosm have been playing this game, I wouldn't be surprised if they're aware of that S spot and are looking to block it when they can, which would be this next turn.
Yeah, for sure. So other thoughts are, look, they have unabridged.
Wow.
The idea of playing unabridged. I'm not sure that's, what do you do to a dictionary when it becomes unabridged?
Yeah, I guess
You unabridge it. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a word, but it's also a 9-letter word that's not likely to come into play. So this is a brutal, brutal situation for Theo and Toby. I don't really know exactly what I would do. I might opt to try to play as many tiles as I can. I don't know. This is just a tough situation because you've got a chance of drawing the blank if you play a bunch of tiles. You've got a chance of bingoing if you play fewer tiles.
Yeah, this is really tough. I don't even see a great way to open up another spot on the board. They could do something for a very low score that I'm seeing, but a lot of this space is somewhat inaccessible without, not scoring very many points.
Yeah, it's crazy. So a couple other ideas could be if you know, again, playing from the DO, if you find a 6-letter word going across, if you're willing to cash your S, maybe you want to play something going across here. There's definitely plays that score decently and use more tiles down low.
Yeah, they could play something with waxers, maybe.
Waxers as well as an option. So there are a lot of different ways to go here. I don't personally feel like there is an obvious choice that they definitely should do.
Wow. Oh, so this is going to get hit pretty heavily, I think.
Oh, man. So this is a play that puts a lot of pressure on Nathan and Hosm to know Ami. If they know that A hook right here, if they know this, they're going to be able to do some big damage in this spot.
And they see their play pretty instantly. I think they're looking at playing bearing, which is going to score a ton of points and block not only that lane that Theo and Toby just set up, but also the S that we've been talking about.
Yeah, so that made sense from the standpoint of trying to open a lane, and if Nathan and Hosm somehow did not have an A, it might well have worked, but they did, and that is going to be a huge swing. And not only that, there's no blank that Theo and Toby didn't draw it. We can easily see Nathan and Hosm pick that blank again. Let's hope they draw the right number of times.
Yeah, I think they're going to be extra careful from now on. It's worth noting that bet will take the front A in front of it for a bet, so there are still words that can go on the left-hand column of the board, but unfortunately for Theo and Toby, they do not have one of those A's.
Oh, that's true. So, and the blank's still there.
Wow. So it's
Gaunter, they see.
Wow, they're finding these things
instantaneously. Gaunter is found. So both players, both teams, I should say, with valid 7-letter words spelled out on their racks, but the board is too closed to allow either of them to go down anywhere. And yet that blank is still lurking. So Theo and Toby definitely have an uphill battle. As you said, Chloe, a bet is an option, but they don't have an A. If they did, that would be so phenomenal for them to be able to play something with a bet, opening more space in this second row of the board, second column, I should say. So yeah, they're going to go ahead and play Eden. Oh my gosh, that's not actually a valid word. This is a huge opportunity. Nathan and Hosm know their 4s really well.
Oh wow, a fast challenge. Wow, and we are playing the 10-point rule.
Yes.
So this makes a lot of sense why it was so fast.
Wow. This is going to be brutal. Oh man.
That's really tough.
Tough situation here. Wonder if they're having some doubts, but this word is going to come off, and that is a huge boon. Oh
man.
Yeah, you hate to see that in such a pivotal moment.
Oh, that word not acceptable in the lexicon here. It's we probably, a lot of us have heard of the Garden of Eden, so totally understandable that Theo and Toby might have thought of that or heard of it somewhere, but yeah, not in the game of Scrabble.
I actually even think that Edenic, Edenic, I believe that is a valid word, so it's funny that would be good, but not Eden. But yeah, it's just a word that happens not to be good, and that gives Nathan and Hosm a huge advantage here to do any kind of board blocking that they want, Chloe.
I mean, there's not that much. I guess they could play something, making a bet if they want to. I think I assume they'll see that hook based on how they've been playing. They've been finding a lot of these tough plays that we've been talking about, but they don't even have to do that. I think if they thought that Theo and Toby had an A or had a bingo last turn, they probably would have played that instead of playing 2 E's and playing Eden or trying that word in the bottom right corner. So I don't think they have to be too worried about bingos, and there's not that much to block on this board.
Yeah, that's very true. So they can basically use this opportunity if they're not comfortable with any kind of board shaping play. They could say exactly what you said, where they're going to say, all right, let's just get as many points as we can and run that score up even further to try to keep things out of reach. I guess so the funny thing is they could use their A on either side of bet if they want, and they know the right words. They could play something with beta going down. They have, so AMI actually hooks with a couple other things. They could play AMIN, R, or E in that spot, and it would cut off the ability to play a bet on a future turn. So that's an option. They're going to play agent instead. This is perfectly fine, using up that triple, running the score up even further, and a tough uphill battle facing Theo and Toby.
And I wonder if they're holding on to that U in part because either they didn't see any options or because the Q is still in the bag as well. And the U will be really helpful for them in being able to shed that Q.
Yeah, that's a great point. The Q is one of the few things that could really mess with Nathan and Hassam at this point in the game. So we'll see if they draw it. They will probably be very happy to have kept that U if they do. And just a tough situation for Theo and Toby. They played Eden with this rack last turn. We'll just have to see what they look to do. Are they going to try to open some more space on the board, which they desperately need? Wow, rousing the rack there for and souring.
Yeah, which they saw already.
They spot them instantaneously, of course, on cue. So we'll just have to see.
Other ignoramus setups. Oh my god.
Amazing. Unabridged, ignoramus.
Yeah, the vision and creativity of these players is amazing.
Yeah, off the charts, really. So as far as what should Theo and Toby do, this is tough now because the score is reaching a range where, you really need to start thinking about landing some kind of a massive bingo here. Maybe something with this H, right? We haven't really been talking about this at all as a spot, but they do have the S on their rack, and maybe if they draw an I, they could play something ending in ish. Maybe are you thinking about, can I draw Vanquish with these, the tiles you see, the V, U, Q.
Oh my god.
All those tiles are there. You don't really have any of those tiles now, but you might have to pin your hopes on something like that here.
Yeah, either that or a big Q bingo ending in A, making a bet like Carita or something would be like a very far-fetched possibility for them. I think that might have another
good point.
thing in the just something like that. When you're at this point in the game of Scrabble and you are recognizing that you need a big bingo to get back in it, you have to start thinking of these kind of implausible but still possible scenarios to get back in it. And win.
For sure. So that's sort of what the situation that they're in. Let's see what they draw. FI. So it's, this doesn't really bring them that much closer to much of anything. So Nathan and Hassam have an opportunity. So we saw rep. That is a play that opens up a little bit there with that R. Maybe we will see Nathan and Hassam try to close that R down.
Yeah. And Theo and Toby setting up Find, which would play nicely on the left side of rep. But A, like you said, Nathan and Hassam are probably looking to block that R. And B, there's only 13 tiles in the bag. So after a play by Nathan and Hassam, playing 5 tiles would probably leave, would empty the bag, and there would not even be 5 left in the bag to draw.
Yeah, it is getting late. So thinking about those considerations of when you are making a play, can I make it so that it puts a lot of pressure on my opponent that they can only use a certain number of tiles without emptying the bag? It's definitely in play here. But that championship is so close that it's Nathan and Hassam can taste it.
I know.
Theo and Toby are still fighting, but they are definitely in some trouble here.
Yeah, and we've just been so impressed this whole game by Nathan and Hassam's play, as well as Theo and Toby. Both teams have been playing super well, and this is just an opportunity for Nathan and Hassam to take their time and make sure they're not missing anything. They're not opening up any huge opportunities for Theo and Toby in order to maintain their lead and get this championship.
Yeah, it's, I hesitate to even say anything because the swings in these games have been so crazy. It certainly feels like this game is in firm command right now. But we have seen some of the craziest swings in School Scrabble that you could imagine. So until that clock is neutralized and the last tiles are on the board, I don't want to. I hesitate to say anything conclusive here.
It's a smart move. Yeah, there have been some insane swings historically and in this game.
Yep.
What do you do now? I mean, the idea is to just not open up a triple, not empty the bag, I would say, and really just keep things closed and close down this R that is available.
Yeah, score as much as you can, but the board is not that conducive to scoring a lot of points, nor are your tiles conducive with all those low pointers. So yeah, not sure that I'm seeing a play that I'm like, yep, that's it, that's the play. So yeah, we'll just have to see. They're going to play, all right, this makes sense to me. This is a nice way to, you don't have an E if you're Nathan and Awesome, so playing this not only gets you a solid number of points, but it also prevents Theo and Toby from playing down to that lower triple, and we're going to see find here. This was in one of our and there's the blank for Nathan and
wow.
Awesome. But this is a good play, Chloe.
Yeah, it's a good play, except for the fact that it empties the bag. There were only 3 tiles in the bag.
Oh,
they
right.
played 5, so
no.
So they're actually only gonna draw 3 now and not have a chance to bingo back.
Oh, they looks like a little disappointment on Theo's face there. He didn't realize only a couple tiles left. You're so right. I wasn't really thinking about it. Maybe they weren't either. But that should pretty much do it. The bingo is no longer in play for Theo and Toby using too many tiles there. So this certainly looks like it's going to be Nathan and Hosum's win, making the two of them our champions from the middle school division, barring something really unprecedented.
Yeah. It can be that would be a great play in a vacuum find. I mean, it looks so appealing, but yeah, just checking what tiles are left in the bag. I'm sure based on the disappointment on their faces, they probably didn't realize how few tiles were left. And yeah, unfortunately for Theo and Toby, they're not going to have a chance to get a bingo down at this point in the game.
Yeah, so that's tough. I would also add, though, that had they played perfectly and made some kind of great fishing play that didn't empty the bag, their odds of winning were not very good.
Yeah, it was going to be very hard.
Yeah, so I don't think we should be suggesting, and we aren't suggesting that was the difference between, a win and a loss. But yeah, whatever extremely small winning percentage that Theo and Toby had, using too many tiles probably dropped that to 0. So yeah, definitely things were looking bleak, and you gotta give a huge amount of credit to Nathan and Hazem, not only for the incredible play of Kazik, but also so many timely blocks, I should say. Not timely, but the untimely blank. I misspoke there, but I had that coming up next in my mind to talk about. Are they going to play Feek?
I think they're playing Feek. Very
nice. Very nice. This is not the easiest word to know or see, so this is a fantastic job by them to spot this and score very, very well. This is going to bring them to just about 400 points here. Nice job with this play.
Yeah, very nice. And yeah, like you were saying, Will, just so impressed by Nathan and Hazem keeping their cool once they got that blank taken from them during that overdraw and still finding a way to maintain their lead and ultimately go on to win this game.
Yeah, very impressive. I mean, that could definitely have been a tilter right there. If that happens, you could lose your focus, start making mistakes. That never happened. Nathan and Hazem with a fantastic play late in the game of bearing, which was such a good block after Theo and Toby's play of EM to open more space. That was an amazing play that saved them from a bingo being played and blocked the board so effectively. So Avid is the play for Theo and Toby. And what are we going to see from Nathan and Hazem?
Yeah, they have a few outplay options. They see org, that will play making ode next to find, so they might just go for that.
Looks like it, yeah. And that will be potentially the final play, not the clinching play. I'm not even sure what I would call the clinching play of this game. But yeah, that's their best outplay here.
Wow, what an amazing game.
That was quite the thrill ride. I hope you all enjoyed that out there on the YouTube chat. This was a real treat to get to watch. There we go. Whoops.
Oh, there
Gotta
we go.
move that G down. There it is.
Yeah, the nerves are high. They're on the edge of winning the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. I'm sure they're feeling extremely excited, as they should.
Yeah, so that's it. As soon as that clock stops, I don't know if Theo and Toby will feel like they have to challenge this. They can do so with, well, it would add 10 points, so it's not impunity, but yeah. Let's see what they elect to do. I think not. So I think that's going to do it. We've got our first set of champions. Let's cut to the mics.
So we were scared to play Abbott with the P hook.
Yeah.
So, good game, guys. So I'm sorry I had to end I'm sad
David
that
is a word?
Something's wrong with the audio.
What does that mean? I don't know.
I really thought Eden was good.
Let's cut it back up here, if possible. So yeah, not sure what's happening with that audio. It does not sound quite right. So we'll just watch the players from the booth exchange their handshakes. And this is an amazing moment, especially for Nathan Lurlop, who has been a finalist before.
Yes. I think, he was in the final last year with Milo Anderson. They finished in second place. So huge congratulations to Nathan and Hazem for coming back this year and taking first place.
Yeah, that is amazing. And that is sort of the fitting end to their arc. Both Nathan and Hazem, 8th graders. So this was their final year of eligibility in the middle school division. So they finish as champions. And that was one of the more memorable finals games that I can remember.
Oh, that was amazing. That was so much fun from start to finish. We saw Nathan and Hazem make great plays. Their top plays from the get-go. Their first play, Vaioli, was the best play, and they just continued on to keep finding turn after turn these great plays. Most notably, as we keep bringing up, is Kazik, showcasing some amazing word knowledge and play finding. Making the blank a Q is far from instinctive, and they did just that.
Yeah, that's an incredible play. There were others that could be just as deserving of our honor roll designation, but let's take a look and see what is our honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, another of our incredibly generous sponsors of this event, without whom, again, this would not be possible. So Word Game Players Organization is a great space to go for information about clubs, tournaments, other Scrabble resources. You can go to wordgameplayers.org to get more information about all of those things. So there you have it. It is Kazik, Chloe, as you predicted.
Yes, unsurprisingly, this amazing play. It's a word that most Scrabble players will probably only dream of playing in their Scrabble career, and to play it in the finals of a North American School Scrabble Championship is just awesome. Huge kudos to Nathan and Hazem for finding this word.
Yep, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. So we obviously, our report card no longer necessary from this division. We've been using that to show our standings. No more standings in the middle school division. We've got our champions. It's Nathan Lurlop and Hazem Khan. Congratulations to them. And congratulations to Theo Diamond and Toby Lieberman for their trip to the finals. No, it didn't go the way they would have wanted, but they played fantastic. Every time we saw them, they were this close to getting a bingo down. That would have changed the trajectory of that game. So again, remember, we're watching this stream courtesy of letsplayscrabble.com. They've done a fantastic job behind the scenes. You're just seeing us here in the commentary booth, and over the board with the players. Behind the scenes is an amazing team working to bring you this amazing live streaming Scrabble coverage. Easiest way to say thank you is to click that like button and subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel so you don't miss more streams just like this. So we're going to see if our high school players are ready. We're going to have one more game, Chloe. We've definitely come a long road to get to this point. It's going to be a rematch of Gideon Brasowski and Cam Siegel. Couldn't be more excited for that.
Yeah, I know. And I think first coming up, we're going to try to do an interview with the recently crowned champions of this tournament, Nathan and Hazem. So we're going to cut over to the table and see what they have to say.
All right, let's give it a shot.
They existed? I don't remember them.
All right, congratulations, Nathan and Hazem. You guys are the North American School Scrabble champions for the under high school division. How are you guys feeling after that incredible game?
Very happy and proud of the way we played.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, you guys had an absolutely beautiful game. I was downstairs with the live audience, and you guys got applause at almost half of your plays. I want you to talk about what I think is obviously the standout play in this game. Kazik with the blank as a Q, a ZQ 7-letter word. Who found that? How did that happen?
He saw it first. He saw it almost instantly. So,
and then I was wondering if it was Collins only because I have seen it in Collins games and not in like normal people games. All right. Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
and then I told him obviously that is common.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Bezeeks with a B. Yeah,
Bezeeks.
Yeah. Bezeeks is Collins only, right?
Maybe. You guys are the experts at this point.
Yeah. So Kazik was just like, you see the like 6 letters, right? And then those are like, oh, that was that one play, the like 390 or whatever points. Yeah.
I mean, one thing that was really awe-inspiring to watch when you guys were playing is how even throughout the entire game, when things were really tense, when you guys were down a little bit, you guys were still smiling and having fun. Do you guys have a way that you make sure that you are able to like keep your heads clear, keep a clear-headed game?
Just focus on anagramming the letters on your rack.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit about how you guys work? Do one of you do the bingos and one of you do the regular plays? How do you guys work together?
Well, he's had more
like preparation before the tournament or like just
anytime in the game, before the game.
Oh, in the game, I do this stuff and he draws tiles and sometimes overdraws
and then gets our blank taken. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to talk about that point. What did you guys think when you had an overdraw, there was a chance that the blank got taken, and then you saw that tile get picked?
Sad. I don't know. It wasn't that big of a problem, but like
I was pretty mad at him until he told me that Eden was not a word, and then we challenge, and then we win the challenge, and then I forgave him.
That's awesome. I mean, what an
Forgave.
Absolutely incredible game.
Yeah.
Is there a moment when you guys realized that you would be the national champions?
Which one was it? There was one. I remember.
Once we started being up by like 100.
Bearing. I was sure.
Yeah,
after Bearing, I was sure.
Yeah, you guys had the perfect tiles to come down there. You really
and then we just
spotted it
blocked
instantly.
all the bingos. There was one point where we weren't sure if we had rousing, souring, and then we didn't, and then they played rep here. All this block was not there yet. We weren't sure if there was a bingo. We didn't think there was. I thought like, I don't know, like maybe Nathan says Ursaring sounds like a word, but does that even fit?
From our perspective,
No, it
we didn't
doesn't
see
even
anything. You guys played an almost perfect game throughout all of it, but just hear your guys' thought process is awesome. So, I mean, my final question to you guys is, this is both your final years of eligibility in this elementary and middle school division.
Mm-hmm.
What's coming for you guys in the future? Do you guys think that you're going to come back in the high school division and try to claim nationals there?
Definitely.
Yeah. Are you guys competing in adult tournaments as well?
Nope. No. My mom said if I win this tournament, I can go to the nationals in Baltimore this year or whatever.
Awesome.
Cool.
So if we have any Scrabble players, maybe we'll be able to see you guys there, see our young champs, these up-and-comers. You guys are the future of Scrabble. So it's so awesome to see you guys playing such a beautiful, incredible game.
Oh, and there was one more thing about the game. This square, we were wondering when it was going to get taken. It never got taken.
Yeah, we were looking at that
Seriously.
downstairs as well. Just so many things, such a beautiful game, so many explosive plays in the beginning, and then really great strategic closing down the end. Congratulations, guys. Well played. You guys are our national champions.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done.
Wow, fantastic interview there with the players. Glad everybody's audio was all good and we could hear that great interview. Really humble champions. And I loved what Nathan said, that he's going to get to go to the all ages national tournament because of his win here. That's a great motivation to win this one.
Yeah, that's huge. So exciting, and so glad to see young Scrabble players sticking with Scrabble even when they age out of the elementary and middle school division. This is something you can do for a lifetime, and I'm so glad that other kids have that in their life now.
Yeah, that's who better than Chloe to testify to that fact. Chloe coming in top 5 at our all ages national championship this past year. One of the highest finishes by a School Scrabble alum that I can possibly remember. She's rated in the top 15 or 20 players in the country. So you gotta take it when she says it. You gotta believe it.
Thanks, Will.
So I think what we're gonna do is maybe take the really fastest break possible. We know exactly what's coming up. It's a rematch of Gideon Brasowski and Cam Siegel in the finals of the high school division. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with that finals game from the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. All right, everybody, we're back. Our short break is complete, and we've got the finals of the high school division from the North American School Scrabble Championship here in Washington, D.C. at the Planet Word Museum. Thank you so much to Planet Word for the use of this amazing venue. And Chloe, it's all come down to this in our high school division.
Oh, I know, it's so exciting. Gideon and Cam, we saw them a couple games ago, and they are back to compete in this final game.
Yeah, the game we saw was, to say the least, full of action from basically start to finish. We should be so lucky as to get a finals as good as what we just saw from the middle school division. And let's just cross our fingers and hope that we get something even close, because if we go, our matchup preview, as we've been saying, it looks like Cam going first, potentially by virtue of being our top finisher in the main event, and Gideon on the right. What more is there to say about these two players, Chloe?
Oh, I mean, they are good friends. They've been getting to know each other over the past few years. We've just heard that they've played 8 times in tournaments, and that Cam has a 5-3 record in those games over Gideon. So maybe a slight edge that Cam is feeling in this game, but as we know, anything can happen, and both of these players are creative, they're smart, they know a lot of words, and I think we're in for a really exciting game.
Yeah, for sure. So this matchup preview brought to you by Hasbro Games. One final thank you to Hasbro, an incredibly generous supporter of the School Scrabble Championship. We really appreciate that support. And with that, let's get to the game. This is it, our finals. I think we are ready to rock here with Cam about to take the first draw. A nice healthy handshake to start things off. Let's find out who is going to be our national champion.
I'm excited.
I know, anticipation is unbearable. So let me know in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you want to win. What are you rooting for? Tell us right now. Get those predictions in. This is the time to look smart by giving an extremely specific prediction. And when it comes true, you're going to get all the props for that. So let's hear it in YouTube chat. And thank you so much to everybody who has been watching along to this point. So here we go. First tiles of the first tile of the finals was a Q.
Wow.
But I think Cam should be able to play this Q if he wants to. At least he's got something. Maybe it is just the simple chi here for him. We see that word so many times, Chloe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's going to come down this turn. QI, such a common word played in Scrabble. And it looks like Cam is getting ready to play. He's picking up those tiles. He won't be thrilled about this lead, but nothing to sneeze at. Take the 22 points and move on, get rid of the cube, and let's get this game going.
Yeah, the other nice thing about chi as an opening play is it is often very defensive as well. If your opponent doesn't have an I or an S to either pluralize chi or play underneath it, you're going to have a hard time scoring points, and that's exactly what you're seeing with Gideon. He has a rack just like that here. He can't underlap it without that I. He has no S. He is almost certainly going to have to make a play that opens something good back to Cam. So chi, as underwhelming as it looks, can often be a nice opening play for a defensive-minded player.
Yeah, it looks like Gideon is thinking about Quark right now. That would use his U, the K on his rack, and the Q already on the board. That seems like a fine play. There's a couple of pretty obscure 6-letter words that look good for Gideon here, but those are pretty tough to know. Something like Koruna.
Oh, wow. Koruna would be phenomenal. That is certainly a high degree of difficulty play. That one would just be going on top of the K, just to show you what we're talking about here. I apologize for my chicken scratch, but that would be the idea. Looks like Gideon is thinking about Oka potentially. He had Okra set up for a while. Oka here may be a little bit tougher to reach sometimes with a 6-letter word, whereas Okra, you would be playing 1 letter further out. You would only need a 5-letter word. He is going to go back and play Quark, which I think is also very reasonable, Chloe.
Yeah, looks pretty good. And yeah, like you were saying, all of these plays that were options for Gideon on that turn would give back a lot to Cam. They're opening up high scoring spots, and Cam has some pretty decent plays available here. He words starting with A, making KA. He could do ARG if he looks for some fours, or maybe AGHA would also work. And those will score pretty well for him here.
Yeah, several plays down low. Of course, he's showing us that if Gideon had hung an E out in space, hangered is actually a valid word. No E available, so that knowledge, as useful as it could have been, doesn't make much difference here. And I agree with you that there are some nice plays going down from this K, but another option, if you want, is to just play off your H and A here. You would set up your other A in reserve going down potentially for good plays there. He has several different decent options here. Not sure which he's going to go with, but I'm very confident he's going to pick one of those top few plays.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like he was thinking of HA, which looks really solid. I like what you mentioned about it, setting up the other A on his rack. And whatever he does, Gideon's going to have a hard time on his next turn drawing 2 more O's onto his leave of already keeping 2 O's.
Yeah.
So when the majority of your rack is 1 tile, that is never a good thing.
Yeah, it's brutal. And I guess the one saving grace of a rack like what Gideon has is once you get past that 3rd O or whatever it is, you are probably exchanging most of the time unless you have a really, really good play that allows you to keep something decent. The idea is if you're exchanging, what does it matter how bad your rack is beyond a certain point? You're still throwing tiles back into the bag. But if he was going to put a word on the board here, Chloe, I think there might be some that are barely worth playing.
Yeah, I think Took or Nook making HAO to the K of Quark would be pretty reasonable. And I think those are worth playing here. It's 22 points, and he would still be keeping those 2 O's, which is risky, but sometimes you got to take those points when the alternative is an exchange of 0.
Looks like he's also thinking about playing into off of the K of Quark. That would do a nice job of reaching the triple, but man, keeping the 3 O's is a little scary. And it's tempting just to grab some points and maybe you get enough consonants to salvage a couple turns into the future, but it's a tough decision. I sort of do lean towards playing tiles here as opposed to exchanging. He has plays that seem just good enough, but they are underwhelming thanks to all those O's. Looks like he's going to exchange. This is a big deal because Cam has spotted the valid 7-letter word of farting on his rack. That is valid. It doesn't fit on this board, but it would fit beautifully as a double-double through AR if he is confident of that word. So we could easily see he had it spelled out on his rack, Chloe. I'm pretty sure he feels confident about it.
Yeah, it seems like that was his immediate instinct. It jumped out at him. Also, exchanging was big there because if Gideon had played into or Took, it would have given Cameron a T for drafting. So
wow.
That was a big move in that respect. But yeah, farting the double-double would be a great play here. He's setting up fading, which I'm not sure where that will go.
I hope he's not wanting to play like parading instead of parading.
Yeah, or maybe now he's adjusting to farting. Okay, that would be a good fix.
I think he's thinking about that, and that does feel like it's far and away the best play available for him here. So we shall see if it is definitely not a normal word.
No, not
so
at all.
Pulling the trigger on that word in a championship game definitely takes some bravery if you're Cam, but it seems like he's working up the courage to be able to do that here.
Yeah, he's got some good options. Yeah, and farting coming down, very nice play, showing off good word knowledge. I wonder if Gideon knows this word and how he'll react.
A challenge from Gideon here. Could he sort of think to himself, man, I don't know this one. I might have to challenge. Looks like a hold in progress here. Cam has not drawn new tiles. That means Gideon is evaluating whether to challenge, and it looks like he's given the go-ahead, which is the correct decision for Gideon. A challenge there could have been devastating this early in the game.
That would have been really devastating. And Gideon, in his last game against Cam, we saw the challenge computer come into play a couple of times, not in Gideon's favor. So I'm glad that Gideon was able to avoid a similar situation in this game, and make the right call not to challenge.
Yeah, totally agreed. That's a good job by him too. I mean, that would have put him in an enormous early deficit in this game, which he wants to at least continue to keep it close. And now here, he would love it if he had a 5-letter word. The only vowel he has that fits with that K is the I. There's only one word that reaches the base of the board here, and it is dicot, which I don't believe is an easy word at all to find, Chloe.
No, it's definitely not, but that is definitely his best play here. I'd say far and away his best play if he knows the word, but it's so hard to think of if you just don't know the word.
Yeah, so if he's able to come up with that, that would be huge for him here. If not, he has some other plays that are okay. He should be able to manage here, but there really isn't any other great way to score. I mean, the issue is he doesn't have any vowels that let him play under this F, and it's not that inspiring to play here, but this might be what he's looking at if he can't find dicot. It's just something under the G going across like otic or something like that.
Yeah.
That's not very inspiring.
No, not at all.
I guess ontic.
Yeah, ontic would be the second place play, but not another word that is not easy to know.
Yeah, without question, those are tough. So through no fault of his own, Gideon's in a situation where the words that this position is sort of asking him to find are very obscure. So we're going to see what he comes up with here. He can't know this, but Cam is sitting on a little bit of an inflexible vowel-heavy rack, so it doesn't feel like Cam is poised to extend his lead that much further. So kind of an interesting swing. Maybe toil under farting. That actually seems okay among words that are quote-unquote normal in the quote-unquote normal, like normal word dictionary. What is it? Normal Players Dictionary.
Normal Players Dictionary.
Yes.
That one's going to be quoted for a while.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. So.
Yeah, I think this play seems pretty reasonable if you don't know those other words that we've mentioned. It's not really giving back a ton on this board, though. I guess there is an E hook to toil that I wonder if either of these players is aware of, in addition to the S.
Yeah, you could see Cam, if he knows that E hook, he could play a Jew in that spot, which is kind of a nice way to use up a lot of those vowels. Maybe he's got some other plays that are pretty good. Yeah, I think we've even seen that same word. I believe Noah Goldstein used it as an outplay in one of his games earlier.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Cam is going to be thinking about that E hook, and what a draw for Gideon. That's just what he needs at an early deficit here. Something with quarks using that blank centers.
I'm sure Gideon's finding that.
He's finding that every time. So Gideon poised to strike back quickly, and Cam with all these vowels is probably not going to have much to do about it. So this game's going to get knotted up in a hurry, and we love that as the commentators. We like a nice close game early on.
Oh yeah, we want a good one here, and it looks like
there it is.
Yeah, I thought Cameron had you at least set up on his rack, but maybe he's just still shuffling things around, looking for other options. Yeah, this is going to be a big turn for Gideon here to get this bingo down, which we see he sees the less common, at least in this country, spelling of that word.
The Canadian/British spelling, which frankly probably isn't better. He should probably play the regular one, because this spelling would put an E right here, which needlessly exposes you to things like the X. I think he should definitely play with these letters reversed. But whatever, no big deal. Okay. And we are seeing this nice play. I think this is no.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, this could be huge if he does not.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Whoa. Oh, Gideon immediately challenges. Oh my god, that is huge.
So this word is a French word, of course, mon Dieu.
Oh. Okay, good.
But it is not going to be valid here. It's going to come up with that red, and this is a huge swing. Of course, now Yeah,
Oh, he knew.
Cam realizing it, so putting that A on would have made this valid and balanced his rack better.
Huh.
Now
I'm sure. Yeah.
We're going to see Gideon bingo, and instead of I was going to say the one thing about Gideon's bingo that's good for Cam is it's going to put a C in the triple lane, which once he plays adieu, he might hit that C really hard. But now Gideon can play center. He can even play center with the weird spelling, knowing that Cam almost certainly doesn't have the X, and maybe he can draw it.
Oh, I wonder if that A in front of you is just totally slipping by Cam. He's setting up audio now, which wouldn't go in that spot at all. So that's really strange. Or I wonder if he's just any French word after that challenge he's feeling unsure of. Oh man, that's a big swing.
That is crazy. So that is a wild swing there. I did not expect that at all. I definitely expected Cam to plop that A down. Would have balanced the rack better, like I said. But now I'm curious, Gideon taking some time. I wonder what he's thinking about. He could be thinking about playing the slightly safer centers with the toil hook here. I feel like the extra points for Quark are very much worth it here, just because you've now seen that Cam has so many vowels. The odds of him hitting that C hard are so low. You can play a tile in the triple lane with near impunity here. He's going to do it. We like that choice, Chloe.
Yeah, and nice choice putting the R above the triple letter score. Even though, like you said, it might not have. He might know that it won't be hit so hard by Cam on this turn. Still better, probably, to eliminate that risk longer term. Nice play by Gideon here. And wow, what a swing. What a two-turn sequence here.
Yeah, so Gideon has a huge golden opportunity, in fact, to draw something good from the bag. And what if he draws another bingo? This could be the craziest swing.
Yeah.
So we're just going to see what happens here. Cam with that setback of the phony on the previous turn. Maybe he's going to play adieu here, which he should have done.
Yeah.
But I would certainly be looking through the C here.
Yeah.
You don't want to just let Gideon have a chance to hit that as hard as possible. Let's see what he draws.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, he's looking
dynamic, maybe. Oh,
wow.
Not quite.
But a pretty good draw, just synergistically. But we'll see. Yeah, Cam looking at adieu now. Oh man, there are a few plays through the C worth considering. I think if he knows the word douce, D-O-U-C-E, and knows that that's an adjective, it's pretty hard to know both of those things. But that would play nicely through the C. Other than that,
yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's tough. I mean, if not that, then he might be looking at playing
acid or
something like that. I certainly would want to cover up that C now. Just I would hate to let Gideon get a free crack at that, but yeah, he's shuffling tiles. I do think that there is a mental component too of losing a challenge like that there. I think he's getting ready to play adieu. So yeah, we'll see. I just wonder if there's like a simpler play than Deucer through that C, which I feel like he was already burnt by Jaker.
Oh, right.
So he might,
yeah, he might be doubting everything.
Even if he were to see that, he might say, well, I don't know which words take an R anymore, which is a fair criticism from his POV. So we'll just see. But yeah, this is a tough one.
Oof.
He's still fine, just has to breathe deep, realize he's down by 20, and when he makes this play, it's going to be an even game. Still so much game left. There we go.
Okay.
Adieu.
We like this.
This is what we wanted.
Last turn.
Yeah, we wanted this last turn. I think it's still a solid play here. Probably other plays through the C were worth considering. In fact, Gideon isn't really poised, I don't think, to hit the C super hard because he has so many consonants here.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any decent options through the C. Maybe he'll look through that E of centers though.
Yeah, for sure. The E, certainly he's looking for vowels with all of these consonants here. So Oh, all right.
Okay.
This is a reasonable choice for sure.
Yeah.
Keeping his lone vowel.
That seems
Now
really good.
he's drawn an S, and now the S definitely still super useful here. You've got this, which is very unlikely to be blocked, with a backup of this spot right here. If Gideon just draws one or two vowels, the right combination, we drew an I, but another N. That sort of sets him back a little. He's so close to that next
I
bingo.
know.
Not quite there yet, though.
Yeah, I'm sure Gideon will still come up with something to work towards that bingo, though. We've seen him do that in the games we've seen on stream. He sets up damn on his rap. And Cam earlier had set up the nice word for by, but I don't think there's an amazing spot to play it. Yeah.
Yeah, not amazing. I mean, he could play it right here or by in this spot, making that doesn't really even hit a word multiplier, but at the very least, it gets rid of all the clunky tiles from Cam's rack and leaves him with a very good starting lead for next turn of RS. Could be the best he has available. It feels like he's sort of coming to grips with the fact that maybe this is actually the best play here, which is pretty reasonable. Another very crazy option that I think was a very high degree of difficulty would be Grossi right here with a deuce. This is a lot more points at a cost of using your S and opening the lower triple back to Gideon. So I do think 4-by has some major virtues. I think he's thinking about playing this, Chloe.
Yeah, I think so too. It makes a lot of sense. I think Brosi would take some confidence to play. It scores some more, but you're opening up a lot, getting rid of the S on the board where we've been saying the S is really valuable. So I like 4-by.
Oh, it's a really nice point in the YouTube chat that Quarks actually takes an S. I forgot about that until right now. That squark is a valid word. That's one that could easily escape notice here. So I'm very curious to see if either of these two players are thinking about that. So are we about to see 4-by? No, we're seeing more deliberation. We talked about it earlier in a game of Cam's, is that so many fine attributes as a player, but he can be a deliberate player. He's definitely, thinking, and there we go. This is a great play by him. It doesn't feel great to not hit a double or triple word score, but this really cleans up his rack so well.
Yeah, definitely. And now I think Gideon will probably be looking to play a word parallel on one side or the other of 4-by. He can just do NIM, N-I-M, which stands out to me, at least immediately, as keeping a vowel, scoring decently, and making things a bit tighter there.
That looks like a very solid play. Using up one of those ends is a great objective for him here with the two of them. He's definitely inching closer to bingoing here. Both players are really. Yeah. Cam with that RS, he drew ET, which is a great start, but then the W's and the O is all right. In fact, almost any other consonant other than the W, he's going to play a word with OOTERS here.
But not the W.
Yeah, there's just so much stuff that he'd be able to bingo with here. Looters, rooters, hooters, not booters, but reboots, tutors. There's so much, but not wooters.
And not Wooster either.
Exactly, not that either. There's the play you suggested, Chloe.
Yeah, nice play, Gideon. Yeah. I think that's exactly what he wants to do here. It looks like the best play to me.
Yeah, a Chloe approved play means it's probably a good play. Nice job, Gideon. And this is basically a race to get that next bingo down. And it's pretty much neck and neck here. Gideon with the first chance at it after this play. Let's see what he draws.
And this is a big draw. And I bet Cam looks to just play off WO or WOO on this turn.
For sure.
The question is where.
True. It's not that obvious. If he sees this little spot right here, this could be a nice way to plop those two tiles down. It doesn't score the best. Of course, there is also this.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering if that's what he was thinking.
This is very crazy. Oh, there's that E. Gideon loves to see it.
With the J.
The J. He was so close. The E's. Oh my gosh, really on the edge of our seats here in the booth. Both players are so close. Gideon will very likely use that J next turn and get another crack at it, but maybe Cam, if he's able to play that W and O, he could get that bingo down first, which would be a big deal.
Yeah, that would be huge. And Cam is just inching closer and closer to that, especially after this play of WO. That'll be a big draw.
Yeah, that's true. So it looks like he's getting set to play this. I would be very surprised if he played it in the super aggressive spot.
Yeah.
Especially when playing it in the safe spot is about as many points here.
Yeah, that looks right to me.
Yep, makes total sense. Still plenty of value for that S all around the board. So now it's Cam's turn to see what he gets. And he goes to try to get 2 tiles here. And a U and an A. So there are playable bingos
there
here.
Are.
So he's got something. The only question, is Gideon poised to block it at all?
I don't think so.
It looks like he might be getting set to play Jade here, potentially. Or maybe there's a better spot. But
that's all I saw. He also had set up Jade in that same spot earlier for 7 more points or so.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I think he might be debating which one, keeping the A or E.
So G'd, which is certainly a obscure word, a verb, G, I think to turn to the left, right, one direction or other. I think that's what this word means. But the interesting thing here, if you play Jade instead, your leave is better. You hold on to that E instead of an A. But look how many E's are available to be drawn from Gideon's POV. I think this factor would lead me to want to take some extra points here, Chloe.
Yeah, I agree. I think the difference is 7 points between Jade and Jade. I don't think the E is worth 7 points. And it looks like he's playing Jade. Nice choice, Gideon. We like that.
Another approved play, another Chloe and Will approved play. Not that I didn't approve of Nim as well, which I did. So we're loving these plays by both players here. Really, the only blemish on this game is kind of the random due play by Cam. Otherwise, this has been an extremely high-level play throughout.
Yeah, and Cam setting up his bingo of out-earns here. I think he'll probably be looking to play these letters through the N of centers for 60 points. It's his only available bingo. I think he might take a couple extra minutes or seconds to look for a better option because 60 points is on the lower scoring end of bingos, but hopefully he'll come to realize that this is his best option here.
Oh man, and Gideon with kind of a tough looking rack, but there actually is a 7-letter word in that rack.
Does he know it?
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is a word knowledge test that if Gideon knows the word, he's probably going to see it, but it is the obscure alanines.
Yeah, and I think that if Gideon knows the word alanine, A-L-A-N-I-N-E, I'm pretty sure that would be something he studied. It's fairly high probability, but does he know that you can remove the E from the end of it? That's the question.
Oh my gosh, if he somehow finds a way to pull this one from his memory banks, maybe it's not even in his memory banks at all.
Looks like he's playing Janana, a clever play.
Yeah, this is a good idea. If you can't really fault him if he does not know alanines. This actually is a very, very solid play other than that word. So from within the words that Gideon knows, we should be giving him a ton of praise for knowing this crazy J word.
It does not look like a word, but it in fact is.
Yeah, for sure. That is a great, great play. So now it's back to Cam, and I want to point out with all those vowels and the X, of course, I feel like Cam is going to want to play something with his X up here. It is worth noting that a do actually takes an X hook as well if he wants to play down there. The problem is there's really no way to do it. For example, a play like Oxo, this exposes the triple land in a very, very dangerous way. So I don't think he's going to make that play.
Yeah, I think Cam probably looking to play Oxo underneath Janana instead. I like that idea. That looks good to me. And yeah, I think playing with a do hooking the X would be just too risky. There's no need for that. They're basically even in this game. And I would much rather take the 30-something points N that are safer.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Chloe.
I guess this is a big. It's interesting though because there is already a large scoring spot on top of Janana to hit that triple, and Oxo actually makes it more dangerous with an O, making O no.
Mm-hmm.
It also impedes the scoring spot a little bit because now Gideon or whoever plays there will need an O to overlap on top of Janana.
Yeah, I think in general the Oxo play is somewhat more defensive against this spot. Yes, the O still hits hard, but the O already did play in that spot. So basically what this Oxo play is doing is just taking away any play with an A, E, I, or U that would have played across in this spot and limiting it to just the O. But to your point, any play like that with an O now hits much harder thanks to this X, which really boosts the overlap. That's what you were referring to.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that. Now an interesting opportunity for Gideon to play a lot of his tiles on this turn and use his S to score a bunch of points hooking Jananas.
That would be a crazy play that you're seeing of Solacia through the O. I think that is a really high degree of difficulty play. If we saw that come down, I would be ecstatic. That being said, he will definitely have plays that use a couple of these vowels and leave him in fantastic shape to bingo on his next turn. So he's got a couple different ways to proceed here. It should be noted, Chloe, you know Gideon's style. I feel like he is very apt to play a couple vowels here.
Yeah, or LA also makes total sense.
Yeah, I think he has to honor the fact that Cam playing Oxo, he could easily have another O when he plays that. So he has to be thinking, wow, Oxo is a play that Cam would definitely make with 2 O's, but he would even more make it with 3 O's, setting up the Ono hook for himself. So honoring that maybe this is a setup play that I need to block, that could be on his mind.
Yeah, totally. And this is a turn where that Squark hook might come in handy to know. Big plays like Bush or something on top of there, but I'm sure there's other options as well.
That would be amazing to see Squarks be played at this point.
And Gideon with a great draw here. I think he'll know the bingos on this rack.
Wow, that's true. A bingo, 2 of them finding their way onto Gideon's rack here. Does he have anywhere to play that outside of this area of the board right here?
I'm not seeing it immediately.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it quite fits with Adieus. I don't really see how Cam is ever finding a block of that spot. I just don't think it's happening here. But if Cam does find a way to balance his rack, he might be able to counter bingo, which would be huge here because we basically know Gideon is very, very likely to bingo with, there it is.
Opiate setup on his rack. Gideon knows his stuff.
Yeah, for sure. He's got it. Another bingo for him. That could be huge in this game. So what should Cam do if he doesn't find Bushed and Squarks, which is a very difficult play? What else is he looking at here?
Oh, man. It's a tough one. Is he looking to play 4-by and EDH?
Oh my, that is a clever play, setting up his S.
I think it's probably more likely just EH elsewhere.
True, that would be incredible. What vision. So 4-by actually does take an E hook, extremely obscure, and this EDH also a very, very difficult 3-letter word. So we're reacting to the fact that potentially with that S in hand, he could play EDH and then come back with a big S hook later. That would be a next level play by Cam. I agree with you that this spot is way more easy to find and logical.
Yeah, or even where he's playing now with EDH, that word coming up on another spot. This will still allow Gideon's bingos to come down on the other side, making sod. So Gideon will be glad to know that his bingos were not blocked here.
But it does open up a triple. So because of this play, Gideon can no longer play opiates here. He has to play it in this spot or at Topi's. So it opens up a triple, but Cam's draw was so weak. So
not what he wanted at all. 2 more E's.
Yeah, that's rough. So we'll see. Gideon basically only has the one spot to bingo, so he can either play opiates or atopies in this spot right here. That's going to open the triple. He has to do it. It's definitely better to bingo than not, especially trailing by 30 odd points in this game. He's got to pray that Cam does not have something huge to hit him through that O, doesn't have the second blank.
Yeah, and Gideon realizing he has to do this. There's no point in passing up a bingo just because he's scared of a potential response from Cam. You've got to take those points.
Yep, he does that, and he is absolutely correct to do so. And he's got it, like I said, he's crossing his fingers. No triple, no entrados. I don't need one of the plays like that, which I had earlier.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is the play, and Cam's rack is not very good. He is going to be able to do something. Cam's head in his hands here.
Yeah, that is not what he wanted to see with this rack, but he does have some decent counter plays. He can play bus parallel to opiates on the left side, making BO and going down and hitting that triple word score. Unfortunately, it would block that O that he was happy about, but he still keeps another S to hook a Jews later on, so it's not the end of the world if he takes up one spot on this board.
Yeah, that is, just bus in that spot is nice and strong, hitting parallel play, but the vowels left over is...
Baus
instead? If he knows Baus, definitely has that advantage of using a couple extra tiles, including the E, using up one of his 3 E's. So very tricky decision. Cam is definitely still very much in this. He's got those S's. A Deuce is open on the bottom of the board. From his perspective, he could still draw that second blank. So yeah, he's got to be thinking, I got a chance here.
I wonder what this is about. Maybe he's just shuffling things around.
I think he's definitely seen bus.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's thinking, man, 3 E's. I would hate to leave that, but I actually think for the score that he's getting with this, going for it is a very reasonable option for him.
Yeah, this is a big score, and he's not down a ton. I don't even think he's down a full bingo at this point. It might have been something like 40 or 50 points, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, so this will bring him within striking range. I think he'll only be down like 15 points after this play or so.
Okay, so Gideon with convert on his rack, and he is going to be sad to see that Cam has not given him a place to play this very nicely spotted 7-letter word. Gideon's going to have to improvise and come up with something else.
Yeah.
That blank is still lurking.
Yeah, this is getting exciting. It's close right now.
14 points separating the two players here. The blank still lurking in the bag. The Z.
The Z.
As well.
Wow. And yeah, Gideon has to be careful not to open up the board too much on this turn. There's a couple letters, well, one letter that I see that he could give to Cam potentially that would give Cam some bingos. The R in particular for preemies, but it seems pretty unlikely that would happen. That R would have to be floating somewhere in space. So yeah. I think Gideon probably considering playing parallel on maybe on the other side of opiates, or maybe looking elsewhere. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's tricky. As you say, hanging a letter out in space is going to be next to impossible, except for like the bottom of the board, which you're basically never making a play down there if you're Gideon. So I do feel like, Gideon up by 14 points here. He should definitely be able to make a play somewhere that grabs a few extra points, but doesn't really open anything meaningful back to Cam. And it's going to force Cam to figure out a way to open more space in a creative way.
Yeah, Gideon has set up cover right now. I think that would probably play with ER, EDH. I like the idea of playing a lot of points here. We were talking about the blank being in the bag, the Z is in the bag. These are going to be important tiles that Gideon is probably wanting to draw. And cover will not give anything back to Cam. It just obstructs more space on this board in terms of bingo space.
Yeah, so cover in that spot. Note that covert or something like that would equally play there, but putting the C in the triple lane, if you play a 7-letter word, you're going to reach up here and give Cam access to the triple. So he is definitely purposefully holding off from playing something longer, whether it's vector, covert, anything like that. This is very much an intentional choice by Gideon to take a couple fewer points and use one fewer tile to avoid opening that triple. Makes a lot of sense. Back to Cam, who...
Yeah, probably looking to get rid of a few of these E's on this turn. He could do something like PEE and making SIP seems decent to me.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
So the idea there is just playing parallel right here in this spot. That would leave him really nice tiles. Again, the last S. Cam has the last S, and this spot, even though it doesn't accept a terminal S, a 7-letter word ending in S, a lot of other things you can draw here with that last S. So yeah, look at Gideon's. You reacted to Gideon's draw, Chloe.
Yeah, I mean, all consonants. He drew that Z, but you want to see that with some vowels, ideally. I think Gideon will still have a couple options on his next turn, but none of them will be appealing because whatever he does, he's not using more than a couple letters, and is still going to be stuck with consonants.
Yeah, note also, by rule, exchanging in Scrabble is permitted with 7 or more tiles in the bag. There are exactly 7 tiles in the bag right now. So if Cam simply plays any valid word, that will remove the option for exchanging from Gideon. He won't be able to do that, which that is going to restrict his options a lot. So man, if Cam just makes a play like what you described there, parallel to opiates, he has a great chance to draw the second blank, and he's holding some nice vowels as well. Cam is trailing in the game, but he has very real winning chances here.
Yeah, and I think Gideon has set up the play that stood out to me initially of Zen. That would score 32 points through that E of out-earns, and those points will be big for him. But if Cam draws the blank and he's actually blocking that spot anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be where he's looking for those E and M tiles, and he has now removed that option from Gideon. Let's see what Cam draws. Could it be that blank?
No.
Ooh,
okay.
Not yet.
But now Gideon cannot exchange. There are only 5 tiles remaining in the bag, so he's going to have to play through this. And I wonder, what do you do? Is there a world in which it's right to play as many as possible and keep the Z to go for the blank? Or do you assume that it might be on your opponent's rack? I don't know.
The crazy thing is that if you do decide that it's correct to play as many tiles as possible, the best you can probably do is to play 3 tiles here. That's basically the most you can get. So I just want to underscore also how good of a play that Cam just made. He's setting up his E's that he has in reserve to go down and play something with eam to the triple. So this was just a really, really clever play, not only to block spots where Gideon could plop his Z down there, but also to set up a triple in a way that really only he can access. So phenomenal play there by Cam, I would say. And Gideon's going to have to dig deep to figure out what to do here.
Yeah, wow. And even if he doesn't draw the blank, there are not many vowels left in the bag for Gideon to draw. So even if he tries to play through this rack, he doesn't have that many options to draw vowels moving forward. I think only 2 I's remaining in the bag, along with the V and the W and the blank. Wow. So crazy. Not a great pool for Gideon to go into here.
Yeah, this is wild. I just feel like Gideon is up by enough that he might be able to weather this storm. He's going to go ahead and play tag and bust. He uses 2 tiles to do that. Again, the blank's in there. He could draw it. That would be huge to give him so much more flexibility.
Oh, this is a huge draw. It was such a hard turn. Yeah, I don't know what was right there.
I agree. I have no strong conviction about that. Seems as good as anything, frankly, from Gideon's perspective.
Whoa, the blank's still in the bag.
Wow. Oh my God. Is it going to be the last tile in there?
Oh my gosh. And okay, so now
He did draw an eye, though.
yes, it's true. He did draw an eye. And I wonder what Cameron has to play to give himself a shot of bingoing, even if he draws that blank. There's probably some decent options.
So yeah, this is crazy because it's very difficult for Cam to play in this spot that he set up without emptying the bag. He might consider that he kind of has to go for it, maybe score as much as he can, and then try to draw something really flexible with those vowels and the S. I'm sure that Cam is aware of this unseen pool looks incredibly clunky.
Yeah.
Only I's as the vowel available. That's going to restrict Gideon's options quite a bit. 2 minutes left on Cam's clock with the championship on the line. I can only imagine how much pressure he's feeling here.
Wow, he also has the crazy play of Spree through this R of out-earns, making Scry and PE. That would score 40 points and actually put him up 14 points in this game. He might not even need to bingo here.
That is incredible. What a play that would be, leaving 2 vowels on his rack into this vowel light pool. That is an incredible option. I did not see that whatsoever. Unbelievable. I'm guessing that is an incredibly high degree of difficulty play. I'm imagining that Cam, he's going to be counting. He's counting the tiles. He's got to make a move.
And he's playing PE, setting up his S in another spot.
Brilliant.
Wow.
That is a brilliant play. He knows that it's almost impossible that Gideon's going to have a 7 going down here.
Yeah, when Cam down to a minute left. Wow, this is getting tight.
He needs to trust his gut and go for this. This is such a good play, setting up that S, and if he draws the blank, that is going to be a huge, huge problem for Gideon here with very little way of dealing with that spot and also scoring points. Whiz would be a good way of blocking and scoring.
Oh, the I.
The other I. So there is the blank.
And the V is in the bag. That could be big regardless.
Yeah, this is crazy. Look at how down to the wire this is. There's going to have to be some plays made by instinct as opposed to calculation down the stretch of the game.
Yeah, Gideon's got to see Whiz here, I think.
He's thinking about, is he thinking about Twill? Where would that go? If he's thinking about hopefully not DET, that would be, well, he wouldn't do that. It sets up the S massively.
Right.
So
but
he
he's
could
looking
play
at Will, but
homage to me here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether I guess even if he holds on to the Z, it's almost guaranteed he'll probably be able to play it with the A of Janana at the top for 21.
Oh my God, but also note that if Gideon plays Whiz to block here, Cam will be able to burn his blank and play Wizzens.
Oh my God. And that would win anyway. So maybe, Wiz, maybe not the right play at all.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, wow. Okay, that is interesting.
Our engine suggesting that potentially just playing while is a good idea. I'm trying to imagine what do you have with your Z or something going through that I. I'm not sure if there is anything.
Do you draw like...
Oh my God, this is like edge of your seat, championship on the line.
Yeah, and I think Cam, what he has to be thinking now, he's probably looking for bingos a bit, but he's going to have to move away from that option as soon as he can and just start looking for plays that score the most points and potentially go out and catch Gideon with some tiles, go out sooner rather than later. But yeah, he only has a minute left, so once Gideon plays, the pressure will be on to find those scoring plays.
Oh my God, just a minute left for Cam. That is just not enough time. If Gideon plays Whiz, Cam needs to think of the extension of Wizzens by instinct.
Yeah.
Just immediately.
It's not easy.
This is insanely complicated. Mac Miller in the chat saying exactly that. We all totally agree.
Yeah. And this V also, not a lot of spots to play that, and Gideon will be drawing that. Once he makes a play.
Yeah, the V is such a toxic draw for Gideon with no vowels to deploy it. It's going to make him it's so tough if he plays pretty much anything that uses his I, which is almost has to here. Looks like he's thinking about playing Will. He definitely knows that Cam has the S, and he's looking at this spot to try to do something to prevent a big S play there. He knows.
Wilt looks good.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, now he knows that wilter isn't valid.
Very true.
That was a word that came up in a previous contest here. I think, was it this previous game between these two?
Yes, it was. Yeah, he got away with that one. Oh my gosh. Wow, I don't know what's going to happen here.
This is absolutely wild. In a way, Gideon spending a lot of time thinking about this is helping Cam a little bit, but not that much, because I feel like Gideon's play is going to be so predictive of what Cam does in response that there's not that much he can do. I think Cam is probably looking about, what do I have here? He's going to play Wilt to block the spot and draw the V.
Oof, not what Gideon's going to want to see out of that bag, but still. Oh, we haven't hit our clock yet. Okay, so now Cam is going to be pressed for time here to figure this one out.
If Cam's tracking is correct, he's going to know that Gideon has 4 consonants, and he can basically play anything here.
Wow. And a lot of the winning plays here are going to involve that score cook we've been talking about.
Oh my God, this is too crazy.
I think that ZA play at the top, if Gideon has spotted that, which I imagine he has, that might be just enough for him in a lot of scenarios to outrun what Cam does. But we'll have to wait and see, because I'm not sure.
Unbelievable. He's got to play something fast, a point penalty. So he's going to play erg here. He has to make the play quick. He's probably getting ready to play something with adieus, or maybe he sees something else, putting some pressure on Gideon to make a play here.
And I think we're going to see ZA come down.
His ZA probably is barely enough to win.
Is it enough? We will see.
So if...
I don't know. I guess this might not be a winning play for Gideon.
So right now, Cam's score is up to 361, I believe. So he's down by 7. There we go. It just updated. So Gideon's clock down to a minute. Cam with 17 seconds left.
Yeah, and I think that's what you got to do here. And now Cam going to have to find his highest scoring outplay. How many points does he need now? He's playing Aegis, and I'm not sure how many this is going to be, or if this will be.
So he's getting 12 extra points.
Is he over?
He stops with 0, so no point penalty for Cam. He just got it under an Aegis, not enough.
I don't think that's enough to win. But we're gonna challenge. There's no point penalty for challenging here for Gideon.
But a Nice potentially.
That might have done it.
Reaching the double word score, would that have won it? Oh my God! So this is gonna come back good.
So I think we can say that Gideon.
But when the dust settles,
we have to make sure they have the right score as well, being such a close game.
That's true. So they have to agree on the score, but you can see if they do, Gideon will have won the championship here by 3 points.
Wow.
And I believe had Cam been able to fend off that time pressure and find a play that put a tile in this square, he would have won.
Oh my God, that was so hard. He had no time to solve that incredibly complex endgame. That was... Even the best Scrabble players with a minute left could not figure that out, likely. So, wow.
That is an incredible game. Wow. I cannot even believe it. I think they're realizing, maybe we can cut to the mics.
They might be asking for a recount, but there are no recounts allowed in this tournament, I believe.
That's true. Let's see what the players have to say. Maybe maybe not. They might still be, the dust is settling here.
Wow.
I would say a recount for this game
might be warranted.
Would be warranted. So anyway, while we get that confirmation, I think we're here in the booth. We believe that Gideon Brzezowski just won the North American School Scrabble Championship in an absolute nail-biter by 3 points. And Cam with huge time pressure. Yeah,
Wow.
looking at the body language. I wonder if we can.
Okay, so it seems like they do agree that Gideon is the winner of this game.
Okay. We're just going to see if we have the ability to cut over the board.
Oh. Jeffrey said he was. What? Did you ever win? I don't know. What else do I have in this? Ideas, aid.
Did he ever win? Did he ever win?
Did who?
I'm sure I must have on the last one.
Do you guys have the final score?
Yeah.
No, what did I miss? I won by 3, right?
You win by 3.
What did?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Fuck. Sorry.
You ended with 0 seconds remaining.
0 on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
God, I definitely botched it. I definitely botched a bunch. Wilt. Farting is good.
After
Wiz is never right?
Wiz loses under 2 plays. And it ties under every other of the top plays.
What was my best play?
Do you want to know?
We don't know.
No one knows.
Wilt. It's ridiculous. It's a really clever endgame.
Wilt was horrible.
The final play is
It
Z.
was.
Oh, it was very good.
You have Twill, and that's your only chance.
So
He has all vowels and ones.
I just got lucky.
Wilt is a good play. Wilt loses.
Were people analyzing this combo down there? Quackle isn't like too reliable.
How often were
Okay, you can hear that.
Yes.
Okay.
How
Okay.
often does Wilt lose? 100%
I don't know
of
if
the
there's
time?
No, that was Quackle's.
Oh, my 3, bro.
Quackle was saying 50.
Wait, what did we miss score?
All right.
What is your
Folks, that was insane. They're going to be going through different endgame permutations here. The upshot, though, is that Gideon Brasowski, by a hair, is the North American school champion in the high school division, Chloe. We just got 2 incredible finals games today.
I don't think we could have asked for better games. Those were so exciting. That last one, literally down to the last second of the game, we did not know what was going to happen. We did not know what Cam was going to do with that minute left. Gideon got down to under a minute as well and was able to pull that one out. Congratulations to Gideon, and super well done to Cam as well to stay in that game.
Yeah, so this is not the first rodeo for Gideon. I believe that he won an online championship during one of our COVID years, but he's had some near misses in the finals as well, including, I believe, the very previous year. He was our finalist. He lost to Cherish Ambiacolo, who has since gone on to college. After a great School Scrabble career, but Gideon's been in and around the finals a number of times, and another title for him here. Fantastic performance by him. Really proud of him.
Yeah, that's huge. Huge win for Gideon, and both the middle school and high school winners from the DC area, Gideon from DC, and our middle school winners from Virginia. So a great performance by DC in this tournament.
Yeah, so with that, I have no clue what's in store for us with our honor roll play of the game, courtesy of Word Game Players Organization. Very generous sponsor once again of this event. Thank you so much to WGPO for your support of School Scrabble. For anyone out there curious for more information about School Scrabble, wordgameplayers.org is the place to go for information about tournaments, clubs near you, other resources. And there you have it, Chloe. The play of Wilt from Gideon Brasowski is our play of the game. And man, he could have made a play that made it so much easier for Cameron here.
Yeah, I know. There were so many different ways this endgame could have gone. We had no idea what was going to happen. This play of Wilt, he kept the Z. He could have played Wiz, which would have given Cam Wizzens, as we noted. Instead, he kept the Z. He was able to get it down for ZA on the next turn, and that proved to be just enough in this endgame to win this game and take home the championship.
Yeah, it seemed like so Cam was under incredible duress, but Gideon was also down to about a minute on his clock there at the very end, and he made a fantastic play here under pressure. Will could have made extensions. I'm not offended that he didn't play Will here. Wilt, definitely a better choice. And of course, Wiz, so tempting to get rid of that Z, but it would have made the Wizen's extension. Just so easy, such a simple win to grab all those points. Great job here by Gideon. Great choice for the honor roll play of the game. So, yeah, what can you say? We are near the finish line here. In just a moment, we are going to have an interview with one or both of the finalists. Not exactly sure which, but definitely we'll be talking to our new champion, Gideon. While we wait for that to get set up, one more huge thank you to Let'sPlayScrabble.com, Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor behind the scenes doing so much work to make this event as good as it is, to make things easy for the two of us here in the booth. Easy way to show your appreciation. Hit those buttons on YouTube. Simple to like the stream, and now more importantly to hit that sub button and support them as they continue making great Scrabble content. So, not sure if we're ready with that interview, but I cannot wait to hear what Gideon has to say, Chloe.
Oh, I know. That was a great game. So excited to hear his thoughts.
All right, seems like we are ready. Let's cut over to Jeffrey Pogue, another former champion, interviewing our current champion, Gideon Brasowski.
Go ahead.
All right, we are live with our new North American School Scrabble champion of the high school division and a runner-up. Before we even started this game, I asked if they both wanted to appear in the finals, and they both gave us a hard yes. And you guys are here together. You guys have been together through the entire tournament. How does it feel to play each other once more in the finals?
It was fun.
I had a good time. Listen, it's a one-game final. There's so much variance. This brings me to 4-5 all time against Cam. So we're right up there around 500. Mm-hmm. We play this game 2 more times. It goes 2 different ways. This is just at the end of the day, it fell in my favor.
Yeah, that's incredible. I want to ask, are there any moments that you guys want to shout out from your perspective, things that you were looking at on the board that maybe we didn't see? I mean, it was a beautiful game. You know, farting was obviously awesome. Out-earns was the only bingo you possibly had. Janana, such a rare word to come down, but it plays incredibly. Is there anything else that you'd like to point out for us?
I started with the mistake of not putting the A on a do. I tried to not let it get in my head. The nerves got to me a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think I played pretty well. I have to see how I played, but I'm pretty happy with the way it ended. Endgame was pretty difficult.
Yeah.
I was just told ages on the right side of with Get and Eam. I did intentionally set up my last E. I saw I had the last E in the bag. The last E left when I played M, so I could potentially have plays later. But I thought IIS was not strong enough.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out it was. So I guess I'll see where that was. But yeah. So yeah.
And getting our champ, do you have anything you want to point out?
Honestly, I was just confused for the latter half of that game. I had a lot of turns where I just did not know what to do. I think the hardest turn for me of the game was, I probably messed it up, was that turn where I played tag. I just really didn't know what I should do there. I'm obviously have no vowels on my rack, and I'm trying to draw one, so I thought tag to maximize my chance of getting a vowel. And then obviously I get the I, but I pair it with the W. I think just the one thing I really want to underline is at the end of the game, Jeffrey was telling us my best play when I was right here, when I played Wilt, only won 5 out of 8 times.
Yeah.
So it's literally to the last play, it was back and forth. And I think that's how it's been the entire tournament.
It's incredible. I mean, it's rare that a game is still undecided up to the final few moves. And you guys have talked a lot to me, especially about the mental game and how important that is. You said specifically that the mental game is your strength. So when you're in such a long game, literally almost as long as a game can possibly be without time penalties, how are you staying focused and calculating out every move right into the end? Do you have any strategies? Do you feel like you guys are breaking at any point?
I thought there were definitely some times where I got a little distracted, but for the most part, I was dialed in. I think the other thing with the mental game, this is a pretty big, for Scrabble, this is as big as the stage gets.
Yeah.
Right? It's very rare you actually have over 100 people watching you play Scrabble. And I think at the end of the day, I've been lucky enough to have the experience of playing here a lot, and being in finals before. And I think I was able to collect myself. The nerves were definitely pumping at the start and at the end. But in that middle, I tried to stay as calm as possible, just doing some nice breathing. And at the end of the day, I got the job done.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big stage, the quiet room. You guys can't tell, but there's an empty quiet room. We're playing a loud room the whole time. my first finals. Gideon's third, right?
Third, technically fifth, yeah.
Wanted this one. Kind of let the nerves get to me a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with the way I played after that one mistake early on. I thought I made some cool plays. Farting was a cool play. Can't be too mad at myself there.
Yeah, so I'm so curious. In those last minutes, I mean, you ended with 0 seconds on the clock. I'm sure you were rushing. Did you know whether or not Aegis would win or lose you the game?
No, I had no time to calculate.
What were you guys thinking in that final move?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking go out in two. With a G, 2 I's, and some 1-pointers. I got to score 2 because I'm behind on that. I used Mac Miller's strategy of getting a new sheet out and, tracking that way. And it worked. I did see he had some clunky stuff at the end, but I didn't give myself enough time to calculate it. Finish was 0-0-0 on the clock, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think a testament to how close the game was, I did not know I was winning until after Aegis came down. Like I had 53 seconds left, obviously, but I spent probably 8 combined minutes on that play where I played tag and wilt. So I was really nervous. I did not know what to expect from that end game. And I get ZA down and I looked and I'm like, okay, I'm probably up by enough. I don't see anything that wins in the game. And lo and behold, that proved out to be true.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. As a Scrabble player myself, I know that especially in games that are this tense, this stressful, this close, down to the very last minute, there's specific plays that stick with you for forever from then on. Do you guys have any idea what that play will be?
The only play that's going to stick with me, and it's not even like a play that I made, just like this situation is one of the more difficult end games I've been in. And my Scrabble career is young, but but I'm sure that I'm going to go back. I'm going to look at that. I'm going to see what I could have done differently. Because at the end of the day, we're both going to be back next year, right? And we both obviously hope to be back in the finals next year. So got to keep getting better.
Awesome. That is my question is, you guys are still juniors. You have another year of eligibility. What's coming in the future? Are you coming back? Are we going to see you at some bigger stage? Are you guys going up against adults now?
Yeah, I mean, I've been going up against adults for a while, but definitely going to get my rating up. And I'll be back next year.
All right. Well, we're so excited to see you. Congratulations once again. It's so awesome to see you guys play. Your chemistry is incredible. Your skills are amazing. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Top 1 and 2 in the country. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Incredible interview there. Let me just say, Gideon, of course, coming away with the championship, but I couldn't be more impressed by Cam's response to losing a heartbreaking game there. Just unbelievable maturity beyond his years and his composure in that interview. Any adult player would struggle reach that level of composure. Couldn't be more impressed with him.
Yeah, especially after such a stressful game. They were both in good spirits, and Cam was just being, so mature and composed, and it was great to hear from them.
All right, so that does it for us here in the booth. I think we are headed down to our auditorium potentially to get the awards ceremony underway. Not sure if we are providing coverage. I think we are, but either way, that's going to do it from us in the booth. For Chloe, it's Will here. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as we did. What a ride. Let's now watch our winners and champions get their rewards and adoration from the Scrabble fans down in the auditorium.
actually won.
Yeah, neither did we down to the last second. We had no idea what was going on. It's pretty rare that you get to a position where you have no idea what the correct play is or what a winning game situation is going to look like, and we had exactly that. So it was very stressful. I was like thinking.
Yeah, we were like on the edge of our seat in the booth, literally like leaning into the computer in total astonishment at really both games for different reasons. I don't think I can remember a pair of finals games quite like that. So kudos to all the finalists in both divisions for giving us a pretty unforgettable show there. Really, that was incredible to watch. So.
Amazing. They were at both teams. All four finalists played superb with Scrabble. It was really a display of high-level talent and performance under pressure. Because, like you said, Will, I mean, usually we'll get one of these games. It's going to be the tiles just fall one team or player's way, and it's a blowout. We did not have that here.
Yeah, there was also some variety in the types of good Scrabble that we saw. We saw amazing bingos like Kazi in the first game. We saw high-level strategic play and like these super tight endgame situations in the last one. So I love that there was so much variety and all of it was so exciting.
Yeah, it's frankly inspiring, and also, well, it is inspiring, but also I feel like maybe I should retire from the board and just be a commentator just before I become humbled completely by the next generation of all of you out there. No, I'm just kidding. It actually is unbelievably inspiring to see such high-level play and to be able to communicate that as best we can. It's really a privilege. So, yeah, again, it's just been fantastic. Can't really remember a tournament that went quite this well in terms of quality of play and the exciting nature of all the games.
And we want to thank you guys because it is hard to do this. Jim and Chloe were in the booth. We had how many rounds total? 12. And each of them did 11 of those rounds. And I subbed in for a little bit. And like I was tired after doing 2 games. I mean, it requires like endurance and stamina. You've got to constantly be thinking. And you're looking at 3 monitors. And I believe we hear some applause because here is our 2025 high school champion, Gideon Brasowski, and Rock Cameron Seagold. Woo! All right, we're going to jump right into the award ceremony. Is Jeffrey Pogue here? He is here. All right, Jeffrey, you are the keeper of the cash and of the boards.
All right, guys, this has been great. I'll take this. Jeff.
All right, so what we're going to do is ask each winner to come up one at a time, collect your prize, stand off to the side, because then we'll do a group photo at the end. We're going to start with the elementary and high school division.
Elementary and high school?
I'm sorry, elementary and middle school division. I'm just going to mix it up. Next year, we're doing elementary and high school as partners, middle school play one. Just kidding.
Before we get into anything at all, regardless of whether you place in the top 10, everyone at this tournament did incredibly. It is so incredible to compete on the biggest Scrabble youth stage in the country. So everyone, just give yourselves a round of applause. Well done to absolutely everyone.
All right, we're going to go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to start with the elementary and middle school division. In 10th place.
I got it. I'll announce. The kids will come up, they will hug you, and they'll collect their money, and that's really what they want, and their prize if they get one. In 10th place, with a record of 5-3 and a spread of plus 344, the Bingo Bandits, Evelyn, Ryan, and David Hu.
Top prize.
They win $50.
Well done.
I'll jump into the next one. In 9th place, with a record of 5 wins and 3 losses and a spread of plus 416, the team of G Squared, Grayson Hess and Gavin Lurlock. Evan had to leave early. Grayson is here. You're going to get your flowers in a minute. All right, in 8th place, with a record of 5-3 and a spread of plus 442, the Tile Titans, Andrew Weiland and Alan South. And I just want to say, these guys had the toughest road in this tournament. They played all of the top teams. They are outstanding Scrabble players. They could have been as easily in this final, this tournament. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. In 7th place, with a record of 5-3 and a spread of plus 480 from right here in Washington, D.C., Alice Neal Middle School, my club, 6th graders Boris Birnbaum and Owen Garrett. In their very first School Scrabble championship.
First time, awesome.
First time. Here we are. A photo. How about your coach?
All right, moving on to 6th place, we have a $100 cash prize.
We're moving up to $100. In 6th place, also from Alice Neal Middle School, the team of DC Deal 1, 8th graders, Sarah Lee and Rory Felton. They were 5-3 plus 548. Moving on, in 5th place from Alice Neal Middle School, here in Washington, D.C., with a record of 6-2 and a spread of plus 295, the team of DC Deal 2, Julian Riggs and Wyatt Hartridge.
We're moving up to $200.
Will and Chloe, please join the photos.
Now on to our top 4.
Try.
In 4th place, with a record of 6-2 and a spread of 492, from Louisiana, the Arson Rats, Kenny Shin and Tony Liu. All right, now the bigger bucks are coming.
Top 3, $300 for our 3rd place.
From that same town. Because it's a sister of the 4th place finisher. The same family. The Scrabble Slayers, Leah Shin and Jonathan Tsai, with a record of 6-2 plus 595. All right, the big 2.
For a grand prize of $500 in 2nd place. You've seen them. It is the team.
I got it. Don't worry. With a record of 7-1 in the regular tournament and a spread of plus 393. T2 from Ridgefield, Connecticut, Theo Diamond and Toby Lieberman.
T-squared.
Sorry, T-squared. Cornelia first. And now here. One more.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys.
And our 2025 Elementary Middle School North American School Scrabble Championship champions from right here outside of DC in Virginia, the team of Smelly. They went 8-0 with a spread of plus 832. They won the final. They were totally undefeated in this tournament. Nathan Lurlop and Hassan Khan.
Three couples get a cash prize of $1,000. Congratulations, guys. Smart. And now,
Congratulations to all of our competitors in the elementary and middle school division. Yeah. It's a group, everybody up, all the top 10 stay up, come up for a group photo.
Come back on, you're not done yet.
Josh.
Group photo.
Did you get the boards out? The boards.
Oh,
the boards. Wait, everyone get off the stage. We forgot. We're going to back up and pretend second and first place didn't happen.
Can we get first and second place back on?
Start with second place.
Second place, congratulations, T-Squared. Along with your $500 check, we're also getting a Winning Solutions Deluxe Scrabble board. It's beautiful, it's incredible, it looks incredibly nice on a dining room table where it will sit for the rest of your time at home.
All right, winning $1,000 and a Scrabble Luxury Edition.
This is heavy, I hope you're not flying home.
What is the luxury edition? How are they different? How are they different? Oh my god.
This is made out of uranium and will last to the end of time.
All right, we're going to move on to the high school division now. Josh, group photo now or after? Now, group
All right, let's
photo.
get all of the
Elementary middle school group photo. Well, but I don't know. No, get in the picture, but you just
Do this, do that.
everyone. You all have no excuse not to come back into high school or middle school division again next year.
All right, moving on to the high school division. Damn, this was fun. In 10th place, with a record of 5 wins and 5 losses, and a spread of plus 111, from Philly, Michael Ursioli? Yes? That's the right way to go, Michael. Michael wins $50. In 9th place, with a record of 5 and 5 and a spread of plus 118, from Jackson Reed High School here in Washington, Alvaro Orlov Rodriguez. Alvaro is one of my middle school players and he's stuck around all the way through high school. He's a senior going to Indiana next year. Congrats, Alvaro. In 9th place, also from Jackson Reed High School, 8th place, with a record of 5 and 5 and a spread of plus 282, 10th grader Luther Kavira. So Luther.
Congratulations.
Also our tallest competitor this year. We know we can get an award for that too. In 7th place, also from Jackson Reed High School with a record of 5 and 5 and a spread of 292, Dan Kay. He's an 11th grader. Another one of my middle school products. There you go, Dan. In 6th place from Wellesley, Massachusetts, with a record of 6 and 4 and a spread of plus 4, Keon Pillai. In fifth place from Richfield, Connecticut, with a spread of record of 6 and 4 and a spread of plus 152, Will Knispel. $200. In 4th place, with a record of 6 and 4 and a spread of plus 234, also from Jackson Reed High School, Milo Anderson. Milo's debut in the high school division. There you go, Milo. In 3rd place, with a record of 7 and 3 and a spread of plus 815, winning $300 from Scarsdale, New York, Noah Goldstein. Our runner-up, he finished the regular tournament with a record of 9 and 1 and a spread of plus 1,007, lost the final by agonizing 3 points. Also from Scarsdale, New York. Let's hear it for Cam Sickle. Cam wins. I got it. Cam wins. $500 and
Cash.
and a Scrabble Deluxe Edition. I'm going to try not to cry. Gideon Brasowski finished the regular tournament in 7th place with a record of 9-1 and a spread of 504. I've known him for 8 years now. He is like a son to me. He's one of my favorite people, and I'm so glad that I get to say our 2025 North American School Scrabble champion is Gideon Brasowski.
In 5 years, the finals is finally played first place. They say that the amount of time that he's walked up and back against the whole night for 3 years. $1,000, congratulations.
And another deluxe. I got 2.
All of the top 3 players are going to go spend this money on their poker game now.
Thank you, everybody, for attending this tournament. Thank you for encouraging your kids to play Scrabble. I need to group photo, but I need to do some thanks here before we wrap it up. We need to thank Planet Word, first and foremost, for hosting this event. We need to thank our sponsors, Hasbro, the Word Game Players Association, Merriam Organization, Merriam-Webster, I am tired. Merriam-Webster, the boards came from one of Hasbro's licensees, Winning Solutions. But most of all, thanks to Kieran O'Connor, Josh Greenway, Let's Play Scrabble. Thank you to our commentators, Will and Chloe, the entire staff of this tournament. And thank you most of all to the players, parents, coaches, and supporters of this game and this event. Thank you all for coming. High school division, come up for a group photo.
There's a huge thanks to Stefan who makes all of this possible, who brought this event back and gives us the vision.
High school division, come up for a photo.
Yeah, you gotta go in the room. Yeah, forget it.
Thank you all.
Let's get a still got it. That's good. I need to get back.